the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in to day 12 of the 12 working days of Christmas and the final live show of the Rick and Bubba Show's legacy. It ends today, but we have 3 weeks of best ofs. So please, if you're rolling out your schedule for the holiday season, do not forget that Greg and I will be rolling out 3 weeks of best of Rick and Bubba shows. And we even have replays for Christmas Day and New Year's Day. So all of your local affiliates will be having Rick and Bubba programming. And so if you're like, wow, I cannot believe they're done at their last live show, just understand that we're going to look back down memory lane and have tons of best ofs to play over the last 31 years total. Well, Eddie Van Adler's here. It's a special day. He's already here. I am Speedy, and over to my left is Greg Burgess. And we have the kickoff hour rolling.
We do.
We have master photographer Pete Collins here. He's documenting the day, as he always does. He comes out for special events, Regents Tradition, and other things, and documents it. And we got some former interns here that we will talk and recap with and get an update with. They married with family, but guess what? They can thank us.
True.
That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, we were a big part of it.
I'm just saying.
We've got all the turkey toss.
We got day 12, and I'm holding it right here. It is from Barton Clay Fine Jewelers, and it is about $1,500 worth of jewelry.
All right,
and so that is today's gift. We already know it. It's right here, and we thank Barton Clay Fine Jewelers for their gift today. And so somebody is going to take that with them today or get it in the mail, whatever the case.
And the other winners, you should be getting your stuff. Everything's been mailed.
Yeah.
I mailed the final ones yesterday. So
okay.
You should be getting it.
All right.
I mean, that's all I can tell you. I don't know.
Yeah. If you're just kind of sitting by going, all right, let's see what the day is going to be like, let me just go ahead and tell you right now, Rick has committed to playing the 7 o'clock song today.
Okay.
All right. So even though it's not going to be 7 o'clock everywhere, it is, or at the time, because at the time I guess it would be so. But anyway, that's a joke. He will play it today. We will sing along. We have Dareberry's staff Christmas carols. He's going to be in there because he loves you. Yeah. He's going to be here. Super Tom will be here running that. We have a What is Eating Scott Gorosky that nobody wants to miss today.
Yeah.
And that will take us into 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Adler says he has a surprise for us. I cannot wait to see that. Casio Kid is coming today, and that is breaking news for a lot of you I know. We've been going back and forth trying to work it out and, get the schedule and get him here, and everything lined up yesterday, and he committed to us, I can be here. And so Casio Kid will be in the building. He'll be in and out. You might see him if you're watching on YouTube. But we'll sit down with him, have a segment, catch up, and let the audience hear from him. But Casio will be roaming around, so look for that today. And then we've got tubers there outside already setting up and having a good time. Bubba's in and out. He's already here. Rick will join us shortly. And so it's a party, Greg.
It's a party.
It is. And, it really is. So now there's Bubba just walking right through the shot. But it's the last day. Who cares? You're going to get a lot of that.
Well, you see, I pulled in this morning about 3:50.
Yeah.
And on our time.
Yeah.
And, so I look, and they've marked off an area.
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
And I thought,
Yeah.
Did someone freelance that?
No.
Are the other people that work here going to get mad? But actually, the building people did it for us, which we appreciate.
Yeah.
And then I look, and there's a white limousine easing through the parking lot.
Yeah.
And I thought, must be somebody famous. And I was right. Out stepped Rappin' Romeo.
Rappin' Romeo
Wow.
is in the parking lot with his white limo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a long one, too.
Yeah,
there's
it is.
tailgate tents. There's a truck that is completely covered in Christmas lights.
That
Right.
truck is awesome.
That's a sweet truck.
Yeah, it really is.
Usually,
Lots of great people that already seen them this morning while I was outside the door. Of course, they're dressed for the weather. They knew what was
Well,
happening.
you got to. You got to dress for the weather.
Oh my goodness, it's cold out there.
Yeah.
Usually when I'm coming in, that's the moment when I'm in the parking lot where I'm watching my surroundings, just making sure nobody's trying to, get me on my way in. And this morning I was extra worried.
Yeah.
extra worrisome this morning with that crew out there.
Yeah, and you thought you'd get here early and nobody'd be here, but no.
Oh my goodness.
They weren't
great.
sure what to expect. So Casey Childers runs the management company for the building, and we've gotten to know him over the years because we've gotten in trouble some. But
nothing real bad.
He and I have texted back and forth because sometimes we're here so early, we see that there's a problem with the building before anybody else is here.
That's true.
And he said, "Hey, do me a solid, and if there's a major issue, you text me."
Power outages.
Oh, hey, the power's out. Toilets are overflowing. There's water in the bathroom. Yesterday, I'm leaving. And, just trying to button everything up. It's late afternoon, and I go to the golden ticket seat door, and the knob's laying on the floor.
I saw that.
Thanks for telling me, buddy. You had left hours earlier.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you did.
I figured somebody had already. I didn't find
figured
it. Somebody had
did?
already. They propped
You're
the
one of
door
those.
with it. They propped the door with it. They found it. It's up to them to tell somebody.
Yeah, they put the knob in the door like it was a doorstop.
It ain't like if I would have
Right.
reached it and pulled it and I did it and I went, oh, nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, I kind of fast forward to today and thinking, oh my gosh, if we don't have a knob on the door, because it was late, I'm thinking it's going to be.
That's the second
not
time
gonna.
that's happened.
So I texted Casey and I said, hey, heads up. I said, we took a picture of it. I said, you told me to tell you, and I'm just doing it. I hope I'm not being a bip. He replied back and said, hey, we're about to be up there anyway and block the parking lot off.
Yeah.
So this is management doing it, not us. Not
didn't do
us. He said,
I thought Rappin' Romeo did it when he got out,
Yeah.
and I saw the tape, and it was just me and him. I thought, well Romeo was marked off the spot.
Right. Well, so he said, while we're up there, we'll fix that. But yeah, he said, look, I think it's just best so we don't have other people's cars sitting here and y'all have got tents. Let us just block this off. It'll be okay for a day. And
People
so
park there every day.
that's them. That's the building just taking care of the show as we have our last live show here today. And then the last 30 minutes of the show today, Rick and Bubba just want to look back and say thank you to the audience. And so we're going to reserve the last two segments for that. So we have a lot happening today, and we will blink, and it will be over because it's going to be happening so fast. But we just appreciate all of you, and I know, Greg, you and I can sit here and just say, and Adler is here, and he's coming and going during the kickoff hour. It has been a pleasure to do the kickoff hour for so many years.
This is the last one.
It is.
How about that?
It is.
Kicking it off.
Come on.
And I mean, I've read your dad's poems over the years. He have to have. He's got one more. It's a 2-pager, by the way.
My dad has written a poem.
It's a 2-pager, a little, kind of summarizing the career and the show and all that, and it's pretty awesome. So,
He sometimes sends it to me for typos, and I said, that's not good. I can't spell. But some things kind of jumped out at me a little bit, and so I think it's ready for you. But he just wanted to look back and try to just kind of encompass the history of the show. You know,
and
what
you
I mean?
did. I've read through it.
You
briefly.
have? Is it okay? You got it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a 2-pager, so I'm going to mess up. You know that.
So you said, is it inspiring? Is it sad? Is it funny?
It's not really sad. It's kind of I take it as kind of upbeat. Just a little history, a little timeline of where the show started and where it ended.
So for the music, Up and Under, you thinking maybe inspiring instrumental?
That or Thunderstruck.
I can do that. I can do it that way. It's royalty free. I
Okay.
can provide the inspirational music.
Okay.
If you need
but
that.
he's got that look. He's got that look.
sounds
Like he's
good.
gonna
I like
he's
that.
gonna play something weird.
No.
I hope he does.
He's got the look.
No, straight up. I was just trying to help.
Thank you,
Adios.
buddy.
Let
I'm
me
a
tell you
helpful
that.
guy. I'm a helper.
This tells you the tone that it is. Here, let me give you the title.
Okay.
Adios, Rick and Bubba Show. See, so it's upbeat.
He had
So you need some mariachi music, like.
You know what?
Google inspiring instrumental.
Oh, I've got it ready to go. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, hold on.
Are you ready for real right now?
No, but
here we go.
I want to get a taste of it.
You want to hear it? All
Yeah,
right,
I do.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh wait, that's too much. Hold on.
Yeah.
Is that okay or is that not?
It's probably a little too hard.
Yeah. We don't need power chords.
All right. Well.
So I'm glad we did this.
Well, we can. All right.
Look,
what about
he's got
this?
the
What about
face.
this?
He's
What
got
about
that
this?
face.
Stop talking about my face. No, that's not right.
We're getting closer.
That's not
Okay.
bad.
All right.
We're getting
hold on.
closer.
For a short.
What about this?
Let me try.
That's
For a
not.
journey to start.
Let's
I like
see. What about this? Is Country Strong, Greg?
Adler, give me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me the computer.
It's a rock and roll.
Come on.
It's okay.
Y'all put your hands together.
It's an audio.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Hadiddles. Okay, that ain't bad.
There it is. I'm crying. I'm crying already.
Yeah. We're not going to cry.
It's not risky.
I don't think we're going to cry.
That is kind of cry music.
It is kind of sad. Does it pick up any?
No.
I feel like we're getting married or
the whole
at a funeral.
Yeah, y'all should hold hands during. All right, here, check this.
That ain't bad.
That's not bad. That's your best one yet.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a break.
We'll go with that.
We'll come
That
back.
ain't bad.
We could always put this under it.
Yeah. Good.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back, and Greg will read my dad's
Two-pager.
poem. It's a 2-pager.
Something in my pant leg itches.
That's none of our business.
So,
It's like
so you
down
just
by my
said that out
thigh.
loud.
It's
Bragging.
been bothering me.
Right.
Bragging.
He just shouted out something in my pant
It's
leg
bothering
itches.
me. I think it's a bug or something.
Rick and Bubba.
And I'm like, and so now you got to look like you're browsing, and you're not going straight to the bathroom. So I come in, and I'm like, as fast as I can. And you're looking the whole time. You're looking, please show green, please show vacant, because if not, it's right there. So I see green, but it's one of these gas stations that has like one restroom. And it's this unique thing. So I get in there. Oh, God, I get in there. And it's like I'm reliving it again. I get in there, and so I'm doing this, right? So the door closes, and I'm trying to lock it. And you're doing this the whole time. And I get to about right here. And the game of inches in life, I get right here. If I could have just gotten right here. But right here. So if you're keeping score, good, bad. And the feeling, and it's like you start dancing and finally you feel like, okay, I've done it. So then you have to be still. And it's when I was still, it's like the body just said, I've got to release. And at 35 years old, by the way, speaking of anniversaries, this is the 10th year anniversary of me using the bathroom in my pants. So at 35, I soil in my pants. And I'm not going to a Titans game to watch. I'm going to be on the Titantron, and I'm the man running around and woo. So now I find myself in such a handle. I got my white cheerleading shoes on that I borrowed from Greg, and I've got white socks on, and I don't know what to do. And so I just start peeling stuff off and leaving a surprise for the janitor, and so I am really in a bad spot. Before I know it, I'm naked, absolutely naked in a convenience store. Feel that. So next thing I hear is this. At first, I think, okay, if I'm quiet, they won't think I'm in here, And they see occupied, duh. So I'm like, golly, I don't know what to do. And I hear, Daddy, I got to use the bathroom. Oh, and I hear, it's all right, son, they'll be out in just a second. And I'm down here, scrubbing. I'm like, no, it's going to be a while, So, I'm cleaning up. I've got so much toilet paper. It's like I've taken out a city block of trees, That's like the whole thing, and I'm putting them into the garbage can. It's full, and so then it sounds like a church bus pulls up. There's people, you hear them congregating and talking, like you're at a ball game, literally. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to wait them out. And I'm trying to figure out what I can save and what I can't save. And underwear gone, shorts salvable. So I'm over here, I'm like washing them up. And okay, I can save my shirt. And so it finally gets to a point where I'm waiting them out, but I'm also cleaning up. So I open the door, right? Look out. Nobody. Boom! I run over here and start looking at the drinks, to see what I want. And I'm looking back over and I'm like, okay, good. So I think I've done it. Still not sure of myself, but I got to get to the Titans game. I'm commando and I'm in a mess, okay? I'm socksless. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm pale-faced. It's just a mess.
So I opened the door to go to the car. Of course, I didn't buy anything. I felt bad for that, but I thought I'd just move on. And I hear, "Hey, Speedy!" And I'm like, "Oh." He's like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And I said, "Buddy, you don't want to do that." He goes, "Man, I work at Hibbett's with Don Juan." And I said, "That's good, man. How you doing? That's great." And I give him a little something, cotton mouth, all about me. Finally, I get to the car, and I head to the Titans game. And I am a mess. I mean, I'm running back and forth to the bowels, no pun intended, of the Coliseum. Using janitors' restrooms. I make it through the game, but if you are a Tennessee Titans fan, and I shook your hand, and you smelled something, I'm sorry. I apologize. But that's a true story. I just lived it with you again. Thank you.
Give it up for Speedy.
Woo. Yeah, thanks,
You know,
buddy.
a lot of Speedy stories involve him pantsless.
Yes. Yes, they do.
You know, looking at that video, y'all talked me into a lot of things.
Well, the year was 1998, wasn't it?
I believe so.
1998. Speedy,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without a mother.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour on day 12 of the 12 working days of Christmas. The grand finale, the grand prize. Barton Clay Fine Jewelers. Over $1,500 of jewelry that they have given to us for the 12 working days of Christmas. So we know the gift. It's out. It's here it is. It's right here.
There it is.
There it is right there. Holding it right now. And so that is the gift today. It's also the last live show ever for the Rick and Bubba Show. And we'll continue with best ofs, the two of us, for about 3 weeks, I guess, till January the 6th. So,
forever.
So be tuning in for that. If you're listening to your favorite Rick and Bubba station or streaming or whatever the case, we'll be providing Rick and Bubba best ofs. And then on Christmas Day and New Year's Day, it'll be a Rick and Bubba replay on all of your Rick and Bubba affiliates. Dareberry's going to be here any second now. He's got the Christmas carols going. Garassi's going to be here. We're going to hear from him. We got the 'Twas the Night Before Christmas reading with all the staff members. Adler says he's got a surprise for the staff, and I'm anticipating that. You don't know what it is with him.
Oh, boy.
Cassio Kid is going to be here live in studio, so that's going to be something to look at. And then Rick and Bubba just want to say thank you. And so the last 30 minutes of the show is just dedicated to you, the audience, and letting them talk to you just one-on-one and let you know how much we love you and appreciate you. We've got a couple of interns here. They're going to join us here shortly. Yes, they're married and have a family, kids, everything. And so cannot believe it. And it all started with us.
That's right.
Now we have
Matchmakers.
my dad's poem.
Yes.
He sent this to me about a month ago. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say this. He loves this show. He even told me, he said, son, yesterday, he was just talking about what a blessing the show has been to my family, and he's right. It really helped me because in the 20s, I was a little lost and into Calvin's Playhouse and and partying a little bit and having a good time and Rick and Bubba.
Partying a lot.
Yeah,
Partying a lot.
If there was a party, I would DJ, and then I would join in on the party.
Well, sure, you're there. You got
before you knew
you're
it, I
being
was
paid.
screaming social and right in the middle of it.
Right.
So anyway, he just said, that it kind of brought you out, and God always has a plan for us, and they did. I always look at Rick and Bubba like big brothers, and so it's quite the history. And he said that he figured something out in terms of the show. He has been associated with the show for 31 years, like we just talked about. He's 84. That means, and he does the math. He loves it. 37% of his life has been following this show with me on it.
How about that?
And he loves
What a ride it's been.
and he loves to write poems.
He does.
He is legally blind and speaks them into the notes app of his phone, and then sends them to me. Mm-hmm. He's written 2 children's books doing that.
Yep.
And now
I
he's
read one of them to a class.
Yes. Yeah,
I've
you
written
did.
0 books,
Right.
How many?
and I can see
Yeah. Right.
0.
You know,
Right.
that's a good point.
Has
Yeah.
quite the creative mind. But now he gives you Adios, Rick and Bubba, read to you by who he picked. He said is the best, and that's one Greg Burgess.
Which, again, you got this a few weeks ago, but I didn't want to mess tradition up.
didn't.
I wasn't going to look at it until the day of.
That's
right
right.
before, because We get it. I mess up, and y'all like that. So
Right.
Here we go. I didn't want to disappoint y'all. This is a two-pager.
Yeah.
I've never had a two-pager.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
You ready?
Are you guys ready for the, y'all
Yep.
want the music?
I am.
All right, here
Go
we
with it.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong.
Adler.
That's the wrong vibe. My
Yeah.
bad. All right.
Thought that was the Wiener Man. A little loud.
Okay. There we go.
I got you. Go ahead.
Adios, Rick and Bubba Show. For a journey to start, whether it be short or long, there must be a first step. Well, this journey of 31 years started in Calhoun County, Alabama, in January 1994, where Rick and Bubba first met. They slid their chairs in front of a live mic at radio station WQEN, and that's where the world's two sexiest fat boys' historic show began.
Oh, yeah.
Watch it. Dip and Dan soon appeared along with Car Wash Joe.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't much longer before Speedy joined the show. That's my son, by the way. I added that.
Oh, yeah.
Words like "you can't even have nothing" caused listeners to scratch their heads and giggle, and their audience began to grow into a mighty river from a little trickle. How about that?
Very good.
Trickle.
Yeah, almost messed up. but you
Almost
did
messed
good.
up.
Yeah.
Stay in it became their motto, which is now a familiar shout throughout their entire syndication. Their love for Jesus is evident, as well as honor and loyalty to our nation.
Oh, nation.
Watch
Wondering
it.
where it's going to rhyme.
You like that?
yeah.
The show began to continue to grow. Their notoriety began to swell beyond their imagination. And then Turner South came calling, pulled in by their attraction. And we will never forget Turkey Toss that continued for several years, bringing competition, laughter, and joy, and a gathering of roaring cheers. Technology started to rapidly expand, and this added exposure, putting them in increasing demand. Help was needed, so interns were made part.
Yes, they were.
Many came through the years, but it was Cassio Kid and Don Juan at the start.
Yep.
The staff was expanded with Greenwood, Greg, and Helms.
And Greg likes to fart.
And then Adler was added to run TV, YouTube, and all other Wi-Fi realms.
Oh.
No,
It's okay.
that was
Good
tough.
job. Good job. Quit being so critical.
Meanwhile, Speedy's annex had the listening audience holding its breath to see what was next to come. To come? That must have
Okay,
been a
that's okay.
misspelling.
Just
Probably
roll
to
through it.
come.
You know what he
That's that.
meant.
You're supposed
you know
to
what he meant.
proofread
Now, I
that.
think he was holding his breath as dad because I kept getting thrown in jail.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Would there be another skydive or climbing of a tower or a police dog attack? That was my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps search for spooks with Mickey Dean or the interruption of a Kiss act. I
Oh,
saw
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I was there.
You were.
Their tour celebrating their 20th year sadly included the destruction of an antique chandelier.
That's so good.
I'm sorry. 30 seconds.
Here, this is going to hurt. The Sports Czars were created as a spinoff trial. They almost made it, but had to say bye-bye. Along the way, golden tickets were added as fans wanted to be close to the team. They could watch the show in action, spin the wheel of meat, which was beyond their wildest dream.
Mm-hmm.
And now this amazing journey has come to a close with thousands of lives forever changed and impacted along the way.
Mm-hmm.
The Rick and Bubba Show was orchestrated by God to help its listeners through each and every day. You will live in infamy in the hearts of generations forevermore. There are no other words I can say except adios, Rick and Bubba. Your end is sad, but also a great celebration. That'd be John C. Wilburn.
Thank you, Dad. I love you.
That was
Ooh,
good.
that's my last one that I read.
Wow.
Wow. That's something else right there, my
That was
friend.
really good.
That really was.
really
And you did a
good.
good job, buddy, with us heckling you the whole way.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Really, probably the moment that put him on the map, we were at a broadcast of a celebrity pro-am, and
This is rare footage. Very few people have ever seen this. You're going to get a glimpse of it tonight.
yeah.
It'll be all you need.
Now, first of all, I think I got a great hat on, and we're looking sharp. as
Yeah,
we're
look how we
broadcasting.
look too at 98. We think we got it going on doing
Yeah.
this broadcast. We dare Speedy to do something, and again, like Bubba said, this is rarely, if ever, seen before video. Almost like that footage of Bigfoot,
Yeah, the Patterson
the
footage.
Patterson film. Let's have a look. Here's Speedy in 1998 with us.
Okay. Huh? I'll do it after the break. Look, you work too cheap. I think you ought to hold out for more money.
Now, Well, here's 60.
All right.
Prater's still digging
$60.
over there.
Okay, $60.
Will you do it?
I will do it for $60, but I need. Here's what I need. I'm cheap.
Okay.
Here's what I need.
All right.
I need Don Juan. Okay?
Okay.
I need him to be in a cart or something.
Yes.
I need him to have my clothes in the woods. You see the woods over there?
All right, Don
I
Juan,
need my
did you have
clothes.
that?
I need my clothes. I will run naked to those woods.
All right.
And then put my clothes on, and we'll come out like we just say, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, now I want you digging. I want you
Where are you at? Watch close.
I can't believe y'all are showing.
Are you going to have to go out and come back?
But where is it?
To come back?
But where is it?
You're slowing it down. Slow motion.
That's good stuff.
And by the way, I'm holding my boxers, okay?
So to speak. Not again.
You're slowing it down.
Just one more.
Super slow motion.
Really?
Look at him coming out of the trees.
Who is videoing this?
I don't know, but I'll never forget the look on Chi Rodriguez's face.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Good gracious.
No, thank you, Speedy.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
It's capital city, baby. Bring it.
Anybody know what time Adler's getting here? My gosh, he's late as all get out.
Anybody seen Eddie Van Adler? Anyone? We are at the historic Davis Theater, downtown Montgomery, Alabama. That's where we're at tonight. Sold out. And then Lauren, we report to you for the meet and greet. On stage with you, so never Greg, but Don Juan and if the beer gets too long, it gets where it takes a lot of my life of its own. So I go in here and put a little top back on it.
So you start with the chainsaw, right?
Yeah, the chainsaw's done. Now this is the cleanup. Well, look, this show has not gone as smooth so far. I mean, I've had to jump. How many people? I mean, I've had to jump four people, and that's fine. But that's what happens when the first one's successful. Everybody relaxes a little bit. But it's about to be stage time, and everything seems to be smooth. The house is packed. So Montgomery, you're showing out, and we're about to hit the stage. Come on.
Now, you know, as time's gone on, the three of us have been together the entire 20 years. But, you know, we've had some new members that have joined us in the last 6 years.
Yeah, that about.
So 6, 7 years. And we want to bring them out on the stage tonight. And they have definitely made their impact on the Rick and Bubba Show. There's no doubt about that. Put your hands together as they come to the stage for the real Rick Burgess and Helmsy. Here we go. Pretty good crowd.
Wow.
Pretty
Very
good
good
crowd.
crowd.
You know, Greg, you've been on the program, as you said, how long? 6 years? 7 years?
It will be, this month is 6.
This month, 6 years.
Gosh, it seems longer, doesn't
It
it?
really does seem so much longer.
It really does.
Is there anything you'd like to say to these people over your last 6 years with the show?
Yeah, Rick, actually there is. We put this tour together. I thought I would take this opportunity to, according to my emails, there's a few apologies I might need to make. I've written a few of them down. Y'all bear with me.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Ooh. We are rolling, my friends. And I want you to know that Dad reached out, as he always does every morning. We have a little morning routine where we communicate. And he said, you tell, please, son, Greg, that I'm in awe of him.
Well,
and I owe him.
I hope that he feels that way, that I gave it the respect it deserved. Because that was a big one. That's the shutter down.
That's
you know,
it.
That
Is.
was
He
a big,
said-
it was a 2-pager.
Yeah, he said that was fantastic, and he really appreciates you for the great job you did, and he said, in adios, Rick and Bubba, I'm going to enjoy the show today and listen. And we've heard from so many of you that
That's great.
you're in a routine that you always have, and you come and go from the show, but you're trying to figure out how, no, I got to keep watching or I got to keep listening. And so we're actually hearing from businesses that says, we're going to have this on in our store today. We're going to have it. Matter of fact, a teacher just said, I'm going to have this on in the class. Our class is going to be listening and watching the Rick and Bubba Show.
My goodness.
Well, we have got so much to talk about, and I do hope that y'all understand how appreciative we are of all of you, and I hope that comes through when we're talking to you, getting a lot of emails, a lot of text messages. If we don't respond to all of them, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean a lot to us.
No.
It's just that it's a little overwhelming.
Like everybody outside, it's
Yeah,
awesome.
it really is.
I think they're cooking.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tailgate, buddy.
I
It's
love
like
it.
they're. I mean, you think of your favorite college tailgating area. That's them outside.
dedication
The
right
tubers are there, and we thank all of you. Your tubers that y'all support is just. It's just awesome, man.
It
And
really
thank you
is.
so much.
And yeah, if we don't respond to your very, very, very nice email, I'm so sorry. We've just gotten so many of them.
We have.
I've just thought of 4 more that I haven't responded to.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
I'm praying for you, and we just give them nothing. I'm
Right.
so sorry.
Right,
I'm really
right.
sorry about that.
Let me tell you how the show changed my life. I was in a dark space and blah blah blah, and you know, and it's just this very awesome email, and you read it, and you're like having to do other things, and you're like, oh my gosh, I never replied to that.
Yeah.
And then you
So
click
our
on
bad.
You
Yeah.
get one of those, then you click on the next one that says you suck.
Yeah,
I like
that one. Yeah,
Shut
yeah,
your stupid
yeah,
mouth, you idiot.
Yeah,
moron.
hey, you moron. Why are
Yeah.
you even allowed to be on the radio?
Yeah.
Right, you idiot. Truth will come out.
Right.
Anyway, some of you are so lost. Let's celebrate. Today is a celebration.
Look, and speaking of celebration,
Yes,
my
we
goodness.
have 2 sitting right here. Intern Death from Above and intern ET are in the house. How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Good. And can we say Matt and Lindsay Scales? Can we say that?
Well, you
Well,
just
I mean,
did, so.
you
Okay,
just
good.
did, No,
Well,
take it back.
I know.
We saw all this take place.
Yep.
Yep. Y'all were so. Let's talk real quick and bring the audience in that's new. Give us the time frame and who were other interns in that era.
I'll let him go first because he started first.
Okay.
Fall of 06, I was with Crayola, Trouble. There's one more, but I can't remember who.
We're getting older,
they're
so
yelling
We were
at
talking
the
about it
radio,
last
right?
night. I felt bad because she was one of the contestants on The Bachelor.
Oh, the Bachelor.
Oh yes,
And
I got you.
and,
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
She got
so.
real sick one time. We had to take her to a doc in the box
Okay.
when she was here. I remember
No.
that. It was the first time and only time that during the show an intern like caught something like a bad sickness and we're like, well, man, let's just rush you around to the urgent care. And we literally had to go around, and then she hardly couldn't walk in.
Good
I think she
night.
got the flu. You know how that is when it hits
Terrible day.
you. But anyway, that when you say her, that just jumps out at me.
No.
All right, so go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
No, that's the only one.
Okay.
It was. I think y'all were doing like it was when you moved from 94.5 to the big studio.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of like not a whole lot going on.
Yeah.
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 Well, I was in Greg's first intern class.
Which
so
meant y'all were more qualified than I was.
we were teaching Greg as he was teaching us.
That's
Greg's
Greg's.
first intern class.
What's
a computer?
Think about it. I mean, I was been 23 years working for the power company.
Yeah.
What were the interns?
Yeah.
Intern what?
Right. So he was kind of a rookie intern coordinator.
Oh.
So how did he do?
I mean, we would go and ask him questions. He'd be like, I don't know.
You've been here as long as I have.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
What do you think? Yeah. He'd put it back on us, you know.
Yeah.
It's a growing opportunity.
Yeah, you have to.
But yeah, so I was here with Church Lady
Yeah.
Okay.
and Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Okay.
She didn't like her name.
She did not like her name.
Barracuda.
Yeah.
Barracuda. Well, yeah,
She
I was
came
kind
at
of
the
here
end.
with Bear. I stayed for 2 semesters. So I had my first group, and then Barracuda was in the
Yes.
second group,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember who all was in that one.
Y'all were really good. I remember
Oh yeah, they were.
at pushing merchandise.
Yeah.
That was a good bunch.
Yeah.
They'd work the audience.
Say selling merchandise, Greg. Don't say pushing
Well, you know.
merchandise.
Right. Pushing to sell.
Well, you got to go out and sometimes kind of encourage people. What do you think of this?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Look, check this out. What would this look like on?
Buy one, get one free.
So now we have kind of a time frame. Give me years again, like.
You were fall of 06
Year
and I was fall of
2008.
08.
Okay.
'Cause that's when I
So
came.
that happens, and then we are in Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, turkey
It was
toss.
Oh,
08.
it was so cold.
It was. That's when Zach Brown.
Yep.
Zach Brown was there.
That's when they came through on their tour bus, sang a couple of songs, jumped back in the tour bus, and
Yep.
kept going.
Yep.
So is that where the love began?
Yeah, I came down because I was going hunting with Bubba afterwards.
Okay.
And yeah, she wouldn't leave me alone. So
You're so irresistible.
yeah. So I mean,
You know, I remember that.
just
She wouldn't leave me
all right,
alone.
yeah.
My
So-
memory is not that great
Well,
anymore, but I don't
yeah.
remember it quite
Hey,
like
let me tell you this. We all know the truth because I tell the boys that too about Terry.
Oh, yeah.
And then they look at their mom and they look at me and go, Dad,
I'm in the same boat.
Dad, you can't. That story doesn't. They don't fly.
I
Dad.
get the same.
Yeah,
I get the same.
yeah,
reaction.
we all married
That
up,
doesn't
and you
track.
did too, Matt.
Yep.
And so then it just kind of y'all started dating, and then here we are.
Yep. Here we are.
So give us an update
2
now.
kids.
Wow.
What? How many years it was? I don't know. A dog, 13
We have,
years,
yeah,
something like that.
he was our
So,
first baby, our puppy dog. He's,
Yeah.
he's 12
Okay.
or 11.
So, yep. We're
And yeah,
not much to say other than that. It worked out. We're here. So got engaged on an airplane. So
I didn't
yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
yeah. In fact,
That's
I think
so
we
awesome.
told the story on the show because he worked it out with the Blue Angels, and so the big C-130 Fat Albert that flies. He proposed to me on that airplane.
I joke the only
Hey,
reason,
hey.
the only reason she said yes because she was overwhelmed with the fumes of hydraulic fluid. Gas.
I
Just
thought,
tell him to land. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying you got like married on like Spirit Air or something like that.
You're
That's
right.
a lot
Oh, yeah.
better.
Right.
That's a great
Yeah, really.
story.
Lindsay, I may be making this up. There's been so many of y'all. Was there a T-shirt controversy when we?
Stop,
Do you remember
stop.
that? Do you remember that?
So church lady and I,
Oh my God.
we made our intern shirts for that turkey
For turkey.
toss at Auburn.
And they only made them for themselves.
Well, I mean,
I
we
get-
were making them.
Uh-oh.
We told everybody if they wanted to make them, they could. And there was a little bit of an issue.
Some of the girls got mad.
Got jealous.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I was not a dramatic
How do
person.
I remember that? I don't know, but I just
I
remember
didn't
that.
Are you
Right.
jealous that you didn't get a shirt?
I didn't get one either. I
Your
was kinda
glitter
mad
shirt or
about it.
whatever?
We didn't make Greg a shirt.
Yeah.
I still have my shirt.
You do.
The
You.
one
do.
that started all the controversy.
The one that started.
And by the way, they were really good looking shirts. They turned out well.
Apparently.
Yeah. Everybody's jealous.
Everybody's jealous, man.
Everybody's jealous.
Well, that
of
was the
them.
real
you know.
thing. I saw the shirt
Oh,
and
I
I just couldn't. I couldn't
That
stop.
was
looking
it.
at
That's
it.
it.
I was
That's
like,
it.
Man,
That's it.
yeah.
No, you saw me going across the parking lot getting a waffle from the Waffle House thing from for
Yeah.
Bubba and said, I got to have her.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it was.
Any girl that goes and gets a waffle.
Look at her carry that waffle. I love that waffle truck, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was awesome.
that saved turkey toss.
It
Yeah.
did.
All right. So real quick, first of all, you're the me monster on proposals. I mean, nobody
it's hard
tops
to
that.
top
I don't
that.
know. Explain to us how you each got your name. Like-
I was in the military and Bubba just declared it. He
Okay.
said- but then a bunch of paratroopers got mad because I guess that's a paratrooper thing, but
Oh,
I'm not a
it is?
paratrooper. And they got
little
like,
stolen
they
valor.
started calling. Yeah, they were like, "He's not." I'm like, "Dude, I didn't. First of all, I didn't make it. Secondly, like,
I didn't
call
know that
him, like,
exists.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't get
so
a choice.
Yeah, you don't have any control. Ask some of them
Yeah,
that
yeah.
hate their name.
Yeah.
And they just don't. You don't have any control over it.
Well, mine is not glamorous. I mean, who wants to be called E.T.?
Yeah. that-
I was terrified of E.T. as a little girl, and my family made that known to everyone. So as I'm
Oh,
screening phone calls, Bubba comes around the corner and says, "Has E.T. phoned home yet?" And I said,
Oh.
"Who in the world?"
And
told
then
you
when we
that?
named you, it was brought back
Yeah.
up.
It was brought. That was part of it. I still have recurring nightmares about E.T.
He is kind of creepy.
He's
looking.
creepy when
Yeah.
you're, you
Yeah.
know, a little,
Excuse me.
little
Fingers.
girl.
Yeah,
Little
you
long
okay, bud?
fingers.
Sorry,
Yeah.
buddy, I sneezed. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So that's the story behind the two names.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody's short in mind either the DFA or death, and then
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was a goth guy or something
know,
when
it
I
does
first. I
sound-
was like,
Yeah.
He's very goth.
Yeah.
he's very.
He's
very
because I mean, we
goth.
all shorten the names, and like I'd be in the hall, hey, Death, come here. Like,
Oh, they
all right.
shortened my name,
So-
E.T.
Yeah,
They
right.
call me E.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
E.T.
Yeah.
it's
How
just
do you
two
shorten-
letters.
I know. Like,
Now we obviously see Matt more than we see Lindsay because he has helped us a lot in the past with what you do for a living. And can we say that? Or
Well, I'm
we-
not doing it anymore.
Okay,
so,
but
yeah.
can we say what we?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I was a police
He-
officer.
Yeah, he was a police officer and in our area, and there was many ice storms and severe weather moments where he kind of came through for us.
Well, I joked the last time we had the ice storm, I guess in February or whatever, like Bubba was scared of coming down the mountain, so I just went up the mountain and drove back down for him, and then I went and got Waffle House for y'all and everything. I was like, I guess I'm going to be the last intern to buy breakfast for the guys.
Yeah, you were.
It was good.
Well, normally when we come to work, we're the first out. You know what I mean? We're the ones out and about, and if it's any type of weather situation, it's just hey, I don't know what I'm about to experience, and so you were always helpful.
Well, forget ice. I would sit out there a lot of mornings because I was like waiting for some crazy to come up, and
Yeah.
Whether
y'all had a
handing y'all
bodyguard, whether you wanted one or
That's
not.
right.
Yeah,
That's
so-
right.
Yeah.
Didn't you trick
Not
Helms?
much of one, but
Yeah,
what-
yeah.
Didn't you trick Helms one morning and get one of your buddies to pull him? What was it? Pull up in the parking lot and ask him something? I can't remember.
I can't remember. I tried to get the body cam of Adler arguing with his brother on the side of the road.
Oh, that was a good.
So,
That's
That was
good.
that was my brother. Why'd you do air quotes?
I forgot
when you ran out of gas.
yeah.
And then he just lost it.
Yeah,
I ran
but I
out of-
didn't come through with it for
Didn't
you on
you
that
help
one.
Bubba?
Oh, I went in there. I got Bubba when he put all the gas in his
diesel. Oh,
diesel.
the diesel, yeah.
Yes,
'Cause,
that's
I went
right.
and pulled
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and he pumped like 50 gallons, and it's like
Oh, that
if there was
hurt
if
my
there was an
heart.
empty spot in the tank, he put gas in it.
Oh,
Oh yeah. yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
man.
you've
So, yeah.
helped us a lot.
Little
was a
things
big
through
one.
the years. So.
And I know that when I really felt old, and I do now, but when people come back and it's like, they're married, they have kids, they're older, and they start telling us their story. But when I was in Helena at Pizza Hut to go, and you walk in, and I'm like, what do you do? And you have your child there, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so old. I'm so old.
She'll be 10 in April.
You're really old.
How about that?
Yeah, that was what was funny. Everybody talking
Blink,
about
and there it
the
goes.
show changing their life. I'm like, I think we're the me monster on that one.
Yeah.
Too.
Hey, Speedy, it's E.T. Yeah, I know, Lindsay. Oh my gosh, there's your daughter.
Yep.
John.
Okay.
John Blaine.
Another marker. But now y'all are doing well, and look at you. You have a
Everything's
day
good.
without the kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
What
We'll
you
have
gonna
to take a nap after this, though.
I
A
know.
little early, isn't it?
Yeah,
a little
it
early.
is. It is. Parking lot full of folks are out there. All the tubers and people that aren't tubers, they just come and enjoying the tailgating. We appreciate y'all, and it's been fun catching up with y'all.
I appreciate it.
too.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
y'all.
Yeah, thank you for all y'all have done. Seriously.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this is apology now, okay? So don't get mad. I'm gonna start it with the obvious. Midget/little people. I thought midget was a medical term. Was convinced of it. I've met little people who've told me I was wrong, so I made a deal with them. I will call them little people unless you're a wrestler. You're still a midget. I'm going home tonight through Boaz, and I promise you there is a midget wrestling sign in Boaz, Alabama. I've seen it. So the wrestlers are still midgets. Bucktooth people. Again, maybe, when I talked about your teeth stick out so far that they got lint stuck to it, that's bad. Eat corn through a picket fence is bad. Strawberries at the bottom of a mason jar. Sorry about that.
And
I blame Speedy for this next one.
Is this apologies?
Yeah, they don't sound like it. I said,
No, it doesn't.
Rick, I said I was sorry. I blame Speedy, legally blind people. Now look, no, I'm not. That's I just made a point. We were talking about somebody who was blind, or we thought was blind. He was legally blind. Still bad, but it's not blind. That's the point I made. Speedy, I got a lot of hate mail over that. In fact, Helms actually was legally blind at one point. He claimed in his life.
Yes.
Benny Hinn helped you out? What happened? I don't know. Kind of in the same vein, cross-eyed people. Sit on the front porch, look at the chickens in the backyard. Maybe not. Sorry. That was wrong. Didn't mean it. We all know this one. Large people on carts in Walmart. Okay. Got a real bad email on that. Guy was mad at me about his mother. She had she was large,
But she also, had some kind of medical problem. And he said that she was embarrassed. And I said, well, I'm not talking to her. I'm talking to people. You see them. They grab that cart that Walmart provides for you. If you really need one, you got it strapped to the back of your car. If you get the one Walmart's got, you're just lazy. Anyway, but I explained to him, I said, I'll tell you who I'm mad at then. If your mother's there, I'm mad at you. Who sends their crippled mother to Walmart? Are you kidding me? Is there not anybody else in the house that could go? We're sitting around. We need to go to the grocery store. Well, who's going to go? I don't know. The ball game's on. Get Big Mama Wop Wop up. Send her. She's got her own cart, got a basket and everything on it. So I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at their family. Don't send your handicapped people to Walmart. It's hard enough to get around in there for the rest of us. Again, I'm sorry about that. Marine bands. Guys, I love the military. Respect them. I do. Marines, guys, the few, the proud. Paris Island. You got through it. You graduate. Here's a tuba. Come on. Come on. Everybody else is overseas. You're playing in the Rose Bowl parade. You're wearing camo, but... And then he said, well, we entertain the troops. Toby Keith's got that covered. Again, sorry to the Marine band. Sorry. People with no neck. Nah. I'm not even going to acknowledge that. I'm sorry. Stutterers. I'm just kidding. That's really, I don't mean that. Here's the latest one I got. Wide-faced people. People with wide faces. I just said they couldn't join the military because they can't hide. You see? Again, sorry, wide-faced people. Sorry. And last but certainly not least, this may be the most emails I've gotten. Women named Peggy. I was referring to one Peggy. She was a member of Charles Barkley called the Women of San Antonio Fat. We found out there's an organization for overweight people. The spokesman name was Peggy something. I said, well, a lot of big women are named Peggy. Well, I've met plenty of Peggy's that weren't, so I will apologize. I was generalizing. Now, I also said Nickies tend to be strippers. They're not that mad about it.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Okay, we are back. It was great hearing from Death from Above and E.T., former interns, married couple, kids, successful. We could probably call them Rick and Bubba's power couple.
That's what they are.
The show brought them together. And, this is where normally relationships come to die. We've had some terrible stories of relationships either that we started or we, whatever.
Or
and
inherited.
because of us, that is a success story.
It is.
So let's just land there.
Why is Lindsay shaking her head?
Yeah, no.
It really is.
So we have a lot to do today. We thank all of you for being with us. It's just been such an honor to be with y'all for so long. Day 12 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Barton Clay Fine Jewelers has got the grand prize today. It's the Day 12 prize, which is going to be the largest. About $1,500 and some change worth of jewelry. And so that will be done today. I was just texting with Cassio Kidd. He's on the way in today. We mentioned that. He's going to be in studio. Kevin Dearberry is going to be here shortly. We got some Christmas carols to destroy next hour. If you notice, I said destroy.
Yeah.
This is where Dearberry's reputation comes to kind of get a little bit dented because he's so good at what he does, and then we come in and sing and destroy it. But Adler has a surprise for the staff, he says, and we don't want to miss it. 'Twas the night before Christmas, 2024. All the Rick and Bubba characters will be doing that. And What's Eating Scott Gorosky? I understand that different personalities and former interns are going to be stopping by throughout the entire show. We have producers from other markets coming by. Tubers are outside, and others that aren't tubers just tailgating with the tubers. They're cooking, grilling out, having a great time. And then the last 30 minutes of the show have been reserved for Rick and Bubba just to say thank you and goodbye. So it's going to be a fun day today. We'll look up and it'll be over. But we have about 4 minutes, Greg. I don't even know if it's time to do it, but we could try some unscreened phone calls for the last time.
Yeah, let's try it.
If you want to jump in, we have, it looks like Tom from Pell City. Let's see what he's got. Tom, what's up?
I'm heading y'all's way. You better tell the tubers for me.
Fired up. Huh?
I would have been there early. Shoot.
Yeah, you slept late. Tom been saying all week, I'm gonna be there at 5.
Yeah, I'm a big man. I'm grown. He's late. It is 629. We Be Big is our number. Let's go. It says Annie is what it says. I don't know. Just that's what caller ID is bringing up. What's up?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Annie.
Hey, listen, just wanted to tell y'all what an impact you've had on our lives. I was at church the other day, and we got a new volunteer coordinator, and she walked up to me, introduced herself, said her name was Nikki, and I said, oh, hey, it's real nice to meet you, all the while thinking exactly what Greg has trained us to think.
Well, she just got off lunch.
You were thinking about that at church. That's the funny part. I love it. That's great, Annie.
She didn't ride with Peggy, did she? I'll let it alone.
Greg just held up 10, so he's only giving y'all 10 seconds. 10 seconds to get him in. 10. Steve, what's up?
Hey, Speedy, you know, before the show started, I mean, I had no grandkids, and now I'm about to have 16 grandkids.
16?
16. Good night. They've been busy. There goes 10 seconds. That's awesome.
Hit that Christmas list.
Well, I didn't know what you were about to say.
No.
Let's go to Jason checking in. 866 We Be Big. I thought, my gosh.
Oh, man.
What's up?
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
I'm
good, buddy.
Just wanted to call and let y'all know I appreciate what y'all have done for the state of Alabama and our great country, and for myself over the last 31 years. And I've been a listener for pretty much 30 years.
All right.
awesome,
you blew
man.
up a guy that you can't blow
I
him up.
don't know if I blew him up, but I mean, you said you're the one that held up 10.
I did not. I was just waving there.
Oh, well, it looked like you held up 10.
Yeah.
Well, it says here 205 checking in.
Yeah. Everybody's going to hang up after the way you treat that.
Well, no, you can say, hey, I appreciate the guy. Thank you, sir. God bless America and Roll Tide. I think that's what he was covering.
It's kind of.
Yeah. What's up? Hello?
And there, see, that one works.
This one here says, it says Josh. Josh, are you there?
Oh yeah, go miss it. Go miss the show with you gone. I want to know about old Mullet. Did you get her eardrum fixed from when you busted it? And happy 3-ball Friday.
I got 3-ball Friday.
Didn't have to say it again, Greg.
Let's go. Oh, he might say it one more time if we don't watch it. Flip, it says. Flip, what's up?
Flip.
Flippity.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good, Flip.
Hey, I love y'all. You've prayed for me in the past. Had 3 open heart surgeries. Love you guys. Greg, you're a wonderful man.
Wow.
There it goes. 3 open heart
you
surgeries.
really picked the perfect. Greg.
Greg, you're a wonderful punk.
Greg,
one caller that had something nice
Greg,
to say about
you
me.
said
And he blows it up.
10 seconds. It's not me. Thank you, sir. Glad you made it through those surgeries.
Flip. And Flip, I'm glad you're doing well.
It says Tony is what it says. Tony?
Hey, boys, going to miss y'all.
Hey.
Hey, what are y'all going to do? Big boy in the wheel of meat. Y'all decided yet?
Yeah, he won't know what he's going to do with Big Boy in the wheel of meat. Yeah. Big Boy's trapped in here. He won't fit through the door.
Yeah. Big Boy staying, and so the wheel of meat staying too.
I appreciate that guy calling with a tin can and a shoestring.
Yeah. I thought somebody was laying on him.
Big boy.
Help me, I'm trapped.
Big boy. Somebody help me.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. The main show starts. Again, Greg is standing up for some reason. Can't wait to the end of the bed. Already put his phone in his back pocket and about to grab his laptop, and probably should not be doing that right now.
Rick and Bubba.
Got near the complaints. And you won't get them mixed up, because if you're in a gentleman's club, which we're not, but we all had college one day, you never hear, now on stage 3, Peggy. Never hear that.
Are these apologies?
I'm sorry for it. My bad. I'm working on it. And last, this is a member of the show. He's here, and I'll apologize. Poor Eddie Van Adler. If y'all notice, what a talented guy. How about give it up for Eddie Van Adler? Wow. But did he turn sideways? He's built like a question mark. He's built to run a weed eater.
Oh, no.
Orange Justice!
Orange Justice!
Orange Justice! No!
Oh, no.
Greg, Orange Justice. Orange Justice.
Wow, he tackled me this time.
Wow. Greg, was that microphone debit or credit?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Anyway. Wow, it actually tackled me this time.
Well,
That's
Greg,
never
it's the
happened.
last show,
baby.
Oh,
and also, this is leading up to the next segment. I want to apologize to my friend Michael Helms.
I hope it goes better than what you just did.
Right. Yeah, everybody's like, Greg apologized to me. I feel different. I don't feel right.
Well, I'm working on it. But before I apologize to you, let me tell you about this piece of work right here. IT guy.
We're quirky, Greg. They know NASA's right here in Huntsville.
Oh, my gosh.
We're all geeks.
We call him Rain Man. Everything has to be in order. I mean, I thought he was going to watch Judge Wapner at 11:30. You know what I'm talking about? Everything's in order. Everything's organized. He's been sleeping on the same pillow since he was 5.
14.
Okay, excuse me. This is how organized he is. He schedules yard work and also to have a headache.
Yard work Monday, headache Wednesday.
There you go. Sleeps in a shirt. Only grown man I know sleeps in a shirt.
I got asthma, Greg. I got asthma.
It
helps.
That's a cure.
And it's a T-shirt. It's not a collared shirt. There was that one moment in Atlanta with you and Speedy, but that's an entirely different story.
What do you mean me and Speedy?
He said his collared shirt on, and he was still sleeping in his shoes, too.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna do it.
Well,
he's like a crackhead. He's addicted to Spark.
Today was a 3-spark day.
But I will say this. He is a good guy, though. He's got a great heart. I mean, who else would take a broken Blu-ray player and a golf bag to the Hannah home box? You got to love him for that.
Lesson learned. That was bad. That's on me.
But anyway, we're going in, guys, y'all.
Yeah, well, how many of you here, maybe you yourself suffer from a disorder that Greg has or someone you know, rude Tourette's?
I owe this man an apology. This is what I'm going to apologize for, kind of.
Yeah, and it's not just those who have rude Tourette's who suffer, Bubba.
Yeah, rude Tourette's, too. It really strikes the family. The ones you love the most.
The ones you love. And Helmsley, boy, did you face it?
I did.
Now,
I'm embarrassed. Rick,
at a
here's the
very
deal.
emotional moment in my life.
Before you set this up, I will say this, and you'll see it in the video. When you see yourself doing this, it's a whole nother world. I felt bad.
Helmsley, you coached high school baseball one year.
I did.
And on a very good team. Should have probably won the state championship. Had the players to do it.
Thanks for the reminder, Rick.
Sorry, buddy.
Better coaching, they'd have took it.
Yep.
Helmsley's trying to tell these parents and these players, because he's probably not going to get to coach again, because he has smaller children he's got to take care of in a job. And he's breaking down. He's even getting emotional on the show. Well, Mr. RT looks up on our TVs and sees Chaz Bono shirtless.
It was unbelievable.
And the rest, they say, is history. Here it is.
Rick, the first step in dealing with RT is admitting there's a problem.
Y'all do that all the time.
Here we go, Rick.
All right, Rick, can you please?
Weeds are good.
All right, here we go.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night, look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog-eater puppy.
It was better than I thought, by the way. Wow. Back it up. Let's hear it again. I can hear it again.
How about? I apologize, by the way.
Back it up.
That was horrible.
No, this is good therapy because Greg hears himself now. You have to make him see it.
I'm sorry, Him.
Gosh, I'm crying. One more time, please. for me.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break.
Look,
and,
you getting a little emotional.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again.
Emotional.
And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eater puppy.
Here we go, 6 minutes now past the hour. Merry Christmas from everybody here on the Rick and Bubba Show. As we will do today, the final Rick and Bubba Show in history. As far as a new show. There'll be old stuff out there, hopefully forever. We start this hour with the national anthem. We go 8 minutes past the hour. The big year ender is underway, and for the first time ever, this one will also be the big show ender. 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, celebrating for the rest of the way. And boy, if you are in for a treat today, buckle up. This one will be one to remember. We'll reminisce with you. We'll give away gift number 12 today. We'll sing Christmas music. We'll hear What's Eating Scott Gorosky, holiday edition of that. 'Twas the night before Christmas with the Rick and Bubba players, past interns. Eddie Van Adler has a surprise for Bubba on the final day. Yes, Casio Kid. Casio Kid will be here today. And, of course, our final words to all of you as the Rick and Bubba Show will be coming up today as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here, and we're all ready to go. People tailgating in the parking lot. I love the truck that's lit up in Christmas lights. I asked them how they were doing this morning, and one of them shouted out words of wisdom. Rick, we got bacon. We're good. So I love that. So glad they're here with us today, tailgating and visiting with everyone as much as we can today. We will do our best. We're missing one for the final time, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in for the last time to the Rick and Bubba Show. Your two fat buddies on the radio for a long time. Long time. 31 a long time. 31 big ones, baby. We're so sleepy. There you go, King and Country. A live version.
That's a good one.
You ever notice, Greg, I know you picked up on it, of course, immediately, all the different, there's only a few chords out there, that you could also sing Edge of 17 on top of that riff they're playing behind there.
Yes.
Just like the one-winged duck. Bubba, here it is.
Here it is.
Here it is.
31 plus years in the making.
Are you already teary-eyed? Bubba, you can't start out this way.
I'm not. This is just sleepy.
Is that
I
sleepy?
think.
Okay, okay. That's what it
That
is.
and he's hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I'm actually not hungry yet. We had a pretty good meal last night, so
Yeah.
It'll come
I'm pretty
around.
full. But,
and we'll be fine, trust me.
Yeah. You know, to me, really, I mean, I had a lot of fun yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
and,
it was a blast.
And to me, yesterday was kind of the last show, and today's just a victory lap.
That's
So
right. Yeah.
We'll have fun. I know it's going to be crazy, but yesterday was more like a normal day. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
as far as the
absolutely.
way
Yeah.
everything's stacked
A
in.
normal show,
and
yeah.
nothing looks normal about today.
No.
Okay.
No.
When right out of the gate in the parking lot, Rapping Romeo's giving me a hug. I mean,
Really?
right, like
I didn't see. I
first
didn't
step.
see him.
Oh, you missed the limo?
Yeah.
I didn't see
Yeah.
him.
Right.
He's sporting out there today.
It was 3:50 in the morning.
3:50.
That's when I got here.
Yeah.
I get here.
No, I know that, but he was here at 3:50.
Yes. Listen, first of all the parking spaces were marked off. I thought Romeo did it because I didn't know it was Romeo at the time. But there's that marked off, and then there's a stretch limousine easing through the parking lot. And the guy gets out and is walking towards me. I'm going, oh, this is really weird.
Is he driving it or riding it?
He's driving it, I think.
He's driving
Or
it?
maybe
He
he's
is
riding
driving.
it. Rick, he's got that.
Okay.
He's
All
got
right.
that music career.
Okay.
Anyway, so he brought a DVD, one for me and one for Bubba. And I put yours in your thing, Bubba. And you remember when he would be on Jenny Jones and all these shows?
Yeah. Oh,
and he
yeah.
would claim to have some kind of ailment.
Right.
And they put him on a bunch of shows.
Because I would need a DVD player, but yes.
Yeah, that
right.
you
Well,
know, I think I have one.
right.
They got
But
it at
anyway, so
Walmart.
that's right out of the gate. Right out of the gate.
Right. Well,
It's
that's
good to see Romeo.
It is. By the way, update too, and I'll read you exactly on the things we need to update from Kelly at the store because, the store is shutting down as well, and I don't think there's anything left. I think Kelly, this was her quote. I think she said there's a few masks left from the pandemic,
Wow.
and I think that's it. And she said there might be a few books laying around. She said, but that there's no more. Blu-ray DVDs.
Nada.
There's no more CDs.
Nada.
There's no more shirts. No more hats.
Nada.
Nada. So if you, Bubba, I loved your idea of get one of those old masks and take the two sides off and make it a flag on your.
Yeah, just cut the strings off one side and tie it to your antenna on your car and let it flap.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, I know we have a lot to do, and Bubba and I surely don't want to get to squalling today, but we'll
try not
we're going to have a lot of fun. Today is not just going to be let's all weep and all that. It's also going to be we're going to laugh.
Well, ain't nothing to weep about.
Bubba and I, we had a great talk yesterday, like you were talking about afterwards, just kind of reviewing. And I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but
good luck.
Well, what I'm saying is you and I ain't got nothing to prove. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I kind of feel like the show ended yesterday.
Yeah, we did it.
We're just showing up today to have fun.
Right.
Yeah.
No matter who doubted, who did what, the show has been successful.
Yep.
It has been around for 31 years, and we came to the end of it, relatively unscathed. And we'll talk a little bit about the history. But what I'm saying is whatever, and I'm excited, about what God has for us. Lord willing, we'll see beyond this, and both of us, and we'll both be hopefully successful. But it really does. Nothing is ever going to be this, and we don't have anything to prove. Everybody involved in this has already proven to be successful. I mean, that's it.
And I'm just glad I beat the countdown guy who thought I would miss one day in the last 2 weeks.
He's so proud of you right now.
He's here, by the way. I met him this morning.
He's so proud of you.
He said now he's going down to hours. Can I make it to the end of the show?
15 minutes past the hour. We'll come back. So much to do today. We'll be searching for words that we probably won't find.
We got a lot of people to thank.
I know.
And I got several right out of the gate here. I want to relive one memory, too, that still owns me.
All right, good. And Kevin Derryberry will all sing Christmas carols this hour as well, which is tradition. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't even say one more time.
I can't cut everybody's mic off, Rick.
I want y'all to understand how much I wanted them to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Listen to the passion
I really
and the
did.
heartfeltness in Ham's
When he
voice.
says you don't get to coach a team like that, your voice is cracking.
Oh yeah, I had to take
About
a
to
deep breath.
cry.
Oh yeah.
Well, good thing I bet you.
Oh my gosh.
One more time.
Speedy, one more time, please.
Cut all the mics off.
All right.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think, I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again, and that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eater puppy.
Happy birthday, Betty.
Oh, Hams, are you okay? I've never seen him. I've never seen anybody get hit that hard.
That's horrible. That's terrible. I was so wrong.
Let me tell you what, Greg, if that was you T-boning Helms, how about the ambulance doesn't even have the siren on?
That's horrible. Helms, I apologize. On there.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Just go ahead, Speedy, go ahead and put that in the instant replay right now in the break.
I
Just
gotta
go
have
ahead.
it. Oh my.
Oh my God.
Greg, I hope now that you've heard yourself, you realize you've got a problem.
That worked, by the way.
You got a problem.
That's horrible. I shouldn't have done that.
How's that brownie?
Rick and Bubba, Rick
There it
and Bubba.
is.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
I'm glad I got to mend some burnt bridges.
Oh my gosh. Oh
Oh, Sugar Britches is here. I knew Huntsville, Alabama. I knew it.
no. Tyler.
Hello, Bill.
Bubba, it's Tyler, the angry cyclist.
What do you think? What do you think, Suge?
I think you haven't been doing CrossFit.
I'm just working on it. You
I
want me
like
to
that green.
apologize to
I like
you?
that green shirt. I don't accept it.
I was apologizing. You don't accept it?
You're in my home turf now, big boy.
I love your shirt. That's nice. You buy that out front. That's awesome. He's got the good-looking mom shirt on. Isn't that great?
Bill gave it to me.
Bubba. Tyler, can't you and Greg work it out, man?
We can't, William.
Look, I'm in a good mood tonight. I'm gonna apologize. What do you think?
I don't accept it. Kiss my rump.
Oh no, Greg, he's leaving.
Still angry.
Live strong, Lance. Live strong, Bill.
Tyler, the angry cyclist.
Wow.
Live strong, Lance. Live strong, Bill.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know he's going to throw it.
Yeah, nice crowd, by the way.
Wow, this night is full. Did anyone see him come in?
I love how they just stared at each other.
Well, they bought him a Rick and Bubba good-looking mom shirt. Did y'all see that?
Well, it makes a lot of sense. One security. Oh, there he goes again. There's one of our many special guests tonight, but we got a lot of special guests we want to bring out, all from the past few years. And I know y'all been wanting to know who all's here from the last 20 years.
Time for the brother like no other, the man that can.
Down one to Marco Williams. Here he is. 21 minutes past the hour. Gift number 12 coming up on the show today. That'll be part of it. There's so much ahead, visiting, reminiscing, and we'll try to get some of your phone calls in today, too. 629-WE-BE-BIG. If you're out there and you're trying to see maybe behind the scenes, also things that are going on, follow Speedy on his social media, and you can. He's trying to document everything and putting there on his Instagram and all that stuff. So, Bubba, I know you had some things you want to run.
Well, Rick, one of the there's a lot of people on the thing today, and there's no way we're going to get them all in.
Nope.
And we're going to forget some people.
Yep.
So I apologize ahead of time.
Sure.
You know who you
It's
are if
impossible
I
not
forget
to.
your name today.
Impossible.
Okay? But there is somebody, and I this is funny to me. I was thinking about it coming in today. You go way back to classification point A, and we've talked about it. We grew up listening to the radio, and we had people that influenced us and all of that. And I remember when the college station went on the air in our town's first radio station. And we were all sitting around with the radio waiting to hear that quietness come on it, when they first cut it on. And we're going to be working with them, by the way, to the 50-year anniversary that's coming up.
Wow.
But for me, there was several guys that I used to know that we were on the CB together, and we were all kind of the young bunch of it. But Greg Warren from Jacksonville, and I saw him a couple of years ago. We got to laughing about some of it. He told me that he was working at the college radio station and said, I want you to come up and see the place. And that's when it was in the old Bill Graves Hall. And he carried me up there, and I thought, man, I'd never seen anything so cool in my life. All the meters,
what are you talking about?
And the turntables. And he went over there, and he showed me how they signed the transmitter on, and how you flip through the TFT technologies, and you could see how much power it was putting out. And hey, I was hooked.
Yes,
that
you
was
were.
it. That was it.
Sure
It
were.
was all over, man.
Sure
I
were.
had to be a part of it. So, Greg, thank you for that. You certainly have given me a lot to do in the last 40 years. I appreciate that. And Greg, we went on to work together later on in putting up satellite dishes. So same deal with Suco. So
was he in the Suco thing?
It was quite a crew we had there for a while.
Wow.
But Rick, I'm going to tell you, we've talked about a lot of fun things, and we're going to talk about a lot of them today. And we've talked about this one before, but I got to thinking about it coming in. When we first started doing the show, and we went to do a remote in Fort Payne, Alabama.
Oh my gosh.
And I know we tried to figure out what store that was at the time, and people sent us pictures of what it is now. But we went up there, and I remember there's Beatty Queen, at Homecoming Queen, and there was people lined up down the block, and we were talking amongst ourselves, and we were like, man, what's going on up here? I hope that doesn't take away from the crowd at the remote.
Right.
And we showed up, and it was the line going in the building where the remote was going to be. And it was the first time ever in my life I felt like a rock star.
Well, if you go back
and
to
it was pretty cool, I tell you.
Yeah, well, the thing about radio, and this was before there was any, I mean, when we started the show, we've said 1,000 times, the internet didn't exist. So radio was it. And the beauty of radio was, and sometimes the things that led to that kind of just not knowing what to expect.
Right.
It's not like you're a band on the stage or you're a comedian and you're getting instant feedback. I mean, you're throwing it out there, and other than in those days a phone call or two, you didn't have any idea how it was going. And so when you would show up at something like an appearance like that, you literally don't know what to expect.
Right.
You have no idea. And so the one thing I'll add to that story, if you remember this, I can't remember the exact number.
Oh, we panicked.
But we
had 12, Rick.
We took 12 T-shirts. 12 T-shirts. That's how much confidence we had in the show. And in those days, we would even tell people thanks for not listening, because all the programmers would say nobody listens to that. Nobody listens to that. Yeah. So we would thank people for not listening whenever there'd be a mob somewhere. And so I got on the phone. I guess it'd have to be inside the store, maybe in the van. I don't remember, because I didn't have a cell phone. And I called back to the station, which was about 45 minutes from us.
Yeah, it was close to an hour.
Yeah. And I said, y'all got to bring more shirts. I said, we're not even.
And they were like, how many? And we said, how many you got?
How many you got? And
there's a line up here, and they're sock mill women, and they are fired up.
They are fired up.
And they are not taking no for an answer.
No, they are not. I remember, but you know how you still don't have, you're trying to figure it all out. I thought, okay, well, I guess sock women like it. Mm-hmm. You didn't know if it still had an audience beyond that.
Yeah.
But
that was the first moment, honestly, that we were like, okay, we got something going.
And then we were screaming, "Get more Sharpies!
Get
more Sharpies!"
And we didn't have any, because our whole deal was, and it's worked the whole way. Act like you're big time. Nobody knows the difference.
Oh, yeah.
And so we pretended we were big time by having our own shirts that were for sale, not giveaways. But we only had 12, so we had to get more that day. And,
but I remember just going, man, this is what a rock star feels like. This is awesome.
Oh yeah, it was. It was, and it was just crazy. And when Bubba and I were talking about just starting this thing, and we have to, and it's to go back to. I mean,
have a time.
We have to talk about Mark Bass.
We could run the list of all the
Right.
general managers we've had. I was always very thankful to Jimmy Vineyard, who hired me to be the engineer at the time.
That was good, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And told me to get the tape recorder and go with you to meet the Rainbow people.
The Rainbow people, yeah.
Remember that. Which will be played during the best
out in the
of.
woods, and that was precious. But,
Yeah, and Vineyard left, and then
along came Mark Bass.
And along came the Hammer.
Yep, he got the nickname the Hammer.
Wow.
And he was he was a subscriber and part author to guerrilla marketing.
The way that we do guerrilla marketing and have done it for 31 years, you can draw a straight line back to Mark the Hammer Bass.
Oh, my
That son of a gun believed that any show that competed with you must be destroyed and eliminated.
Yes.
And you know what? We agreed. And so he would do anything for marketing, and he was so open-minded to anything. He let this show form.
Yes.
Now, he didn't know what in the world we were doing. That all of a sudden we decided, when his face, when I said I'm thinking about making Bussy co-host, he's like, the engineer.
I know.
And
the engineer thought that too.
Yeah, and then he was like, what am I supposed to do for an engineer? And I said, well, we'll work that out later. But so it was.
And I told you we talked about it. And we'd been goofing around on the air and at lunch. And when you had brought that up, said, we need to decide something. And I was like, I got this cushy engineer job. I don't think I want to tamper with that 20 a year. I mean, I can't risk that getting away. And then that weekend, you talking about God intervening. It would have been fine just to send me a message. It really would. But we had some of the awfulest thunderstorms, and I spent the entire weekend on the mountain.
Yep. Trying to get radio stations back on the air.
Trying to get it back on the air. Not enough spare parts, no help. And I was just so disgusted. I was like, yeah, let's do it. Anything. I got to have a change. I need something different.
And Bubba was so concerned they were going to take it back. He moved his desk out of the engineering office into mine. And we put him face to face. And I sat on one side, he sat on the other.
Well, again, it was so hard to coordinate things.
Right.
It was easier if we just sit there and listen to each other's phone calls.
Yeah, it was.
And then we knew what we were doing.
That's right.
Because it wasn't like we're going to shoot an email that didn't exist.
Yeah.
31 years later, here we are.
How about that?
How about that? We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's the deal? What's up, y'all?
Don Juan.
What's going on, guys?
How about this crowd?
I love it. The energy. I love it. What's up the top?
Up in the top.
What's up, top row?
What's the top doing? So what you been up to?
I've been working hard. I had to start working hard when I left because I actually started living life. Y'all made it easy for me. They made it real easy for me as a kid growing up and radio and all that stuff. Now I do radio in the real world. I don't have fun doing it anymore. I don't laugh anymore at work now.
Don't eat as much either.
No, I don't get fed as much as I used to.
That's why you're so slim now. You leave us, you lose weight. Now, a lot of you have missed Don Juan's laugh, right? Greg, you okay?
I'll give him 5 more minutes and he's got to go.
I had to pay Greg for him to allow me to be here tonight, y'all. I had to pay him.
Bubba, why don't you go over and see if you can whisper something to Don Juan to get that laugh?
Don Juan, we all love Don Juan's laugh, don't we? Let me see if I can think of something here. Put your mic down. Yeah, Don Juan's got some part-time jobs he's doing in Atlanta, too.
So, Don Juan, you gonna introduce everybody to your wife tonight?
No, I still ain't ready for that. I ain't ready for that one yet.
That's why you look so rested.
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
Rick and Speedy are trying to get on me about my black shirt, which everybody knows is elegant and timeless, and they both look like they're cheering for North Carolina tonight.
I'm not gonna go find another shirt. I mean, just not. Because this is a special stop on the tour, because we are home, and for this we were able to get a lot of our family, not all of our family, were able to come. So if you are a member of the families of anybody on the Rick and Bubba Show, and you're here tonight, just stand up right now. All the families of the show, stand up. Where are you now? Stand up. If you're here and you're representing the families of Rick and Bubba, stand up. All right.
All these people, what they put up with.
Yeah, they do a lot of stuff. All right, now, there's a couple people we want to talk to, and I know that, Dad, you're here. Dad, stand up. There's Coach. There's Coach right there. Right.
Coach Burgess.
Coach Burgess. All right.
Get ready for anything.
Dad, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. Doing fine. I think.
Hey, you got to hunt with JT some, didn't you?
Do what?
Hunt with JT a couple times.
Oh, yeah, great hunter.
Yeah. I understand. We've talked about it a lot on the show. Do you believe that a football player ever has a cramp? Should ever have a cramp in the game?
No.
Never.
No. Football players can't have cramps. So, no.
Yeah. Those of you who don't know this, everybody who played for my dad, we were forbidden to have cramps, so we didn't.
That's right.
Now, sometimes you do this, you like Speedy, but you...
Easy.
You don't want to lay on the field, him have to come and get you. Now, what do you think about Greg being on the show?
Greg being on the show? Well, I think y'all took a big chance, but it seems to be working out pretty good.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Dad.
I was scared for a minute.
There he is, a lot of stories with Dad. Different special guests, different tours, different stops on the tour. This guy has really, his star is just now rising. I mean, he's brand new. His star is just now rising and probably rose to a very peak place just a few days ago on the prank heard around the world. Those of you that heard the prank that was just on the show this week involving two of our friends and an alleged gunman. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Gary the Spur Master Bulldozer Vine. Here he comes. Here he comes. We're back, the Rick and Bubba Show, the final show, 31 years, and there is a lot still to come on the program today. So we'll continue to reflect. Gift number 12 still coming up. What's Eating Scott Gorosky? 'Twas the night before Christmas, final edition. Adler has a surprise for Bubba. Casio Kid dropping by. Gary, hey, I brought some in pies. Gary's here today.
Why is it a surprise for me?
Well, because it's special.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a very special surprise.
No
It's something,
surprise for anybody
I think something that maybe you've always wanted to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so catch that. I think. I could be completely wrong. I'm not sure I even know what he's going to do.
No, and it's not performing cats. So
Right.
just don't even ask.
Performing cats, Bubba, we tried again. You ever tried to book a cat?
Hey, they're expensive.
Right.
Yeah.
And it felt a little
is it
iffy.
Kate Jackson?
Right.
Yeah.
It felt
The one interview Speedy never landed.
Yeah, don't build it up too much because then you'll be disappointed.
Yeah, well.
Watch
Watch out, Greg's got.
We tried to book performing cats, but Bubba, the person who answered the phone, thick Asian accent.
All right.
All right. So
They misunderstood. Rick, they misunderstood what you needed it for.
you need what? All right. So Kevin, welcome back. Put your hands together for Kevin Derryberry.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba legend. Rick and Bubba legend.
Good morning, good morning. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everything.
Kevin, today is a Rick and Bubba tradition, and you've been with the Rick and Bubba show all the way back to sitting on a van seat in the first studio.
Yeah, is that like 31 years? Is 30 years?
31 years.
It's pretty darn.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, when
close.
it hit us, now we both turned 30 in that year later, but when we started the show in January of 1994, Rick and Bubba were 29 years old.
That's been of mine.
Wow.
Yeah, I turned 30, I think, right after
You
we
did in
started.
March, and then I turned 30 in October.
And I
that
thought, man, I'm getting too old.
Yeah.
That 30 was a rough one.
Oh, it was.
All right, so Kevin, I guess today you'll lead us in Christmas carols.
Yes, I will. Let's see. Just want to give a shout out. Can I give a shout out to my son?
You're Kevin. You can do what you want.
You can do whatever you want.
Intern here. He's turning 23.
No.
Kevin's turning 23.
23.
Tiny
Today.
fingers, tiny toes for you.
Happy birthday to Tiny
Happy
Fingers,
birthday.
Tiny Toes, turning 23 today. Also,
Wrong man.
he's graduating from Auburn University.
Oh yeah! How about that right there?
An instant raise for you.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah, that is a race.
Y'all got to sing. Everybody sing.
Here we go.
Tuners, y'all ready? Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Dixon and Blixen and all the reindeer pulling on the rein. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. Hey! Go hang your stockings and say your prayers, cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Y'all ready? Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Things got it backwards, again. Hear the sleigh bells jingle, jangle, oh, what a beautiful sight. So jump in bed and cover your head, cause Santa Claus comes tonight.
What?
Hang on, let me tell you. Are y'all ready?
Not really.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. For the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Jingle, baby!
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Oh, minor chorus.
Oh, minor chorus.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Don't get sad. It's just-
Okay.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay.
Hey.
Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day.
Hey.
To save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
Whew, made it through that one.
Oh, nice.
Man.
Going back to the joy. Are y'all ready?
We're going. Good. Major chorus.
Hey, back.
Joy to the world, the Lord has come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven, nature sing.
Greg, take a solo. Frosty the snowman with a jolly happy soul.
It's got Kevin down. Kevin came right in.
Kevin down. It's interrupted.
Frosty the snowman.
Less is more.
With a corn cob pipe and a floating nose, it drives me out of cold. Frosty the snowman, but there is as they say. It was made of job by God and job I came to life one day.
Everybody.
There must have been some magic in that old sick house they found. For when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. Hey!
Frosty the snowman was a hurry on his sleigh. Thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump thump, look at Frosty go.
Hey.
Thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump thump, over the hills of snow. Hey!
All right, here's a trivia question.
What?
How many presents did the guy get on the 12th day of Christmas?
Oh, that's a big number.
Because, you know, he got, every day they repeated every present.
That's a bunch.
So it's 364.
Are you serious?
Wow. On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a Kevin Berry CD. That's one. On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 2 turtle doves and a Kevin Berry CD. Woo! On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. All right. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. Woo! On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. Wow, we're going fast. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 8 maids of milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. Let's go. On the 9th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids of milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. Everybody! On the
Sheila E. over here.
Sheila E.
Greggy
B.
On
the 10th day of Christmas, okay,
y'all
gotta help me.
Christmas, my true love gave to me 10 Lord of the Fleet, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD.
When you came
On the 11th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a leaping, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD. On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 12 drummers drumming, 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a leaping, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a Kevin Berry CD.
All right, let's jump to We Wish You a Merry Christmas on the close. We wish you a Merry Christmas on the close.
Hang on.
We
wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you and all of your kin. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yeah, baby. Put your hands together.
Let's go. Berry CD. And a Kevin
There we go. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Gregory B. on the drums.
Way to go, Sheila E.
How you like that?
We'll come back.
On the road, man.
I said we got it, buddy.
More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Final edition right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, this is the outfit that Gary had on.
Looking good, Gary.
And if you
You mean that ain't Gary's hair?
well, button your shirt up, Gary. I mean, it's Gary
causing people to stumble, Gary.
Yeah, Gary. Let's get Gary. I think there's an extra mic over here somewhere for you, Gary. Here, there you go. You got it. Gary, welcome to Pensacola, buddy.
Glad to be here.
Yeah. You seem uncomfortable?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah. Turn around and face them. They want to see you.
Man, you told me there wasn't going to be but about 50 or 60 people here.
Well, we's trying to get you here. Now, do you feel bad about what you did this week?
Not really.
That's true, by the way.
Well, I hate he hurt his leg, but,
Gary, did you think it was, I'd like to know you were going to actually shoot the gun, not just walk out with it.
Well, there ain't no need to have it on if you ain't going to shoot it.
Well said, Gary. That
sums it up, doesn't it?
Can you describe to the people what you saw? And those who don't know, if you missed it this week, I took 2 of my friends down to our family farm, took them out on the trails and with 4-wheelers, and Gary produced himself in the outfit he walked out in with a shotgun, screaming, "Get off my land!"
Fired a couple of shots.
Didn't know about that. Would like to know about the shots. Did you just freelance on that one?
Well, if you're going to do something like that, you need to do it, you to make it worth your while,
Can you describe what the city boys look like on the 4-wheelers when they saw you?
Well, one looked like he was on a bucking bull. And the other one, he didn't hang around long enough for me to even really tell what he was doing. But he made a couple new trails for you.
That he did.
He did, Gary. And we also would like to remind all of you to, if you're going to prank your friends, let's try not have them calling 911, screaming, "2 of my friends have been shot." They have better things to do than that. We didn't think that part through, did we?
No, I didn't think it was going to go that far, but, I really enjoyed it, though,
Now, we have some. How many of you have been listening long enough you know about the Guntersville Treaty? You know what that is? Okay. Some of you were going to ask that in the Q&A, so I may have stole that. That was a treaty that we all entered in because the practical jokes got to a level we could not even function as human beings. And so, but you have to be in the treaty. If you're not in the treaty, then you're free game. But the people within the treaty cannot prank each other.
You're protected. So you can relax.
The friend that made the new trail has already asked to be included in the treaty because he would like to sleep again. The other one said he did not. And Gary, I think maybe, because I know maybe this was the peak for you. Would you like to enter into the Guntersville Treaty?
No, not really. That'd be just like, just like I told you, that'd be just like cutting one of my legs off. I don't believe I could carry on. I've been doing this. Today's my birthday. I'm 57
How about that? Happy birthday, Gary! Oh, birthday boy!
I've been doing pranks probably at least 50 years.
50 years? 50?
Yeah, my first prank was the babysitter my mama had hired to watch us. And she was taking a nap on the couch.
Look that way, Gary.
Well, I get nervous, If I say something funny, I'd rather than about 4 or 5 of y'all laugh at one at a time because I get nervous. But she woke up she was taking a nap, and we was at my grandma's house, and I went in the kitchen and got a butcher knife. And I was standing over her with a butcher knife when she woke up. And she called my mama and she said, "You're going to have to come get this boy." Said, "I'm not keeping him no more." And, that's when it first started.
Gary, that's not a joke. That's like
That's your warm-up act.
That's like a horror movie.
And you were 7.
I was 7 years old.
Put your hands together for Gary, the Spur Master, Bulldozer Man. Special guest.
Come on, Gary.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. So phone segments today are going to be They're not going to be as many as you may want, but there is one right now. So if you want to contact us, 629-WE-BE-BIG, 629-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Greg's taking those phone calls right now. Parking lot tailgating is going on there. It looks like they're serving breakfast out there, and it looks fantastic.
I don't know if bacon will keep you warm, but they're trying.
Well, here's the thing, like with bacon, even if it doesn't make you warm, you no longer care.
Right.
You know,
right.
you're so
completely
joyful.
distracted.
Yeah.
Yep.
So phone calls coming in, and we'll chat with you because we do want to give you time to talk. I know a lot of you can email us and all that, and we've got some incredible emails. Bubba said something today that is 100% right. It'll take some days to return every single email that y'all sent us, so nice of you to do that. But we're reading every one of them, and
we'll reply. Now it may be into next week,
right,
before we get to all of them.
Right.
And
I actually I got as we get sometimes. Hey, why are you messing with your phone right now? And I was at home. I said, honey, can I just tell you this just for the next few days? If I don't respond to these emails as they come in, I said they're going to stack up, and I'll never be able to go back through them again. So
I've already lost the battle.
Right,
I'm behind the curve.
Right.
I will catch up. But thank you. They're so sweet. So many stories, Rick. I mean, good night.
Yeah.
It just
bring a tear to a glass.
I mean, it will.
Yeah.
It will.
All right,
They're
so
killing me.
John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? Go right ahead.
Good. How are you doing?
We're great, John. Welcome.
Good. I just thought I'd call from Canada, the 51st state, and congratulate you on 31 years, and let you know that as a result of you guys retiring, the rest of Canada is now socialist.
Oh, man. Doggone it. We worked so hard, too, John.
51st state. I tell you, that's precious.
Continuing, let's go to Brett out of Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Rick, Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
I'm calling to give a story that I'm pretty sure nobody's ever told.
All right.
Back in the softball days, Calvin Speed Racer Wilburn was a player, and he hit on my stepmom. Now, that's not the end of the story, though.
My wife's
not
listening.
the end of the story. My stepmom was the police chief's wife.
Oh, wow.
In Fort Payne, Alabama.
Wow.
She should have come at me.
Now, I don't... You know, now I'm 40 now, and so I realize I don't think Speedy was really hitting on her. You know, he can't turn it off, though.
He can.
He can't turn his player ways off.
I was just an overgreeter.
Yeah, his player ways.
Magnetism is the word you're looking for.
It's like sweat. It just oozes out. I mean, he doesn't want to break a sweat, but he does.
He can't help it. Yeah. I mean, as Greg would say, I mean, he's the lady's pet and the man's regret.
I just probably hugging her, just saying thank you for coming.
Right. And completely aside.
That turned out better than I thought.
Let's go to Jay. Jay, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys this morning?
We're great. Fantastic.
Good deal. So I'm going to start now and work backwards. I'm going to try to be quick. Had you guys, Rick, there at the church at First Baptist Asheville with the Man Church a few years back, and just really been blessed with how you guys have led this show for years. But
Thank you.
I actually go all the way back, Rick, to when you were on the show before Bubba, and certainly before Christ days.
Yes.
And I was commuting to Jacksonville State in '93. I'm going to maybe get my dates off a little bit, but
That's
I
fine.
would scan the dial, and I don't even know if you were on Q104 back then. I'm not sure what station you were on back then, but I remember when Bubba started coming on the show, and I sang in a group called the Vocal Boys, and Bubba, you were hosting something over there that we did a little fundraiser for.
Please.
And I remember just chatting with you backstage over there and kind of asking you about the show. And I just remember then you were like, well, I'm doing the engineer thing, and if this doesn't work out, I'll go back to doing that. And obviously it did work out. And
yes, it did.
Just, appreciate you guys, how real you've been the whole time.
Thank you.
And God bless you and moving forward.
Thank you, brother. Kind of you to say that.
Very, very kind. I'm kind of glad there's no recorded history of that.
Oh, yes.
Whatever I was hosting.
There's no telling. There's no. Hunter, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, boys, how y'all doing today?
We're great.
We're good, man.
I just want to talk about, I come to the golden ticket seats for my 11th birthday, me, my twin brother, my mother, and my grandmother.
Uh-huh.
And my vividest memory is when we were leaving, we was going outside, and all I saw was Adler grinding on the park benches and riding a skateboard. And if I knew at 11 years old that I was cooler than Adler.
Is that who you're riding your skateboard outside the studio?
Yeah, I did that a bunch.
Yeah, you did.
You know, I got to clear your mind.
Let's go to James. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to call and just say, first and foremost, thank you guys. I'm 35 to 26 this month, and I've literally since my earliest memories been listening to you guys from playing with Hot Wheels, watching you on Turner South. I joined the Army in 2010, and I deployed in 2012. The TuneIn app, I'd get off a mission, listen to you guys. It was just a piece of home. I feel like I know you, feel like you guys are my long-lost uncles, and I just wanted to say, thank you for everything, and God bless you in the future.
Oh, man, that's kind of you to say.
Did he say Hot Wheels all the way to going on missions for the military?
Yes, Bubba, from Hot Wheels to missions.
Good night. Scary, isn't it?
Brooks in Baton Rouge. Brooks, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. First, I just want to thank y'all for everything I've done. It's been an inspiration to listen to y'all. My parents started me listening at a young age, and Rick, believe it or not, in third grade, you were my Little League coach on the Falcons. I don't know if you remember that
Yeah, I
team or
do
not.
remember that team. Absolutely, I do. Yeah, I mean, that year, the victory that we needed in the championship game didn't happen, but we got to the championship game. I love it.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. It was a fantastic time, and I can't thank you enough.
Oh, well, thank you, brother. Thanks for listening and really.
And go Falcons.
And go young. That was the one when my oldest son showed up for that game, and now I'm coaching his little brothers.
Mm-hmm.
A little older, been doing a little longer.
Sure.
We lost championship game, and I'm walking to the truck. He goes, "Hey, excuse me, I'm looking for my dad because I didn't see him here today." Yeah, right. Where was the guy that coached me in Little League?
I think that's when you gave him the speech, "Hey, nice try, boys."
Nice try, boys. We continue. Let's go to Frederick. Is it somewhere in Missouri? Ray in Missouri. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ray. Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Ray.
Just wanted to say congrats on 31 years. Prayers for all your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Also, thanks for the work you do for the kingdom. That's made a big difference in our lives. And then I guess just finally go Bills, and I hope you all have a good day.
Oh, go Bills.
Are you part of the Bills crew that has the big parties?
They're
Bills Mafia.
By the way, I'm getting pictures, too, from listening and viewing parties that are going on. I bet Gigaparts is wide open.
Yeah, how is Gigaparts going
Eric
today?
has already sent me a picture, and they got it going on.
Remember
Big,
that
huge
in
TV.
Huntsville, if you're around Gigaparts, they got the big screens fired up today.
I just saw a picture of another viewing party that was going on. They're showing their breakfast, everything. Grant, go ahead. Got about 30 seconds, so get right to it.
Okay, I just want to thank you for 31 years, for giving us listeners, full days. And what I mean by that is Jimmy Valvano said, if you can laugh, cry, and think all in the same day, you've had a full day.
Amen.
And y'all have given us listeners many full days over the years.
Hey, thank you.
That's a great
Boy,
saying,
what a
by the
great saying that is, and perfect for today. All right, so when we come back, What's Eating Scott Gorosky? This was a relatively new segment that started in the last few years of the show, but has become a big hit. So we'll come back, and, anytime Gorosky's annoyed, imagine what the holidays bring to the table.
And see, this is great because all the hate email goes to him and not us on these
that's
days.
Right.
So that's
yeah. We'll be including his personal email in this one today. What's Eating Scott Gorosky? We'll run that down when we come back. Also, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, all coming next hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so the election, the decision has been made. The inauguration is still to come. I think one of the things that it's not a new thing. We've been saying it for years, but it seems to be glaring now that mainstream news outlets, distortion, deception, cancellation, you're not really getting journalism anymore. Now, Blaze TV, that's different. And a lot of you found that out when you were wise enough to subscribe to Blaze TV. Incredible journalism. They're committed to delivering the truth to the people, and just saying, look, if you're fighting for the American way of life, then this is going to be your place to go. They're not going to be controlled. They're not going to be silenced. They're an independent platform, and I believe in the times we're living in, an independent platform more crucial than ever. So if you like what we do here and you've liked all the other things that Blaze TV
has available, and you love their coverage of the election, it's time to subscribe. Go to blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba, blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Get $20 off. So you'll get more involved in something really special by going to blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba for $20 off.
Hey, it was great, Pensacola. You were awesome, man.
Way to go, Cola.
I love this theater, man. Great job. We can go outside and meet the folks and do a little grip and grin. We love it. Thank you,
Then we're
Pensacola.
going to fly with the Blue Angel.
That's right, because hey, we're just like everybody else. Best food of the whole tour.
Heck yeah.
Hands down. You've already seen him on the pre-video if you got in here, but we want to give you an update on what he's doing now. I don't know how many of you have anybody been here that was on some of the other shows? Anybody been to any of the other shows on the tour? Oh, good. All right. It's all
Yeah, we got to go.
There's Mary.
Mary.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Sorry, Mary, I'd had some new jokes.
Right. That's right. Yeah, Mary, you've seen this enough. Well, put your hands together for Cassio Kid. Yeah. Now, those of you that don't know the history here, Bubba and I sent this little intern out into the world off to be a star. And, he had his time in internship. The Bachelor was huge. And then we heard that he had been seen on the streets of L.A. by Jay Leno, wearing a Rick and Bubba shirt, as it should be.
Thank you.
And they put him on TV, and then Cassio went on to appear on The Tonight Show 8 times?
8 times. I'm not keeping track, but 8 times I was on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. Yeah! Woo!
When I saw you come out on the same stage with Jay Leno,
I could not believe it, Rick.
Bubba said it, we were both talking, I said, it reminded me of when the county fair was down at the mall, that 3-headed calf.
Yeah, and not that you were deserving, Cassio, but I felt like a spaceship had landed in the front yard and Sasquatch had got off of it. I couldn't have been more surprised.
It felt good. I'm going to be honest with you. It was very surreal for me coming up and seeing Jay Leno come into my studio, my dressing room before the show, asked me if I was nervous, and he said the hard part's over, you're going to be a rock star, and I was. It was a great time, and I had a blast. I was on The Tonight Show, y'all, and then I came out here. I was 10th on the bill tonight, y'all. I was, y'all, they've been on, what television show were you on? What talk show?
Jenny Jones.
Jenny Jones was first. Tonight Show was last. Y'all do the math on that, folks. I'm not saying. I was behind an angry cyclist tonight. I was behind a crooked little man in an orange spandex suit. There's some kind of weird American League party going on in here tonight that I was not privy to. It's got really odd since I've left the show. Does anybody not know who I am? You don't remember me on the show? Awesome. All right. I was on there from 1998 to 2003. A lot of people call those years the funny years. So I'm glad to be here tonight. And you guys are in for a treat because I couldn't speak my mind. I just had to do funny stories and do whatever they told me to do. Go get bit by monkeys and relive me burning my grandmother's house down and jumping in the wrong swimming pool. And
You broke her nose.
I did. Granny was a bleeder, folks. You would not believe the depreciation value on a Honda Civic with bloodstains on the carpet. When the air conditioner comes on and dentures fly out, it's a weird deal at the car lot, you know? I do stand-up comedy now, and here's the deal. I can say whatever I want tonight because they can't fire me, y'all. So I'm going to give you behind the scenes and break it down for all of y'all. Y'all want that? You want me to roast these guys? I do stand up now and I travel, so I want you guys to sit back and have a good time. I'm going to be honest with you, I was surprised. Saw some adult beverages being served here.
Final show today, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Still to come on the program, gift number 12 and the 12 working days of Christmas. Also, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, final edition. We have Adler has a surprise today. We reminisce with Cassio Kid today, coming up a little bit later on, and then Bubba and I will say goodbye and thank you at the end of the show. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the last 3 hours ever of the Rick and Bubba Show live.
It's time for What's Eating Scott Gorowski. What's eating Scotty G?
There he is.
Scotty G he's made his way back. Nothing's more annoying than the holidays.
Didn't know my pastor was going to be here.
I see you marking some stuff out.
That's going on right here in my head right now.
Did you just take a category out of play over there?
Grief. We have a lot of time now.
Somebody get Scotty G's hat.
Yeah.
Everybody. Have mercy on a dime. Get your hat, G.
I got it.
Rick, I told Scott when he walked in, and I misspoke. I said you look happier than you've ever looked, and I didn't mean it that way. I just looked. You didn't look as sad and aggravated as you used to.
Well, I appreciate that, Bubba. That does mean a lot to me. I feel like I am having a kidney stone right now, though.
Oh, really?
It kicked in about 5 minutes ago.
Well, that's all right.
Well, that'd be great for the show.
I'll grind through it.
Yeah, you pushed through harder than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so Scotty G, what's eating Scott Gorowski, and so we want to start.
We didn't do the 7 o'clock song.
All right, well, why don't we do it right here?
Yeah, hang on, Scott.
All right, Scott,
Timeout.
you
We
want
have to call a timeout here. We got a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
Everybody wanted the 7 o'clock song.
I was going to do
forgot it.
I forgot 7 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, so
I love this.
Yeah,
we're forgetting all kind of stuff.
Is this eating you now?
I love it.
Don't you love this?
This helps
Well,
replace
sing
the
it
other
with
stuff.
us.
Yeah. All right, let's all sing it one more time.
7 o'clock in the morning.
Sort of.
Drink my coffee, hurry up. I got to get to work on.
Hey, hey, hey. Everybody. Hip, 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 hip. The train rolling down the track.
See you later, hurry back out of my way. Got to get to work on.
Hey, hey, hey. Everybody singing together. Here we go.
Oh, my muscles getting big. And hot, sweating like a pig. Hurry, scurry, got to get to work on time.
I got to go pack a lunch here.
Working overtime
After taxes. Barely make a dime. Hey! And there you go. I got to get to work on time. So there you go, the 7 o'clock song for the last time.
There you go.
Would you like to include
7 o'clock Central Time?
Would you like to include What's Eating Scott Gorowski, the 7 o'clock song?
That actually does play into part 2 of this. It really does.
No, what, you didn't mark something out because Danny Wood was sitting here.
No.
did you?
Heck no.
Scott looked up. Danny Wood
Come on.
has been your pastor and mine for about 20 years of our life.
Plus, yeah.
Plus, so.
Believe me, he's heard a lot worse from me.
Yeah, he has. You know, you've been in a few meetings with Scott. You've heard What's Eating him.
Yes.
All right, so
you're familiar with this format.
All right, so Scott.
Yeah. You get a one-on-one.
All right, so What's Eating Scott Gorowski today?
Well, look, I mean, I reviewed. We've been doing this since 21.
Oh, wow, I didn't.
That's quite a few, and I ripped through the list. I don't think I've made a dent in people. I really don't.
Oh, really?
The more I've traveled the world, I say the world. I mean the East Coast.
Yeah.
It's not. I've not helped much, but there have been a few things.
Yeah.
But at least you let it be known.
But I need to clean a few things up.
Okay, all right,
Here,
sure.
I just need to go ahead and get the list rolling. And look, the idea is not to offend anyone, but to help everyone.
That's it.
You
Okay.
know what I'm saying?
That's all that matters.
You're just trying to help.
And and part of it's just been look. The King James Version says that not to covet your neighbor's ass. Well, look.
What'd you just say?
You'd have a hard time.
Not to do what?
Not to covet your neighbor's ass.
Okay, you're right. The donkey, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
You'd have a hard time coveting mine because I've worked it off the last year. I've been gone traveling.
You have
like
been
crazy.
called. Yeah, you have.
All right.
Yeah, you sure have.
Look, why can't the guy that cuts my grass cut a straight line? He never cuts a straight line. I pay him $700 a month just to cut. He cannot cut a straight line, and every 3 times he leaves 1 inch wide of uncut grass all the way down the middle of my yard. It drives me nuts. Okay, why? Okay, these people take before pictures before they lose weight. Who's walking around their house and says, "Look, honey, I'm gonna go put on my underwear from when I was 14 and take a picture. So just in case Nutrisystem calls me, lose 100 pounds, I've got that picture on file." You know what I'm saying? Who does that? Who are these people? All right, look, women. Wives.
Wow. Uh-oh.
Don't say to your husband after it happens that you knew that was going to happen. You ever got that one?
Oh yeah.
I'm laying on the concrete a few weeks ago with a sign on top of my body.
Yeah.
My wife looks at me and she's like, "I knew that was going to happen." And I said, "Well, if I knew I'd have married a prophetess, why don't you speak up? Okay? you got some clairvoyance here."
How'd
Let
that
me
go,
know.
Scott?
It went very well. It went very, very well. Rick, at your birthday party. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Can the women shut the prayer down just a little bit? Sherry's opening prayer.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I blacked out halfway through that prayer.
Yeah, it was a long
okay.
prayer.
I
Very
began
long.
thinking she's not praying anymore. I think she's talking. I didn't know where I was. It was. I asked my wife. I said, "At a women's conference, you always have an opening prayer and a closing prayer." I go, that's the end of it. Because they go. I mean, they go forever. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, pastor dudes. No offense there, Danny. All you hip pastor people. All right.
Oh, gosh.
Can we quit using these words? I mean, it's like Dodge using the word state of the art in their commercials. There's nothing. If you drive a Dodge, there's nothing state of the art about the Dodge. Okay. I'm just telling you, there's not. All right. So I love the break. I got the guy wanted to break bread with me, and I said, "Can we just call it dinner?" Okay. We don't break bread anymore. We don't ride camels. Okay?
Right.
Right.
No, we don't.
Loving on each other, creating margin.
Oh my God.
Doing life together.
Oh, I hate that.
Yes.
I hate that.
Seasons. There's a season for everything now. Okay, right? Creating space, in and out of space. Okay. The big one now right now is to lean into. You got that one?
No.
Oh, we want to lean into this. We want to lean into that.
Okay.
Hey, I want to lean into love. Hey, I got one for you.
Sorry.
Okay. I want to lean into a season of truth and tell you how stupid you look, how you dress. Okay. That's what I want to do.
Is that what you're leaning into?
Yeah, I'm gonna lean into that. You know, you and I were Huskies. I know you were Huskies.
Oh yes.
And my parents bought them for 5 years of wear. That's why we roll the pants leg up.
Right.
Now they roll them up just to look stupid.
Right.
Okay, look, if you're walking around with your pants legs rolled up and a hemp toboggan, okay, with 14 cloth bracelets on, all right, you look stupid.
Right.
That's the bottom line. Right. And so we're trying to reach people. There's only one other person in the church other than the staff people that dress like that. Okay? And he's a volunteer for the tech side, right? Yes. That's what it is. You're not fooling anybody. All right, give up the clown.
Volunteer for the tech.
Give up the clown clothes. These are the same people whose wives are having babies in bathtubs. Y'all got that?
Yeah.
No, okay? Come on. Breastfeed to 14. Look, we got to move these people on and grow up some. All right. Look, women, if you're 35 years old and you're still wearing yoga pants without underwear, it's time to stop. For everybody. Okay, just shut that off. Okay, get a T-shirt that comes down your knees. It's not narcissism. It's just straight up denial. That's all it is. You just hadn't come to terms with the facts, all right? Dads, your kids aren't as good as you said they are. We all know that. Move past it. All right? Homeschool parents, look, just because your kids are named after Bible characters doesn't mean they're more godly.
No, that's
right.
Right.
You don't have to have 12 boys, name 11 of them after the apostles and the other one Abraham. You don't want a Judas. Right. I'm saying you're going to pick
Always
that.
skips that one.
Nobody. You
Go ahead to Matthias.
Okay? Anyway,
Skip over
where are
that.
the girls? You don't see any Esthers and Ruths thrown around. It's always the guys that get the Bible names.
Right.
That tells you it's not legit. Old people. I have picked on old people now for a very, very long time.
No, wait a minute.
And I've tried to be soft about it. If you remember, I sang a song. Remember that? I made up a song about old people.
You
about
did.
The dog.
It wasn't very nice.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of email about that.
Yes,
Big fans.
And I said in there that old people would just, they don't give a good effort. Okay? I want to tell you that I'm wrong.
Oh, what?
You're just stupid. Okay? I mean, that's the bottom line. I've tried to think you're late, but the bottom line is you're not very smart anymore. And we're all going to get there.
Oh,
So, I
sure.
mean, we're heading that way. But
Absolutely. I'm getting
the more
there.
I look
Some
at
of
old
us
people,
are
more they're
closer
not
than
late. They just can't do it. Turn FaceTime off. You can't FaceTime everywhere you are. You just can't do it. It's not right. Okay? Don't do it. It's uncomfortable for all of us. Our friends from other nations.
Friends for other our friends from other nations.
You cannot FaceTime while you're in the men's restroom.
No.
You cannot do
It's
that.
inappropriate.
No.
Yeah.
You can't comprende muchacho. Okay, you cannot do that. Turn it off. I'm sitting there looking at the guy's wife, and I thought, what is he doing? It's in Spanish. I don't understand.
Yeah.
And then I'm at the urinal in an airport. I feel something. Now I'm focusing.
Yeah.
As you might imagine, and I feel something on my leg. What the heck?
What?
Look down, and it's a lady cleaning.
A lady cleaning?
A lady.
While you're standing at
Yes.
the urinal?
And
in
I
the
say,
bathroom?
Exactly. And I say to her, I quit.
Right.
She said, I must clean.
Right.
I said, I must pee. Okay. And I said, it ain't helping you standing here. It's hard enough without you standing here.
Oh, right.
Go to your corner
Right.
and give me a second.
Right.
And when you think I'm finished, I'm probably not. Just give me one more second every time. It just happens at our age.
Looks like.
All right, look. Old people again. Can we give up on trying to beat gravity? Just give up on all the facelifts, body lifts, all that stuff. Everything's got a shelf life. Let it run its life and move on from it. Okay,
Right.
Be done with it. Be done with it. Advertising on TV. Drew, Drew, sorry, Greg, you'll appreciate this, I think, and TV in general. We need to get rid of all talent shows that have children ventriloquists.
Yes.
Okay. That is the weirdest thing I've
really is,
ever
they're the
seen
same
in my.
size.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
And and it just seems weird that you want your child to be a ventriloquist.
Right.
Or ventriloquist. either
Which
one.
means you know they're not out in the yard playing.
Right. Yeah.
Not except that puppet.
Yeah, and that's inside.
Exactly.
Puppet becomes
And
real.
and it's you and him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little close home for the puppet. Yeah, so we need to take care of that. And there is space in this world for plus size models. It's called Duluth Trading, Bass Pro Shops. All right, and Target.
Wait, you talking about my future career? Scott?
Well,
That's right.
I'm just talking. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
You look great in
and,
the camo, though.
has anyone ever passed a sleep study? Ever?
It doesn't look like it.
Them tell you
ever?
you're good.
Has
Go home.
anybody
That's
ever
a
gone
great
in to
point.
get sleep and they go,
Anybody ever had a sleep
They go,
study?
"You're fine."
And they sent
hey
you home
man,
and
let me
said
tell you
you're good.
something. You never hold your breath. I mean, they try to scare you. Who's going to prove you hold your breath? You held your breath for 95 minutes. Really? Your oxygen level down to 14. Is that right? Yeah. So I could be a genius if I just got one of these CPAPs. Nobody believes that. You know what I mean? Nobody believes that. And look, can someone tell me why they serve wheat toast at Waffle House? Why would you serve wheat toast at Waffle House?
Why
You're
go
there
that
to
far?
die, man. You're there to eat till you die. Then you want white or wheat. White or wheat? Why is wheat an option? Okay?
Go ahead and go for the taste.
Exactly. Be done with it. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. And this next one, I don't even know if Speedy needs to leave the room.
It's gonna be tough.
Does Speedy need to leave
Yeah,
the room?
it's hard for me. It's hard for me.
Right.
Good. I love stuff like
this. This one's got a special holiday focus. What's Eating Scott Gorosky Part 2 next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I do stand up now to travel, so I want you guys to sit back and have a good time. I'm going to be honest with you, I was surprised. Saw some adult beverages being served here at the VBC. Anybody drinking with those? Anybody partake in the beverages? Okay. In the back. Woo! Appreciate y'all coming out. Don't drink and drive. It's really weird. You do comedy all the time in bars and clubs, and usually everybody is drunk, which is good because it makes me funnier, makes me look better, right? Not tonight. Everybody in here is sober. I mean, besides Greg, everybody in here is sober. It's really weird.
You got to get through it, you know.
I travel a lot, and I'll be honest with you. A lot of comedians, if you've ever been to a comedy club, a lot of comedians drink on stage, drink backstage. They drink alcohol, calms us down, gives us courage. You know what I mean? And I'll be honest with you. I used to drink all the time. I used to drink at comedy shows, being a comedian, and I had to stop. I'll just put it this way: I got a drinking problem, y'all, and I ain't ashamed to admit that. I started getting a drinking problem. Some of y'all don't know what that means. Let me explain it to you. Last show I drank alcohol at, somebody started making out with a fat chick. Well, I thought it was a fat chick. He thought I was a fat chick, too. It was weird. It was really weird. It was odd. And that's how I met Tyler the Angry Cyclist. It was, found that out the hard way, what Partners was, y'all. Some of the locals oohed on that. Y'all get that later, folks. Travel out. I want to tell you about all the people. Now, look, I know your attraction to the Rick and Bubba show is that these guys, Rick and Bubba, they're just like you guys. They're very relatable. They do everyday deals just like you. They're salt of the earth. They're one of you people. They're relatable. They're relatable people. You are just like Rick and Bubba. I mean, you didn't fly here on a private jet tonight, but besides that, they're just like you. Guys, they're just like you guys. They're just, I mean, they charged you $40 tonight to tell you that, but they are just like you. They're one of you, people. They're good guys. They're good guys. I know a lot of people, I meet people on the street and they go, look, give me the inside scoop. What do they like off the mic? And a lot of people, I'm going to tell you, we've all got it. They tell you. They're just be straight up. They're like, look, guys, some of the times, I'm going to be honest with you, they seem a little egotistical. They seem big-headed. They seem selfish. They seem full of themselves. I've heard some people use the word ass. They can't fire me. That's the last show.
It is now.
I say, look, they're selfish and big-headed. I say, no, don't say that. They're not like that. I mean, Bubba is, but the rest of them are good guys. They're good people, folks. They come from the heart. They're relatable people. They're paying me tonight as much as I made in the 6 years that I was an intern. They said, can you come to the show tonight and do a performance? I said, yes. And they said, well, you better act hurried. The tickets are going fast. You better get one.
The gravy, please. All right, here we go. 23 minutes past the hour. A lot still to come today. The crowd building in the parking lot. Lots of folks tied to the show visiting inside the studio, and a lot still to come. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas is next. Later in the program, the moment that show hunt Jack's been waiting on, Bubba invites him for an afternoon hunt.
Over at Rick's place.
Right, Rick's. All right, Gorosky, What's Eating Scott Gorosky? Holiday edition. You had one more thing you wanted to cover.
I do, and then this has a touch of Car Wash Joe to it.
Okay.
Because there are still some protection rights out there. You were one of the first people to see and hear about this when it happened in 2018.
I was.
But it's really
You've held it this long?
It's really my gift to the people.
Okay.
Well, most people are dead in video.
Okay, I get it.
I've held it because
What did you just say? Most people are dead in the video. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I need to slow down.
Or is offending. Because that may make it worse.
But this is kind of my gift to the people, really, because everybody thinks their family is the craziest, and no one can touch us. Seriously.
Look at me.
We have retired it, okay? Our greatest genetic is spite. We'll do anything. And look, and if you can die during being spiteful, it's like we think you have an elevated spot in heaven. So, all right? Do something out of spite and die. My mother got in a fight with my dad on vacation 7 years ago, and she said, I'm going to go paragliding. This is a true story. She jumped off the side of out in Yellowstone.
Yeah.
What's the big one up there? Teton Mountains.
Yeah.
To which my dad said, you're going to get killed. She said, well, if I do, it's on you. Okay? So that was the greatest spite call ever.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. She really went hoping now the guy she tandem with wasn't excited when they landed.
Right.
Because Linda wasn't as athletic as she thought she was.
Right.
she rolled him. But anyway, we've got nut jobs. I mean, my uncle at my grandmother's funeral had his urine bag in his hand as he greeted people. Okay. And it was coming out in front of his fly. He had the urine bag in his left hand. Listen, and he was greeting people with his right hand. Okay. So, when stood right beside him because I had to be a part of that. Right? I'm being dead serious. My aunt's funeral, the guy yelled out in the middle of the sermon, the preacher, that right now, Jeannie's walking the streets of gold with Bear Bryant. and Roll Tides went out across. That's my family. So when this came up,
Spite.
okay, the one thing I love about Awkward is can give me kind of antidote is up close, serious
Sorry,
singing.
Speedy.
Yeah.
Up close, serious singing.
Yeah.
It bothers me. That's why I said in the parking lot we always saying a minute ago, I can't be a part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the only thing
Darren.
that gets me. And it comes back when I was a kid in 1975. My mother got the Bill and Gloria Gaither I Am a Promise sing-along album.
Oh, no.
And she made us sit in the foyer of our home as people and sing in our Sunday clothes. I Am a Promise, okay? And you had a book, and you had to sing your solo part, okay?
Oh, no.
And let me tell you, I'm not kidding you. When I hear Bill Gaither's voice, I like black out. Okay, I've got PTSD from it. Okay, I'm being serious. So when this event came on, okay, it really struck a chord. Now in 2018, to set this up, we're at my parents' house for our annual Christmas Eve night. Now, my mother has made my children, since they could read, all the kids, get up and read the Christmas story.
Of course.
Yeah, we have
Now,
to do that too.
when they get in their 20s, it's not as cute anymore, right?
No, it's not.
They're not
when
into
they've
it.
tried to shut it down, which they got shut down for trying to shut it down.
Right.
Unbeknownst to us, we all come in to Christmas Eve, and there's a senior adult man, sitting in a chair that's a guest. And we have really no idea why this man's here, okay?
So he's a guest.
Yes. And we get the word that there's going to be a song sang by this man as a guest singer.
He's a stranger.
Yes. So if you would, Adler, let's go ahead and start that.
All right, so here we go. Go here.
Sweet little Jesus boy,
What?
they made you be born in a manger.
I'm handling the video here. Okay. Now look at my mother's face. She is so PO'd at my kids. That's my son.
Look, struggling.
Oh, he's dying. Now look, I have
Look
a
at staring. He's in a stare.
listen. I have a special needs nephew who's going to walk out on this in just a minute. He gets up and walks out.
No,
Right in the middle of it, okay.
He'd had enough.
Look at your two sons.
Look at they're dying. Okay. Listen. Okay. And this guy misses his own family Christmas to come do this. Okay. He does. It's an African American spiritual to an entirely white family. All right. And listen, I'm just sitting here and I don't know what to do. That's why I've got the video camera out. Here comes my brother. I'm my brother. Okay. While we're finishing this up, Rick, I want to thank a few people.
Okay.
I want to thank my aunt for bringing this to us. I want to thank her for all the encouragement. You can go ahead and play a little bit louder. I want to hear it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, look at your mom.
I want to thank my aunt for reminding my wife she needed braces when she first met her. I want to thank her for pointing out that the leather seats in our car were not the nice ones. That my 19-year-old son was losing his hair. For not paying my kids for taking water breaks while they trimmed their hedges in mid-August.
For not paying them.
Yep. I want to thank her for telling me how the Adlers ruined music at Shays Mountain Baptist Church and then acted like she liked him every time she saw him in social studies.
Scotty G.
Scotty G.
There you go.
It took him a swig of water.
Oh.
And you didn't think
No way.
Well, we now
Can't
know
believe you
what-
got your 2 feet in on that.
we
That's
now
good.
know what's eating Scott Gorosky.
That's a
Twas
catch.
the night before Christmas.
Yes.
Still to come. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're humble. They're just like you guys. Just like you. Rick don't like to talk about it. He's a very humble human being. I don't know if some of y'all know this, but back in the day, he played football. I played a little ball. Played a little ball back in the day. He don't like to talk about it, guys. He don't like to talk about it. He had a devastating ankle injury when he was coming out. You know, because he was a stud in high school. He racked up all these monster stats versus the likes of football powerhouses like Sachs and Ohatchee and Piedmont.
Weaver.
Weaver. I can tell by the look on your face, you don't know where those places are. Neither do we, folks. But he murdered them. He murdered them. And if it wasn't for that ankle injury, he could have skyrocketed. He could have went to like UAB or something. You know what I mean? He was on his way. They're just like you. Just like you. Rick and Bubba, they're just like you folks. We got Speedy, Speed Racer. Y'all give it up for Speed Racer. Yes. He looks so good now that he's switched to e-cigarettes, and the vaping's brought your color back. It really has. Does a lot of good. Guys, Speed Racer, his claim to fame is that he pooped his pants, y'all. Really? Really? We all planned all this stuff out, and all he had was poop in his pants at a gas station. That's a sad life, y'all. Greg Burgess, the real Greg Burgess. Yeah. If quitting a job at the power company so you can sell cassettes for your brother is not a cry for help, people, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. It's depressing. Look at him. Just look at this guy. He gets paid, y'all. If I would have known that all you had to do was be ignorant and cuss to get paid on the show, I would have did it. What is he doing? You're laughing. You got fired for him. That's weird. What happened? What? It's the truth. What? We're just being honest with each other. We're relatable. Rick, Bubba, Speedy, and Greg, and whoever that is. That guy's here. That guy's here, y'all. And y'all know who he is. That's good for y'all. He's the IT guy. Oh, I forgot. Rick and Bubba, they're relatable, guys. They're just like you, except they pay him to run their Twitter account. They're just like you, though. They're just like you. He sends emails for them because that's a lot of work. To respond back, no, you can't come bring us breakfast. Talk to Greg about tickets in 2019. Some of y'all been on the waiting list for a while for those golden tickets. And then I got to go back to you, Speedy. Speedy, I told you to tell me if Don Juan was coming tonight. And you didn't. And now I have a sheet worth of black jokes that I can't do tonight. They're worthless. Worthless. I didn't know. I apologize. Don't read those. Don't read those. Don't read those.
Hey, watch out, bro. Watch out, bro. Watch out.
Don't read those. Apologize to you, security guard. Appreciate it.
My brother.
So here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. The final time the Rick and Bubba players will present 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. This has become a Rick and Bubba tradition, and we get started with Bucky Beaver.
Hey, everybody, how y'all doing?
Hey, Bucky!
I'm just as happy as Beaver.
Oh, there you go.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Aunt Martha.
Rick, Aunt Martha here. Did the garage sit over the man to sing the Lord Jesus to us?
come over here and give your Aunt Martha some sugar when the stockings were hung by the chimney with care in the hopes that St. Nicholas, give me some sugar, soon would be there.
Bernie Sanders.
Rick and Bubba, I want to thank you for giving us 31 years. I love when you give stuff away. The children were all nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
Thank you, Bernie. Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Oh.
Hey, Gary, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Hey, you gonna have a Merry Christmas?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay. All right, you ready to go?
Well, and Mama in her kerchief.
Yeah, it's kerchief. I'm pretty sure it's kerchief.
Kerchief. Well, whatever. And I in nothing but my cap. No, it's wrong. And I in my cap.
Nothing but your cap.
Had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap.
And my sweet little Gwen in her kerchief. And I in my cap. One that Bubba gave me, one with the hunter's orange.
Yeah, I like it.
You can't
Bubba
even
had.
have a new cap.
Can't even have
Had settled our brains for a long winter's nap. Tribute to who sang just a few moments ago, Bubba as Derryberry.
I ain't doing this with Kevin looking at me. You know, because I love Jesus, Rick. I do. I love Rick and Bubba. I love Jesus more. When out on the roof, there rolls such a clatter. Derryberry. I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Do you love Christmas?
Rick, I love Christmas, but you know why? Because it's the birthday of baby Jesus.
Oh, my goodness. Everybody's been asking. Nopey. Nopey, where are you?
This is Nopey.
Hey, Nopey.
Away to the window, I blew like a fly. To open the shutter, I've been found. I have new owners.
You've been found, Nopey.
Somebody found you.
Where are you at?
You want, hold on, Mr. Owner, this ain't me. It's Mr. Charles.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how you doing?
Charles?
I found this little dog outside, little donkey. I picked him up.
Thank you, Charles. And I threw up the trash. And I'm so warm. I just love Charles.
Thank you, Norman.
Shifting gears is a little hard, isn't it?
Yeah. The man of 1,000 voices.
There he is.
Oh, Miss K. Miss K, Merry Christmas.
Buddy.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill, Speedy, Mr. Adler, and Mr. Greg. Happy 31 years. I'm so excited for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss K.
And seriously, though, we're all a little bit older, all a little bit grayer, maybe even all a little bit thicker. Isn't that right, Bill?
Right.
But one thing's for sure, come January, hopefully we can turn things around.
Yes.
This is the moon on the breast of. Is this a family show?
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's Miss K. It's
the
fine.
moon on the breast
Right.
of the new fallen snow
Right.
gave the luster of midday to objects below. I need a shout out to Mr. John Watkins, and I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season. And remember, you can't outstep a high stepper. Hey!
Thank you, Miss K. Thank you.
I wasn't ready for that. Mike Tyson.
Oh, boy.
Hey, let me tell you, I got to punch. I punched him in the mouth. He didn't bring me my horse. When, to my wondering eyes, the one with the marauder tattoo still appear. But midship sleigh. So I break a sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. A flashback. Bubba as Ross Perot.
H. Ross Perot here, Rick. And me and Admiral Stockdale want to thank everybody. We got some charts to wish him a Merry Christmas. With an old driver so lovely and quick, I knew in a moment that it must be right here on the chart, St. Nick.
Arising from the ashes this year, Alt Adler.
More rapid than eagles. Eagles like the eagle of America that's been the freedom eagle that's been trampled.
Right.
His coursers they came. He whistled and shouted and called them by name. Names like the World Economic Forum and the globalists and BlackRock that's destroying the country and Monsanto that's turning the frogs gay.
Thank you, Alt Adler.
Thank you.
Oh, Bubba, your favorite, Beth Mowens.
Oh, gosh. My ears
Beth
are already
Mowens.
hurting.
Beth Mowens here, ready for playoff action. Playoff action in college football. You're looking live at Twas Night Before Christmas. We got to pick up some yards. 31 years of Rick and Bubba. 31 years. Love me some Speedy. Come give Mama a kiss. I'm calling the starter lineup for Santa Claus, St. Nick. Now Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen on Comet Cupid on Donner Blitzen. It's a blitz for the tackler to the top of the porch to the top of the wall. Somebody get a timeout. Dash away, dash away, dash away all.
Here come our German friends.
General Field Marshal Van Buren sends his regards. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, then they meet with an obstacle. I know nothing. Mount to the sky.
Thank you to claws to the top of the house because as they flew. Inferior flyers with a sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas. Chew, you will like it.
Here comes Henry the horse. Henry the horse.
What?
Henry.
Where is he?
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Henry. Henry pushed the button, so it's
And
there
then
you
in a
go.
twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. Get it? Hoof. I'm a freaking horse.
What a horse. And what a horse you are. Bubba, up next, our friend, as we looked at America, confused American.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
He's been confused.
Wait just a minute. The pandemic started in Wuhan. Next to a place that studies viruses. How'd that happen?
Shocking, isn't it?
Nobody wanted to vote for Kamala. They picked Trump over Kamala at the state of the country. How did that happen?
I don't even know what I'm reading.
As I drew in my head,
How do you read cross-eyed?
Yeah, it's hard.
It's
to do.
hard.
Yeah.
and I was turning around as I was swapping, and down the chimney St. Nicholas. How'd that happen?
Here comes Rudolph's coach.
From this moment forward, Rudolph will not be allowed to participate in any reindeer games.
Oh, no,
Take a
Coach.
hike, pal.
Coach.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot. His clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. Quit playing with Rudolph.
He's back. He just finished. What's eating Scott Gorowski?
A bundle of toys he flung on his back. Did I ever tell you guys that I actually heard Santa Claus one time in my house?
You heard him?
Yes, assembly and a
You
go-kart.
couldn't believe it.
But he brought the second, undoubtedly a second group of reindeer. They all had 4-letter names.
Oh, wow.
I mean, throwing wrenches.
Right.
And he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
Bubba, the classic Helium Boy.
How about it, baby? 31 years it all started with me, baby. I made this show. I made this show. His eyes have a twinkle. More Helium Boy. Free Helium Boy. His nipples have moved. On his cheeks were got little roses. And his nose was just like a
Oh, that left a mess.
A little loud with it.
Oh, he got a little loud there. Here we go. James Spann.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man.
James Spann, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. It's always good to know every year by the time you guys get to me, this whole thing has gone right down the tube.
Yes,
So I
it
feel no
has.
pressure whatsoever.
No doubt.
None whatsoever. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the four-letter word that gives us all indigestion. Meteorologists all over the country have pulled our hair out over this four-letter word. It gives us gas. The four-letter word is snow.
No, Spann.
Not the S word.
Merry Christmas, Spann.
See you, brother.
Merry Christmas.
Greg is RFK Jr.
This is tough.
I know.
Come on. Okay, I got to take this time to warn everybody about that red dye. We can't have it. It's bad for everybody's killing children. The stump of his pipe as he held tight in his teeth. The smoke had encircled his head like a ring.
Oh my gosh.
That hurt me.
Good Old Boy Theater. It started it all.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed, like a bowl full of...
Bubba, now pausing for effect. This is standard in the theater circles, called a saussure.
Jelly.
Wow, Bubba. Any hints at all?
It ain't Hamlet.
It ain't Hamlet. Here he comes, Dickie Nadmeyer.
Oh, boy.
A road tide and a road tide to the Gorosky family.
Amen.
Especially the Goroskys that have gone on in and walking with the bear.
That's right.
A road tide. Hey, everybody quit crying about the playoff. Don't deserve it. Don't deserve it. If you can't beat a hospital to get in, you don't deserve it. A road tide. He was chubby and he's plump, like a right jolly OF. Hope he brings us a new coach. We need a new coach. If we don't get rid of the ball right now, we got problems. And I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head. Some gave me to know I had nothing, like back when we were good, to dread. Dippin' Dan.
He spoke not a word and went straight to his work and filled all the stockings and turned with a jerk. Speedy, you done that cup over there?
Hand that over
Help
to
Daddy
Dan.
out here. He's drowning over here. And laying his finger aside his nose and giving a nod up the chimney, he rose.
Well, I guess it's time to shut her down.
Uh-oh.
This is Joe. If y'all can run me a thing and shut this thing down. He sprang to its
Come on, Joe.
Dan gave a whistle.
Get it out.
And away they all flew like a down of thistle. And I heard him exclaim,
Painful.
Darn.
as I noticed on the marquee, and he drove out of my sight. Happy Christmas to all, and to all. I shut her down.
Oh, yeah.
And there it is, the final edition of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. A surprise for Bubba to come. Casio Kid visits. Rick and Bubba thank yous. We'll try to get more of your phone calls. And gift number 12 in the 12 working days of Christmas, all still to come. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm coming over here because they can run fast. What? I thought you said you weren't going to do them.
Oh, you're killing me.
I joke, I kid, I joke, I kid.
Oh, man.
These guys are superb. They're awesome. And I know, you know what everybody knows about what the stance they take, what they believe in, what they strive for, and what they preach on air and off air. And I'll tell you this, as soon as those mics go off, they're frauds. But I say that for this reason, is because when those mics go off, they're even more supportive, they're even more loyal, they believe more in what they preach on air and off. They're quality stand-up guys, and I can tell you this with all honesty, tonight, right here, as I do a morning show in Huntsville, Rocket 95.1, Jimbo and Casio, shameless plug, I learned it from them. As I stand here today, I can tell you this with the bottom of my heart, I would not be where I am today without these guys, because they own my apartment complex. But thank you guys so much. I love you.
I didn't know I was going to get a roast tonight, too.
Oh, my gosh. All right, Cassio, we'll see you, man. No, just kidding. Give it up for Cassio Kid. Outstanding. The boy's done good. Man, great job. Now,
Another guy that y'all might remember. By the way, that was better than we all expected. Woo. Hey, Cassio, remember what we taught you? Low expectations now.
And leave on a high note. See ya.
See you, buddy.
And get a good lawyer.
How about that's I mean, he's straight up funny. That's stand-up comedy's hard, unless you got us to make fun of. How many of you remember JT, the moments of JT on the show? Yeah.
Juliet Tango.
JT is everybody's favorite radio goob. He's got, just the velvet voice. And we took him on a deer hunting trip. And
this was recently selected as one of the funniest deer hunting clips by a hunting website, by the way. We didn't know about it until somebody told us about it.
Now, keep in mind, when you watch this video, we're on an outdoor show, Tommy Wilcox Outdoors. JT does not know that we have placed a fake deer in the food plot.
But on all hunting shows how you have to talk real quiet and tell everybody what happened? Watch this.
Watch this. JT on the hunting trip. Remember, the deer you're about to see is not real.
Hey, Don, what's up, buddy? You ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. Look how serious he is. You better hurry before he smells this, JT. You want me to hit him? All right, I'm on him. Here we go. Hit him up. It's high, JT. Hang on, he's looking around trying to find out where it's coming from. Ready? Pop it. He looked around trying to find out where it's coming from. He's looking for that doe. He went out of my camera lens. He dropped sideways. I didn't see. He went out of my camera. I saw him fall over. You saw him fall over? Yeah. He was chasing that doe, JT. Did you?
Watch him go into the outdoor mode. Watch him go.
I mean, it's early enough. Do we want to walk over there and take a look? Or are we messing Greenfield up doing that?
Listen to JT. Listen, now keep in mind, it's not a real deer.
The buck I just shot came in right along that tree line and was chasing that doe. We saw the doe cut back in. And next thing you see is this big old rack staring right at us. I mean, he's just stood there for a couple minutes and kept looking at us. So I think I hit him and knocked him over. So we're gonna give it a couple minutes and then walk out there and take a look.
It is 7 minutes to the top of the hour. Call us now, 629-WE-BE-BIG, if you want to get in on the final show. We're not giving away the 12th gift right now, so if you're calling for that, that's a waste of your time. But if you want to call and actually talk, and we don't have it long, it's a short segment because of Twas the Night Before Christmas, but you can dial us right now. Speedy will grab your call at 629-WE-BE-BIG. The tailgaters in the parking lot, a lot going on. I saw
the parking lot is nuts.
Well, we finished Twas the Night Before Christmas, and then I look and I saw that, Gary brought the fried pies, and he left, and I said, "You leaving?" He said, "No, I'm gonna go out there in the parking lot, and I'm gonna hang out with the tailgaters." And you know what that means? They have something he wants to eat.
Yes. Yeah. I understand.
And plus, he's hoping somebody asks him about his turkey call.
Right,
I mean, he's just hoping.
He's probably got 2 or 3 on him.
Oh yeah, and he is hoping. It was funny. I had a conversation with somebody, and you know who it was. About distribution. They said, well, until Gary's ready to turn distribution over to somebody other than his wood shop, it's going to be difficult to keep up with.
Well, it's hard to mass produce and hand make at the same time.
Right. To the phones we go. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Dakota from Hayden.
Hey, Dakota. So what's on your mind today, buddy?
I just wanted to call and say thank you to y'all. Came and saw the show several times. You actually wrote me an excuse for school when I was in, I think, elementary school.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think I sent y'all a picture of it a few weeks ago. But, yeah, just wanted to call and say thank y'all.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Taylor, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Guys, doing great. Just was going to let y'all know, Bubba and Speedy, y'all are my boys. and gonna miss all of y'all. Rick, I do enjoy you too.
Thank you, buddy, for
but I
throwing
just
me in
wanna
there.
I had to get you in there. I just wanted
Thank
to
you,
upset
thank
Greg
you,
a little
thank you.
bit.
Yeah, no, hey, look, I got all the ribbon I can stand. I grew up with Greg.
I fully understand. But y'all have a Merry Christmas, and look forward to hearing from y'all.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Thanks for supporting what we've done for so long.
Oh, I know.
Let's
I'm blown away by all of you. I really am.
John in
Incredible.
Huntsville. John, go ahead.
Look, this is insane. There's breaking news coming straight from AP. There are sounds heard in the International Space Station. It's actually a grumbling sound coming straight from Uranus.
There's one for Greg. Amy in Michigan. Amy, go ahead.
Please rename that.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
This is Amy on my visit with my daughter Erica almost every year.
How are you doing?
We're doing good. I just wanted to thank you all for not only for just I've enjoyed your show so much, but all the time with my daughter that I've had, you know, with a good excuse to go on a trip to see y'all. So I really miss you too, and she will too.
Well, your Airbnb story a couple of years ago was absolute gold.
Yeah,
Thank you for sharing.
Y'all gave back many times, and I'm glad y'all had mother-daughter trips that tied around the show.
And come down and see a Jack State game.
Yes, Chris in Laurel, Mississippi. Chris, go ahead.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to be honest with you. The first time I heard y'all, I didn't like y'all.
That's typical.
Yeah, I mean, y'all had took the place of my favorite radio program out of Laurel, and now I don't remember who they are, and I don't know what I'm going to do without listening to y'all every morning.
Well, you see, that's the first impressions. That's proof right there that first impressions are not always accurate.
Yeah, well, and we had that first impression a lot.
We did.
I don't know what that says about us. But trust me, we got that a lot.
Let me tell you, if standing between us and success was a first impression, we'd have been gone a long.
Well, we tried to warn people right out of the gate.
Time ago.
We would tell you, hey, give us 30 days.
Right.
You know?
And we'll put on the weight. Let's go to Marshall in Tennessee. Marshall, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Happy Friday. Happy year ender.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's been a fun ride, and I just wanted to say of all the things in my life, standing by Greg at the urinal over there at the place was a big milestone.
Well, you know, you're in a line of many who've said the same thing.
Yeah, not many men can do that.
It ain't goodbye. It's see you later.
Right, that is correct. And that's what you said to Greg in the bathroom. Let's go to Cliff in Alabama. Cliff, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Back in 1996, y'all were the DJs for my junior prom.
How about
that? Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering if y'all had any memories about doing that stuff like that back then.
Oh, yeah. We had our what we call our local DJ run.
Now, how old are you now, sir?
Well, we lost.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah,
We'll
so
get perspective there.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of stories we've told from doing that.
I'll
Lots
tell
of them.
you, when that lady fell on that wet gym floor during that storm, that was probably the low point when she was screaming and we were all hollering, knock her out.
Oh,
you know, I mean, I didn't know what to
ugly.
do. What do you?
Ugly. And, you know, I've never, ever...
just knock her out. She's screaming bloody murder.
And none of us
I think she broke her leg or something. I don't know.
It was the most awful compound knee something. And then, and I will tell you, our DJ years, one thing I cannot hear, the song I Swear.
I know.
If the song I Swear comes on, I just barf.
And what I love
Can y'all play I Swear?
is requesting I Swear while it's playing.
Yeah, right.
That's my favorite.
Hey, let me guess. Selena here, we want to play. Can y'all play I Swear?
Hear it right now.
We play it 3 times, man. Please don't come back. All right. Top of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, get on the calendar, December the 20th, coming to theaters, Angel Studios. You know, we talked to you, we saw it, sent you out to see Bonhoeffer. What a great movie. This is another release from Angel Studios. Think action thriller. The topic, nuclear blast, devastating Los Angeles. Throwing the nation into chaos, and the movie is called Homestead. It's coming to theaters December the 20th. You'll watch an ex-Green Beret join one of these prepper compounds and everything that goes on with them surviving after a nuclear blast. A lot of tension, a lot of moral dilemmas, and it cuts right to the core of what it means to survive, and it will hold your attention. You'll be on the edge of your seat. So get on the calendar, December the 20th. Go ahead and get tickets now
angel.com/Rick. And let me tell you, if you pre-order your tickets, there's a chance to win a $300,000 giveaway. You'll get a Bitcoin, a fully furnished tiny home from Box House, a custom Polaris by Sparks Motors, everything you need to start your own homestead. So pre-order now. You could win that. Angel.com/Rick. And remember, December the 20th, Homestead in theaters.
All right, now watch him right here show how big the deer is to the guy coming up in the field. Watch right here. JT gave a signal there was a huge deer to the guy walking in. And there it lays. Now he's going to walk up and see the metal on his stomach and then watch his face right here. He'll see metal on the robot stomach. Face. And he's hitting on him. He's like, what the?
I'm going to win somebody's butt.
Give it up for JT. All right. We're going to go into, after the prank we talked about a couple weeks ago, hanging out with us is always, you're always suspect, unless you enter the Guntersville Treaty. Now, what we're going to do now is send the guys from the show out into the audience with the wireless mics, okay? This is going to be an opportunity for you to win cash from Rick and Bubba on the spot. Now, you got to be able to win. You got to be able now. How many of you have been listening to the show for most of the 20 years? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, then you know how Bubba got on the show, right? He was the engineer at the station. He and I were college buddies, make a long story short. And we were at lunch one day, and we started talking about what would it be like if Southern people did Shakespeare, right? So we get in on the air one day, and I was going to read a Shakespearean play, and about 30 seconds to go before we're back on there, and I said, you know, it'd be funnier if you did it because of Bubba's very silky, smooth voice. And as they say, history was made that day with a little something called good old boy theater. So we will play a round of that tonight. Put your hands together for the cultured one, Mr. William Bubba Show. The stage is yours, maestro. Now, a lot of you probably know this. Bubba is a fan of the works of William Shakespeare, and he can just recall them at any time, and he'll quote from some of his favorite Shakespearean works, and what we do on the air is what? If you can identify what Shakespearean work that Bubba will be quoting from, and then today you'll win a $100 bill right here from the stage on the spot, tax-free, hide it, don't tell anybody about it. Okay? Are y'all ready? Okay, now if you know this, you need to get your hands up and let any of the guys, we got Don Juan up in the balcony. We got Helmsy right over here. Helmsy, let me see you. Speedy's in the middle. Greg's right here. What about Adler? See, oh, you're shooting.
Yeah, okay, he's back there.
All right, and Cassio.
I'm right here, Rick.
And Cassio Kid, unfortunately, was just arrested backstage. So, all right, so here we go. Bubba's going to quote, and then you have to identify what Shakespearean work he's quoting from. If you do, you win. Now, Bubba, they know what we're going to do, but they may not know why we do it.
You know, Rick, hardly a day goes by that I'm not having lunch in beautiful Huntsville, Alabama.
Yes.
That someone will come up and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Excuse me, sir, are you Warner Von Braun?"
Yes.
And I will say, "No, but thank you for asking. I do have some German roots, and I have played with a few Rockets."
Yes.
And then they will usually say, "I know who you are. You're Bubba, that cultured son of a gun."
That's right.
Bubba, let me ask you a question. Why do you continue this barrage of culture? And I say, friends, we are living in a cultured world.
Oh, yes.
And if you don't believe me, just check out the fact that Rick, myself, these other guys, and especially Cassio, do this for a real job.
Something to ponder.
Yes, and when you have that much culture just lying around, you can't leave it there. Anybody that's been in corporate America knows that. So it's up to Rick Burgess and myself to
feed the beast, feed the beast, feed the beast.
Because the beast must be fed.
Well done. What Shakespearean work is Bill Bubba Show quoting from?
I'm not reading, I'm quoting.
In Huntsville, Alabama's edition of Good Old Boy, a Theater. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the big year ender and the big show ender. 31 years.
How about that?
Of the Rick and Bubba Show. Celebrating. We still have much more
3-1
to come, but you can feel it slipping away and just enjoying the celebration today. Eddie Van Adler, when did you join the show?
Like 14 years ago, 13,
14,
15 years ago.
Something like that. So I know that you wanted to address the audience today.
Yeah, and you guys.
Okay,
and,
all right. You had a little something you wanted to do.
Just a real quick walk down memory lane,
Yeah.
and I've got a special surprise for. It says for Bubba on the sheet here, but it's really for everybody. It's for the audience.
Okay.
It's for the staff. It's for everyone.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I didn't want you to single me out.
Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah.
This is. I just wanted to go to some very early memories of the show that I have that I may have not told y'all, told the audience about.
Okay.
At least.
Yeah.
I was hired. Very, very early and young and fresh and green. And I knew how to do some things with cameras, but I didn't know everything. I remember, I'll never forget, in the early days of the show, I had a really close-up of Rick on the screen. Like, your face was huge on the screen.
My face is huge.
It's
though, so
already
that-
big.
Yeah, you're right.
And I made it bigger. And I
Right.
thought I had like a cool, like Francis Ford Coppola, Apocalypse Now, like dramatic shot going on. The next break, Rick comes up to me and goes, "Dude, what are you doing? Are you trying to make us look stupid?" And I was like, "No, I'm sorry."
Wow, Henry the Horse was there.
And so I never did that again.
Okay, good.
And within that same day or week, Bubba comes up to me. I'm running the switcher, and he goes, "Hey, how is this one camera run to the switcher, by the way? How is that wired?" And I said, "That's a great question, Bubba. Your guess is as good as mine, buddy. I don't know."
Right,
I don't
stumped
know.
him.
It broke a few years later, and I figured it out. So,
Good.
You guys hired me, and I was very green, and I thank you guys so much. I have grown so much spiritually and comedically and as a person, politically, personally. Speedy, you have enough spirit and enthusiasm to make up for Greg's negativity. I've learned a lot like
We
that.
work together.
Just like I have enough hair for you and Greg combined.
Yeah,
you do. Oh, yeah,
You really
absolutely.
do.
Thank you for that.
Greg, I just want to say, buddy, I'll see you at the bar after this.
Okay.
Y'all have impacted
Happy
me so much, and in fact, when I got hired, I had gauges. I
Yes,
had
you did.
gauges
You
in my
did.
ears.
I was
worried about your sexuality.
So sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I got two kids now, buddy. Okay.
I know. I'm so thankful.
Yes. And so I would like to make one big final change to my life.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And
It's time of change.
a big change.
Yeah.
And I've actually got a song about it.
Oh, of course.
that I wrote that
Okay.
will explain what I'm going to do. And Bubba, this is especially for you, but it's for everybody. It's
Okay.
something that I needed to change in my life.
All right. Here we
And
go.
here's a song I wrote about it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
What's up, Bubba? I love you. And I know you love me too. Everything about me. Except one thing. I know the one thing about me, Bubba, that you can't stand. Not my normal shaped body. Not my ability to wear normal size clothes. None of that. There's one thing you want to change about me, Bubba, and I know it's my man bun. Bubba's gonna cut the man bun off of that son of a gun. Nobody likes a man bun, cause a man bun ain't no fun. He's gonna cut off the bun and leave a man, cause men should have a buzz cut and a rough hand. Adler's dad's hair is clean and the best, but little Adler's hair looks like a rat's nest. Bubba's gonna cut the man bun, come on, off of that son of a gun. He's always hated the man bun, cause a man bun ain't no fun. If there's a bad fashion choice, Adler will make it. Locks of love won't even take it. Adler acts like getting a haircut hurts, meanwhile his head looks like a horse got the squirts. Bubba's gonna cut the man bun off of that son of a gun.
Cut that man bun.
Nobody likes a man bun, cause a man bun ain't no fun.
All right, bub.
All right.
So,
Go cut it.
Bubba, I actually brought some clippers and some trimmers, and I would like you to come in here and cut off my man bun.
Go cut it.
Cut it off! Cut it off!
Yes.
Cut it off! Cut it off!
Come on.
Cut it off! Cut it off!
Sing 'em.
Cut it off! Cut it off!
Adler,
Cut
Lots of people hate a man bun, not just Bubba.
Yes, this is like I said. This is for everybody.
I'm really not trained to do this.
Okay, here we go, Bubba. All right. So I got two rubber bands just cut in between the rubber bands, Bubba. No, in between the rubber bands. No. Here we go. He's cutting the man bun. He's cutting it. He's cutting it. He's cutting the man bun. Cut that bun. Cut that bun. Cut that bun. You gotta turn so the camera can see too. Okay, there yeah, he's cutting the bun.
Oh, there it goes.
I feel lighter.
I hate Bubba's got to hold that.
It's trying to get through it.
It's going down.
Keep going, Bubba.
Oh my goodness, it's going
choking
dead.
it down.
Not charged up.
Oh my goodness,
Please, he's gonna have a man bun hanging
It's
on.
really not going.
All right, Speedy's getting scissors.
Speedy's getting scissors.
Speedy's getting scissors.
Oh my goodness, is that gonna do it?
Man bun, huh?
Oh my goodness.
Why didn't we go scissors from the beginning?
I thought the buzzer would do it and make it easy.
All that grease.
He's
hung
got
it up.
He's got a horse mane. He's got a horse mane.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Oh, he's cutting it.
There it goes.
It did it.
Hold it up.
It was like a rat. Bubba's holding a rat.
Hold it up. Bubba has cut the man bun.
There it is.
Look at it. There it is. It's sitting on top of his
We're going to transplant it.
Yeah. We're putting it on Speedy's head. There's
Wow. Does that stink or anything? Does it stink?
A man, 'cause men should have a buzz cut and a rough hand. Adler's dad's hair is clean and the best, but little Adler's hair looks like a rat's nest. Bubba's gonna cut the man bun
Bubba done cut
off of that son of a gun.
Come on.
He's always hated the man bun, 'cause a man bun ain't no fun.
Look at that, Bubba.
So how did your hair look now, Adler?
What do you guys think?
That's the second haircut he's had on there. Remember, y'all gave him like $300 to get it right? All right.
There it is. Wow, you cut it right against that rubber band. I was hoping you'd go a little farther out.
No, that's fine. It's all right.
Look, you got to go with what you
I
got.
wanted to get all I could get.
You got it, brother. You got it,
And
brother.
I trimmed his neck a little bit too.
Thank you. I
A
need
little
it.
woofy back there. So.
All right, we're going to throw this out in the parking lot and let people throw it around like wild animals.
That looks like something you found in the grate of a shower.
It really does.
I'm donating that to Locks of Love, you guys. Locks for Love.
All right, I kind of feel weird holding it.
Not
Does
a lot.
anybody else want to hold it?
I don't want anything to do with it. It's scary.
Well, this is my go-to.
Your hair actually did feel clean though.
It does.
Thankfully.
Let me smell it.
Thank you for washing it.
Oh,
Washed
you
it
did
last
wash
night.
tonight. You took a bath.
Yeah.
I washed it last night. Not trying to brag.
Not trying to brag.
So
It was a special occasion.
So Adler, now are you going to have somebody clean that up in the back?
Probably should. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Go
You
on
know.
and shave it all the way now.
Look
Yeah,
at
it
his hair.
started.
Look at his hair.
The thing wouldn't cut through.
I don't know what kind of hairstyle that is.
It's called a badass.
Yeah, maybe.
I've always wanted to say this, Greg. Catch Adler's hair.
There it is. Oh wow.
Oh, he's touching it.
We're throwing Adler's hair around.
Hey, it's been such an honor. I'm so thankful for this this opportunity and just the fun that I get to have every single day with some of the greatest people in the world. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, audience. It's just been an incredible run. I respect you guys so much. I'm so glad to have been a part of it.
Cassio Kid is next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Been talking about this for years, and it's like I feel like I'm a lone voice in the wilderness. We don't really love animals. We love to have animals, which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But if we really love them, we have a strange way of showing it through our continued need to domesticate them.
What you got, Rick?
Well, I'll tell you what I have, Bubba. I've got myself a beautiful, majestic macaw.
Where you keep him?
Well, he has the gift of flight given to him by his creator. But I love animals so much, I've stuffed him in the cage and told him to stand on a perch. And you know what else I've done, Bubba, so he won't bang his head when he gets out every blue moon when I don't lock the cage good?
What's that?
I've clipped his wings so he can't fly at all. I just sit and look at him and make him talk English if he wants something to eat. I love animals.
What you got?
Well, I've got myself a majestic giant lizard.
Really? Where you keep him?
Well, I love you people, you lizard people. Boy, they bring a lot to the table. I'll tell you where I keep him, Bubba. I have him in a plastic rectangle. like a terrarium. And I take his beautiful self, who's supposed to be living in the hottest temperatures known to man, but don't worry, I love him so much, I've got him a heat rock. And he just lays there because if he gets off of it, he'll die. I love animals.
What you got, Rick?
Oh, have you ever seen my hamster?
A hamster? Where you keep him?
Well, you know where I keep him?
Where?
I put together these just frustrating pink tubes. And I love him so much, I want to watch him try to work his way through there for my entertainment. And when he needs exercise, I won't let him out because he might get away. So what even though if he loves me so much, what am I worried about? But I put him in this never-ending wheel and just let him run. And you ought to see his little feet just digging. And we all just watch him. And every now and then I'll throw in a little something for him to chew on. And then he buries himself underneath the shreddings.
Oh, that must be neat.
Yeah, you know what else I got?
What you got,
Well,
Rick?
I've got myself a dog.
A dog? Where you keep him?
Well, I'll tell you where I keep my dog, anywhere I feel like it. Now, first off, I didn't like my dog's tail, so I cut it off. I didn't like the shape of his ears, so I trimmed him to be more pointy. Because I love him. You know where I let him ride?
Where?
Back of the truck.
Does he like it?
Oh, he loves it back there. You should see him. It looks like he's doing this every time we ride. And you know what? When I really want to pet him, I just slam the brakes on. Whoop, there he is. I love animals.
You got any more?
Well, you know what else I got, don't you?
What?
I got myself a cat.
A cat? Where you keep it?
Well, you know, they're hunters. What I do though, because I don't want him to mess up my house, so I take a little tweezers and I pull his claws out.
Really?
I do. You know what else? If he needs to go outdoors, I don't let him. I tell him to take a dump in a box that we keep in our house. Can you imagine somebody knocking on your door? Could I bring a box of cat doo-doo in? They'd be like, are you out of your mind? And anytime I go to someone's house who has one, I'll usually take one in there myself and make them freak out. Honey, a mountain lion is in the house.
What are you feeding that cat?
Oh. Yeah, all right. Greg, what you got?
I got Linda from Grant with a question.
Hey, where you keep her? Oh, I'm sorry. It bit's over. I'm sorry.
Hey, Linda.
That's really good.
I got one for Don Juan.
Oh, hey. Don Juan, where you at?
Up at the top.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know how Peaches is doing.
Player.
How about that?
Now,
well done, by the way. Thank you.
Now, let me clarify. Since I do live in Atlanta now, Georgia is known as the Peach State. And we have some great peaches. So I love the peaches in Georgia. Now, are you all talking about that peaches or?
No, our former intern.
Former intern peaches.
No, the one you have a thing with.
She's she's doing wonderful, by the way. Wonderful.
Yeah, so you're avoiding the question. Is that it?
No, she's doing fine. She asked me how she's doing. She's doing fine.
Is she in Atlanta too now?
What's that?
Is she in Atlanta now too?
You know, the balcony up here, you can't hardly hear good. Just up here, top up here, you know. She's doing awesome. She's doing wonderful, though. She sends her love.
Hey, Don, who you got up there?
I have Nikki. She's a big Greg Burgess fan.
Nikki?
Yeah, Greg Burgess fan.
I'm just glad it ain't Peggy.
Yeah.
Nikki, glad you could get off tonight.
We're back. 20 minutes past the big year ender, the big show ender. 31 years. Winding down today. If you've missed everything up to this point, be thankful for archives.
Yep.
The podcast archive and the YouTube archive available today. Go back and grab any part you missed. And Bubba, we're continuing down memory lane with...
Cassiopeia, baby! Best I remember, Rick, first time we saw Cassio was at a pigskin roundup.
I believe it was pigskin roundup.
You brought in a little recording or something, didn't you?
No, I called in.
Called in and
first.
played it.
Called in and played the Rock Steady chant.
That's what you went with?
Yeah. They kept doing it on the high school football scoreboard show. They did.
Which we mean rock steady. I say rock steady. Everybody say rock steady, Eddie. Your team ain't even ready. Rock. Right, and you called that in.
And I pushed the keyboard button, the pre-programmed, and I rapped with it. And then you guys asked me what my name was, and it hit me that I was 15 at home on a Friday night calling into a radio show, and I was like, I'm not going to tell you my name. No. Not as cool as I thought it was just a few seconds ago.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
And so you called me the mysterious Casio Kid.
Yep.
And it stuck from there.
There you go.
So I was 15, and then when I got into college, I turned 19 on the show.
Weird.
Wow. And I'm 45 now.
But in those days, people would just become part of the show, and there was really no beginning and end. How long did you hang around the show and be part of the show? It went on for a while.
Until your wife called me out in front of everybody. Do you remember that?
I don't.
What?
I don't remember that.
We were all in a gathering, and she said, "You know what I hate is those interns that hang on a little too long and they just won't go away." And I said, "I'm right here. I can hear you."
It's me.
I do remember that now.
Right here.
I do remember that. I'm sitting right here.
Yeah. I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the next time you saw me after I left in 2003.
That was the year, yeah.
I was on Jay Leno shortly after.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And I was on there 8 times. I wasn't counting. But,
But if you keep a score.
Do you remember this right here?
Hey, guys, this is Jay Leno, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, could you guys do me a favor? Take Casio back.
Casio, when you popped up on Jay Leno, that was something because, people were calling us and talking about it. And then when you went back and he actually invited you on stage.
Incredible.
And I thought, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Because, that was, you didn't get any bigger than the Tonight Show, and there you were.
Yeah, it was very surreal. The moment it hit me, when I did the segment, he wasn't there when I would record the segments, the go up man on the street stuff. Yeah. And so I didn't see him till I would come back to the studio. And but it hit me when I showed up. Well, first they told me my call time, and I'm like, well, I'm going to have to leave like 7 hours early in Los Angeles to get there. Right, and they were like, no, we send a car for you. And I was like, well, I'll tell your boy something now.
That's when Sherry got that thank you card.
Yeah, you would have still been hanging out with him.
Yeah. Right. And so they picked me up and brought me there. And when I turned and they had my name on the dressing room door.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, who else is on here? And they were like, Jessica Simpson and the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was like, what are we doing right now? Did y'all pick up the wrong person?
You know who I am.
And the biggest fan of that was our sales manager at the time, Steve Harrison.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Because I had been his peasant assistant. Yeah. That was how I had insurance. Because you guys didn't give it to me. And wasn't in any of the contracts.
But you're not bitter.
No,
not bitter.
at all.
But
he came in the studio and
this moment right here.
And he said, I don't remember the exact quote, Rick, but it was something to the effect of, I could not have been more shocked when Casio was on the stage with Jay Leno if a flying saucer landed in our parking lot and Bigfoot came out of the door.
He turned and he said something along those lines. Then he said, do you remember the feeling the first time you went into that tent that was a sideshow and you saw the two-headed calf? And I said, yeah. And he goes, a feeling like that. He says,
intrigued, weirded out, scared.
I couldn't believe what was happening.
Confused.
What am I seeing? I can't compute it.
My LA time was very weird and surreal to me still. I did the game show Hole in the Wall. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah.
And I had to wear, if you don't remember it was a game show where you had to stand on a platform and a wall would come towards you with a hole cut in the wall.
Yep.
And your only goal was to fit through the hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was like, boy, y'all picked the wrong teammate for this one. Those better be some big holes.
Turn sideways.
But then I had to wear this full body silver spandex bodysuit with a bicycle helmet so we would not get injured.
Yeah.
And, I thought I was big and bad. I'd done Jay Leno. I did some music videos and worked with some other stuff and behind the scenes with Kathy Griffin and stuff like that. And then now I'm on this game show, and I called my dad right afterwards. This is before internet and cell phones and everything. I called him, And I said, Dad, what'd you think about that? He goes, you look like a baked potato nightmare.
Oh, wow. There it is.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's not what I was expecting.
I was like, thanks. Did you proud, Dad? Good to see you. Thank you. I'm making it here in Hollywood.
Good talk, Dad.
That's the kind of moment Taylor Hicks wrote the song about. But
and then now here you are,
Yeah.
right at the end. I would say going out on top till I got here this morning. Boy, things have changed since the last time I was here.
Right, yeah.
You've got a refugee camp out front. They're eating cats out there.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
What are they doing out there? I was excited. You know, breakfast. I remember the breakfast days when I was here.
Yeah.
Which, if y'all don't remember, was 98 to 2003, a.k.a. the funny years. And,
Still one of my favorites.
yeah.
funny.
And I was excited about breakfast. And I went back there. And first, the cooler, guys. What's happening with the cooler?
what do you mean?
Used to be sodas everywhere.
Oh, I know
and
what you're talking
now
about.
we've got water and Fairlife milk.
Right.
And some. There's a drink in there that's got kiwis and strawberries in it. Y'all know that, which I think is illegal.
Wow, you're right. It's changed.
Wow.
That's all that's left. And the breakfast, we got gooey bars, sausage balls, and Cheez-Its. No biscuits. No nothing.
We're making omelets outside.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Those, I'm sure.
What'd you think? What'd you think?
Tent number one or
It's a cat omelet.
Michelin star pop-up tent out there in the
I
parking
did see
lot.
him drop it and pick it back up.
Did you notice the fried pies though? Do you saw those?
I did. The top one apparently was just a tortilla. So
what was that? He
yeah,
missed
things are
something.
great. You're doing good. You're serving tortillas for breakfast. Different show. It's a different show.
It goes back to the goal, and I think we've reached it. Let's end this thing before it gets sad.
There's no merch anywhere.
Oh yeah,
Nobody I know works here.
Nobody you know works
Now,
here.
no, nobody know. What happened to I look. I seriously, I wouldn't be where I am today without you guys.
Wait a minute! Don't put that on us.
Yeah, it ain't our fault. Don't blame us, Huntsville.
Don't put that on us.
I remember becoming an intern. And a lot of like I said, I turned 19 on the show.
Yeah, man.
Speedy gave me my first cigarette. That was a good
was
deal.
awesome.
Cassie
wow.
was always
And-
a plus.
And go into a little bit about how you met your radio partner.
Yeah. So we want to come back and talk about that because everybody wants to know what are you doing right now.
Yeah.
How you did all that. And I know you're doing stand up. What's weird is like when somebody that we know will say, "Hey, I went to see Cassio," and I was like, "Where?" And they'll tell me someplace, and I'm like, first of all, I want to ask what you're doing there. What is he doing there? Yeah, and they're like,
Why are we both in Missouri at the same time?
how'd that happen?
Also, a couple of behind the scenes stories from the monkey that bit you.
Oh, yeah, we
because
gotta
I
talk
was
about that.
with
That's a
you,
good one.
and I remember how that went.
Oh, that was horrible.
And the fallout of going to the wrong pool on the fire from I think your grandma's house, whatever. You told those stories, and they have become just.
Imagine.
Big stories that we played during. What's the fallout with the family on that? I would love to know.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll continue our update on Cassio Kid as we walk through 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, and there's not enough time to cover it all, but we're trying to hit the highlights for you. Still to come, gift number 12 in the 12 working days of Christmas before we're done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hurry up, Don Juan. It's almost 10.
Rick Burgess.
I just want to say I forgive you, Greg. I just want to say I forgive you, Greg.
Well, I apologize. I hope you accept it. Thank you very much, Neva.
I do.
I
Love
haven't
you,
heard
Greg.
from the Peggies yet, but thank you.
Love you, Greg.
I love
and
you
a
too,
question for
Nikki.
Adler. Where's Kevin?
Adler? Adler, where's Kevin? He loves animals.
Where's Kevin?
Yeah, that's another one I love about dog people. Oh, they're den animals. They don't care about being in a box 24 hours. They're a den animal. They love it in there. By the way, why is it when I see farm dogs that run anywhere they want to go, they look extremely happy?
Yeah.
You ever seen a farm dog? He's like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yo, hey now, what's up?
had somebody tell me a minute ago that every member of the show looks different than they thought, except for Adler.
Yeah. He looks just like he's saying.
Adler looks exactly like you thought he would look.
Yeah.
Speedy here. Speedy, how you doing, buddy?
We're doing great. How are y'all?
Yeah, are you ready to go?
I feel home. I mean, my parents live down by Grissom. You know.
You feel home or feel at home?
I feel like I'm at home.
I know.
I feel home.
Yeah.
I feel home. This is
your
fun.
folks
It's gonna be
coming
great.
tonight?
No, I couldn't get a ticket. By the way, I'm serious.
That's actually true.
My dad couldn't see it anyway, as he told me today, so that's okay. He's legally blind. Greg makes fun of him, but other than that.
Greg, will you be making fun of anybody other than the legally blind tonight?
No, maybe about 2 people. But this $900 a ticket, I'll sell my stool on stage for $900. I had no idea that people were actually getting that.
Right. Well, I don't know that they did, but they tried, but they're not there.
That's stupid if somebody spent it.
And there you go, Greg.
Right. Helmsy,
how do you feel, Greg?
Helmsy, how you over, buddy?
I'm good. I'm really wanting Greg to get barbecue sauce, Streamline barbecue sauce, on this shirt because it's the only shirt he has with him, and he thinks he's sharp because it's new.
Yeah, thanks to Dreamland.
I'm not saying he just got it, but the tag come off when we were walking in.
Looking back over the years, Bubba, a couple of our favorite stories. This one used to be a birthday gift for you, right?
Yeah, we never told this on the air because the statute of limitations hadn't run out. And but Rick would tell me on my birthday every year, and we almost wrecked in Atlanta one time driving around over there. And so Rick finally brought it to the air, but this was my birthday gift each year, Car Wash Joe.
Oh, my goodness, Car Wash Joe. You know, I know a lot of you may not know this, but we haven't always done this for a living. We had other jobs at one point, and they didn't help me decide what I wanted to do, but they helped me mark up some things I didn't want to do. And I wasn't very good at it. And I got a job at a car wash run by a big man named Joe. Joe was 400 plus pounds, and he was so large. And you know, there's people that are just heavy, then there's people that look like they're struggling. And he was the latter, and he was a very successful businessman, but he was so, he'd get his voice up here. And he'd be running out of breath. He'd say, "Hey, this is Joe." And you'd be like leaning in, and now he ruled with an iron fist now. And so he used to call the car wash all the time, and he'd always say, "Hey, this is Joe. Run me an X." Any of you have ever worked in, you know, convenience store or any kind of store checkout, you know that means let's see how we did today. And if he liked the number, he'd say, "Go ahead and run me a Z and shut her down." And we closed the shop toward the end of the night. So I developed an impression of Joe, which led to loads of fun. Now, before we go any further, I want you to know this story happened before Jesus. As far as the east is from the west. So one thing I love to do is to take the new employees, and Bubba's favorite that I messed with was a kid who showed up one day named Ronnie Spector. And we had these grease guns to go in and grease, you know, all the joints on the car wash to make them run right. Well, Joe didn't, I don't know why he did this. I don't know why our large community does this, because we're large, not blind. We seem blind sometimes, but he drove a Jaguar. Or carried it on his body.
The gravy, please.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So still to come, the goodbyes as we wrap up the year and the show, and then the 12th gift and the 12 working days of Christmas.
And that's
also,
a pretty big deal today, too.
over $1,500 worth of fine jewelry from Barton Clay Jewelers. So
that's more gold than Casio's wearing
it
today.
is. Yeah. And know this today, Bubba's already said it, and it's true. There's just so many thank yous that have to go out. We're going to miss some.
I'm sorry.
for
I mean, we
sure.
just are, and it's
I knew
there's just
we
no
would.
way. We'll almost have to do thank yous in general, and if you're in that category, consider that you're in there.
Yeah, early in the show, and you may have missed it. I already apologized for everybody that I would forget their name and not get them in a list today.
Right.
So
Right.
we're actually covered indirectly.
So Cassio Kidd is visiting with us. Came to the show at the ripe age of 18, then turned 19, right?
Yes.
Got on the show the first time at 15.
Yes.
Pigskin Roundup. You wouldn't believe how many people. It's almost like the Pigskin Roundup people consider themselves to be almost like Rick and Bubba elite people. It's like if you didn't know the Pigskin Roundup, you sure you can claim something to the show, but if you were a Pigskin Roundup person, because that was the show that Pigskin Roundup, the way the attitude of that show. You couldn't really do it in a normal time frame.
No.
It had to be
No,
late
no,
on
no,
Friday.
no, yeah.
It had to be late on
No,
Friday.
we were
It had to be
pilgrims.
weird. It had to be weird.
We were pilgrims. We had just landed in y'all's new land. We didn't know what we were up against there. But
it really took off when the Udder machine came in. I feel like that was the funny years of Pigskin Roundup.
I was a fan first, of course, and when I decided to. I was thinking about. I just knew I wanted to be funny. Saturday Night Live was the thing. I remember seeing a comic on Carson with my parents, and that was kind of my deal. And then I thought about radio when it was before I interned. I'd called in, but I wasn't thinking about going into radio. And y'all were still doing Pigskin Roundup at the time, and y'all were saying something about being shirtless because it was hot in the studio. And I worked at a pizza place, and we decided to get off and bring y'all the leftover breadsticks. We called, and they were like, yeah, come on. And we brought you the breadsticks, and there you were in your underwear.
Right. You didn't think it was real.
Well, it was real. Yeah. I thought theater of the mind,
Right.
And I went, well, if you could just do real stuff, I can do that. I thought y'all were creating scenarios. No.
Nothing better than the genuine article.
I'd really like to sit in my underwear and talk for a living. That sounds like a great plan.
It beat post hole digging, that's for sure.
So Speedy mentioned some of the classics that involved you. There's too many to get all of them in.
Sure.
Burning the grandmother's house down, I get a lot.
That'll do it.
Yes.
So
you burned your grandmother's house down.
Yeah, and the setup to that story was that I didn't realize it until later in life. It was a family secret.
They didn't tell you.
I knew the house burnt.
Right.
It was a very sad time in all of our lives.
Yeah.
You just know you were the cause of it.
Right.
Just didn't know you did it.
It got sadder.
And then when the whispers and the giggles would come up behind my back at functions, when the fire would be brought up. And then finally they were like, look, well, we didn't want to traumatize you with it. And I go, well, you just did.
Right.
Yeah.
Too late.
Now it's even worse. Now I'm thinking about all the years I didn't know about it. Really embarrassing stuff.
Yeah, I think when I was a little kid, I actually would have a better ability to get through this. As an adult, this is going to make me different.
And so, accidentally, the long story short was I was told to clean up the fireworks for 4th of July, my birthday. And I put them in a plastic trash bag in a plastic garbage can up against the vinyl siding of my grandmother's house.
Which is also plastic.
The rest, they say,
It's history, including their house.
right. Yeah.
So that was that was burning my grandmother's swimming pool. There was
No, house.
house down. Oh, yeah, you can't burn a swimming pool.
No.
Wrong swimming pool was the next story.
Classic.
Man, that was good.
You go into somebody's backyard and start swimming in their pool, not who you thought it was.
Yeah, not my buddy's grandmother. It was the house across the street, and cops were called.
Right.
And I was so confident. That's what made it really awkward.
Yeah.
Is this poor lady has dementia and doesn't know who her own grandson is.
Right.
Well, but the best part, though,
But
is that,
apparently her
too,
cognitive skills were just fine.
She's sharp as a tack.
is that you hate,
Strangers.
She remembered 911 too.
Got it.
that you hate people pulling good ones on you, and you thought at first that she was just raising on you, and you were like, no, you're not going to get me.
No, no
little
chance
to
I'll
know
fall
that
for
you were at the wrong.
No, I
place.
am a friend of your grandson, by golly, man, and I am supposed to be here.
Yes, cannonball to prove it.
Right.
Look at this.
Ben Purr is a classic.
Ben Purr.
Oh yeah.
The paralyzed cat who had a wheelchair.
Yep.
Oh,
The owl story with you and
Yeah, I was jealous of that back there. The
Yeah.
owl back there. I asked if I could have that.
yeah, Quentin. you and
Easy.
Quentin?
Yeah, I ran up.
You're right.
I ran over an owl, tried to have its stuff, found out it's very illegal to own an owl
Right.
or to get its stuff.
Right.
And then, of course, the monkey.
The monkey, the big
monkey.
Casio.
The monkey.
Oh, I did get hypnotized too.
You did.
Yes,
And we're still worried about that.
We talked
What was
about
his name?
Gary Conrad.
Gary Conrad. Do you still have to go see him every time he's in town?
He just visits in my dreams every once in a while. It's no big deal.
What comedians did you have make like their daughter cry or something in the green room?
Victoria Jackson.
Off Saturday Night Live, yeah.
I did the Matt Foley motivational speaker impression for her daughters. Well, her and her daughters. We're all in the green room, but right before our show, I get to open up for them. So excited. Y'all are like, do the impression, do it. I don't want to do it. I do the motivational. My name is Matt Foley. Yeah. And mid-deal, her daughter, who knew Chris personally, Uncle Chris, started crying.
Oh, no.
Basically, you became a ghost.
Yeah. Y'all started looking around, and I didn't know when to bail. I was still going, down by the river. I gotta get to my punchline, ma'am. Y'all going, we're going to head out. Y'all have fun with the show.
Good night, everybody.
Great headspace now. Have fun.
Good night, everybody. Sorry, little lady. So then the monkey.
The monkey that bit me on the golf course is really talked about among circles of golfers and doctors. Yeah, doctors and pet owners. And you guys got a report that there was a monkey loose on a golf course.
Right. And was throwing rocks at people.
Yeah, he would steal the balls and then he would put rocks in his
little diaper
and throw rocks at the golfers. So we, of course, had to go investigate.
Yep.
And as we got there, immediately you're like, I don't get a good vibe from the monkey.
Right.
But
he ain't playing, is he?
But this is for the show.
Right.
So you got to just dive in.
You just push on through.
Yeah, as we learned in improv school, yes and. Okay?
Okay.
So yes and, we're going to interact with the monkey, even though we're scared of it.
Right.
And I think the monkey sensed that because he would crawl on Speedy and it would be fine. And then he got to me and he kind of hung out for a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And then he started nibbling my ear.
Oh, boy.
And I thought, I'm not even old enough for that. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
And they were like, yeah, he likes to nibble on ears. Just let him. And I said, I don't want to let him, though.
Right, I don't want him to nibble on my
What
ear.
if I don't want him to nibble on my ear? And they said, well, just cover your ears up. And so now I'm walking around like this. And now the monkey is literally trying to pull my hand off the
Now
ear.
he's mad.
Yeah.
He likes your ear.
And I tried to push him off of me. He climbed up on my arm. You know, they're very agile.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember that right there.
And so stronger, so strong.
And first he slapped me. You remember he slapped me.
Got slapped by the monkey.
Yeah, he held my held my shirt, hung down here, and then just slapped me. So I would open my eyes and move my hands.
He really did pull you to it.
Yeah. And then
I had opposable thumbs. A thumb is a game changer.
Then he hung off my arm, and that's when he decided to lot of meat right here. You know, so he dug right in, and
how bad it hurt?
So bad. I mean, just a huge chunk into my elbow.
Oh gosh!
You started screaming, "He bit me!"
Yeah. Because then the show didn't matter.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It was a life or death right then.
Right.
And I said, go ahead and get the monkey out of here.
Right.
Now we'll shut it down. And then it was trying to get back to him. They had to form a human shield around me.
Because the monkey, he tasted some cashew.
Really, man.
And monkey
He's
liked.
ready to go.
And I announced, I'll punt the monkey if it gets over here.
Yeah, right.
And Speedy was like, hey, really punt him if he comes over here.
For the
show.
For the show.
But they didn't let him get a hold of me. So then we drive back and we're laughing. And I'm just kind of crying still. But Speedy's like, that's a great segment, guys. And I'm like, well, do we need to go to the doctor? Or like, you're not in a hurry to the medical facility like I need you. He goes, we're going back to the office.
That's right, yeah. I mean, how bad could a monkey bite be?
And I had an extension in y'all's office. Nobody knew about it.
Right.
I didn't have anybody that would need to call me and leave me a message.
Right.
But that day, I had 12, including the CDC in Atlanta.
Yes.
That said, not a laughing matter to get bit by a monkey.
Yeah.
You're going to have to go to the doctor immediately. We need the monkey. Because we're going to have to test the monkey.
They test the
monkey.
They tested
it's a destructive test.
It is a destructive test. The good news is the monkey did not have rabies. The bad news is the people who love the monkey now have a headless monkey.
Yeah.
Well,
that's how they test for rabies.
When you put it that way, it's a rough test. It's really pass-fail.
Good news. It is.
When they hand you back your headless monkey, it's kind of a disturbing
You had
thing.
a healthy monkey, but
yes.
This used to be a healthy monkey when I had a head.
The good news is you haven't started a worldwide pandemic through Casio Kid.
Right.
The bad news is somebody needs to get a shoebox.
Yeah.
And the other story with Hobie and Don Juan. Of course, y'all performed at Fat Fest and all that. That was huge.
Don Juan
but the
and Gabrielle.
Panama City story. I get told that a lot from Hobie
Really?
because he was with you.
Yes.
When there were some things screamed at a truck full of guys, and then they stopped and decided they were going to come back, and you took off.
Yeah, that was the first time I ran ever in my life. When some frat bros all threatened to kill us, basically, in lack of better terms. They called us names. That, by the way, you couldn't do it back then. You can't do it now, especially, you know.
Right, yeah.
And they called us that, and Don Juan had the only brave moment he's ever had in his entire life. He said, "Bet you won't say it to my face."
No.
And I went, "Hey, bud, what was that move right there, bud? You're not a fighter."
I see brake lights.
Yeah. All he knew was he was faster than me, so he knew.
He didn't care. It's the bear joke.
The way Hobie tells it is they stopped to come back, and he's like, "Okay, we got 3 at least." And he looks around,
Gone.
You're a
Already
blocker.
past the Burger King. Yeah. Hauling, son. Hauling.
Casio Kid.
Are we wrapping up?
The Kid. Yeah.
Am I out of here?
No, you can hang.
No, you're hanging,
I gotta
buddy.
give a couple shout outs.
All right, we'll do that
Okay.
next. We'll do that next.
Just
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. No, you're fine. You're good.
Just quick.
How many times you get to see Casio Kid?
I got a couple live reads for Huntsville, and then I'm out of here.
That explains the website on your forehead. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he would come in all stuffed in it, and he'd give us a signal, and just make a noise. And that meant that he wanted his car hand washed in the back, which should have told us something about the car wash. You want to run it through? No. And so I had Ronnie
How do you
Spector.
say, Rick?
No. And so I had Ronnie Spector. I said, "Ronnie, go help Joe with his car and take that grease gun with you." He said, "Why? What do I need the grease gun for?" I said, "You have to grease that door to get him out." And then I just listened. "Hey, what is wrong? Have you looked?" And I come around and said, "Joe, what's going on?" "This boy's out here with the grease gun." I said, "I told him to grease the wash." "He's trying to grease me." I said, "Well, these new people, these kids today." Well, then I started realizing that I could do him really well on the phone, meaning I could shut the car wash down anytime I wanted to. And my friends loved it. So we'd be riding along and say, "Rick, please shut the car wash down." Chant, "Shut the car wash down." So we'd pull off. It'd be like 7 at night. We're supposed to close at 10. And I'd call over there. "Hello, this is Ronnie, Joe's car wash." "Hey, it's Joe." "Yes, sir." "Run me an egg." And you hear the register. "I tell you what, that's a pretty good day. Go ahead and shut her down." And then we just watch high school and college kids. Bloop, 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 and those lights start cutting off. I mean, like it was a fireworks show. Hell, if the stars were right, Joe would drive by. "Why are you shutting this lights down?" "You called and told us to." "I did no such thing." And then I start thinking, man, what can I do with this? Again, before Jesus. "Hey, this is Joe." "Yes, sir." "Is Rick Burgess working the swing shift?" "Yes, sir, he is." "Why don't you go ahead and tell him to knock off for the night, but don't clock him out till closing." I've been forgiven of that. And so I started kind of getting on his nerves. So I called one night and I said, "Is Rick Burgess working?" "No, sir, he's not here." "Go out to the marquee and put on it, Rick Burgess, Employee of the Month." My mom was so proud. I was fired. But I had to do one for the road. My time was over, D. This is your favorite. I called up Joe's car wash. "Hey, is Rick Burgess there?" I thought we let him go." "I know, I'm heartbroken about it." "Will you put on the marquee Burgess, thanks for the memories. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday.
There you go. Thank you again, Rick.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, gosh, that's true again, too. Y'all have been a great audience tonight. We definitely saved the best for last. Give yourself a hand. Y'all are great. But we wouldn't be doing you justice if we left tonight without telling you about the greatest radio promotion we ever did.
So here we are, 9 minutes to the top, the final Rick and Bubba show. Archives available today. And for those of you that are kind of thinking about where am I going to get all the Rick and Bubba classic stuff, so Best Of shows will continue to run on all the platforms they're running on now. So that you'll get some of the best moments of the last 31 years for almost 3 weeks, all the way up to January the 5th. So grab all you can. Also, all of our CDs are available on streaming services everywhere. And Bubba and I are working on, having the ability to go to kind of a Rick and Bubba legacy podcast as well, and just listen to classics. So we're working on all that, and you can certainly still continue to find those classic things on the YouTube channel, and so all that is kind of what's going to be rolling next. All right, so Cassio, we spent time with him. You had a couple of shout outs you want to.
Just real quick, want to thank the management at the stations that let us do this.
Yep. We're crossing contracts here.
Yeah, I was going to do it anyway, but I appreciate y'all letting me come down here.
You didn't have to sneak. Well, yeah. After the monkey incident, who wants to get arrested again?
Yeah, exactly. And thank you to you guys. A shout out. Jimbo Wood, y'all introduced me.
Love Jimbo.
I didn't know y'all were introducing me to my future co-host.
Okay.
As I do radio now, but back in the day when you guys were in Birmingham, we're all in Birmingham, and at the time, the legends Mark and Brian were going to come back to the market.
Yeah, I remember that.
Syndicate. And Jimbo had, of course, interacted with us in the meantime, and of course he started with them. And the morning they came back, the Monday morning they came back, at 5 a.m., you gave me a man's name named Jimbo, who I'd never heard of.
Okay.
Now, mind you, I'm probably 21.
Right.
And on a Monday, when Jimbo, by the way, not in radio at that time, so he wasn't up.
Oh.
And I called him, and I came back in and said, Bubba, he hasn't answered. Because y'all told me to call him and ask him, he's got to throw down for a team today.
Is it us or them?
Is it Mark and Brian or Rick and Bubba?
Yeah.
You must decide.
Today. And that's going to be your final decision.
Right.
And so I came back and I said, he's not answering. And he said, call him till he answers.
Oh, my gosh.
So at about 6, after an hour of calling, and this is before cell phones as well.
This is currently your co-host.
Yes.
Okay.
He answered and said, I said, hey, bud, is this Jimbo? He goes, yeah, who's this? And I said, this is Cassio.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, who's this?
Right, yeah.
And I said, I'm an intern with Rick and Bubba, and, Mark and Brian's coming back today to Birmingham. And you've got to decide right now which side you choose. Your answer stands forever. It's them or us. And he had some colorful language. He wasn't on anybody's team at that morning. But that was the first time I told you. He hung up on me.
Right.
And now we do the show together.
That's funny.
I would have never thought I was doing a show with radio legend Jimbo Wood.
Yeah, oh,
that's
man.
crazy.
Listen to him.
So have y'all laughed about that phone call?
Yeah, all the time. We realize
good.
how much time we've
good now.
crossed paths and didn't know each other.
And you're
back
also doing stand-up comedy and have become really successful at it. Congratulations.
Yeah, traveling, doing stand-up comedy. I'm divorced, as you can tell.
I
That's a good thing for the ladies. Merry Thickmas to you, ladies. Looking for Bachelor Part 2 on the way out. Maybe that's a new podcast.
Bachelor Part 2.
Speaking of, I do a couple podcasts, shameless plug, X5 podcast, and I'm in the wrestling world, as you may have seen at Ad Free Shows and Conrad Thompson. I did a show with Road Dogg, Jesse James. Y'all might remember him from back in the day.
Yeah.
I do a show with, you remember old Jody Hamilton?
Absolutely.
The Assassin?
Yeah. The Assassin.
Deep South Wrestling. I do a show with his son, Nick Patrick, who was back there. And so we're in the wrestling space doing all that. And so check me out, man. The Rocket and podcast. And hopefully hanging out with you guys.
Well,
now you got time to call me back.
Right.
Yeah.
That's well. It is we early on. You just kind of you had what it took. We certainly thought you did. We worked through it. The first time you did stand up, of course, this is only in Rick and Bubba world. Only in Rick and Bubba world can this happen. Hey, you want to do some stand up? Yeah, okay, we're going to put you in front of 8,000 people.
Yeah.
At Fafis Outdoors, one of the hardest things. And I remember how funny it was because Don Juan told us. He said, now, if he panics, he's going to start doing the dinosaur routine.
How's the parachute?
And look, we're standing backstage, and you or me once said, how's it going? He's already into the dinosaur.
Right out of the gate.
Well, I hope we can find it. I did an open mic. Rest in peace, Mickey Dean. He got me into stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
He signed me up for an open mic. And, of course, again, out of the realm of norm, Speedy said, we're going to record your first ever stand-up and play it back on the air.
Right.
And that was when I thought I was crushing that night. I said, I dare him to play it Monday morning. I'm about to blow up and be somebody all of a sudden. And played it back. I kept going, hey, did you edit the laughs out? Or what? There was a bunch that night.
A lot of dead air between the jokes.
But I want to ask you that since you're doing both now because it's two completely different gift sets.
Yes,
two completely different gift sets. And which one do you? I think stand-up's always going to be the most difficult, right? Because
I hate stand-up really, but
immediate feedback.
Yeah, it's real bad. But
kind of like today.
I lean back on the improv and the sketch that I did. That was always my love. So if you ever come see me, if I'm doing a headlining set, we're gonna kick a field goal early. And then we're going to play defense, and we'll talk to the crowd for the rest of the time.
Okay.
Because I can interact with everybody, and I know I can get my way out of that.
Right.
So I like to score early, play defense, take it home with a W.
Yeah. So
I love Q&A.
Hey, we've only got a minute. Could I one thing? How long does it take you to do Matt Foley?
How long does it take?
Yeah,
me?
can we get?
Do you want me to do it?
I was thinking right here.
On the
one
way
final
out.
Matt Foley. We got 1 minute. Can you do it in a minute? You got to hurry.
You do a minute's worth of it.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. I'm cramping.
Oh, yeah, he's cramping.
We don't have a microphone,
Chest
Speedy.
pains.
Hello, Daniels. My name is Matt Foley, motivational speaker. I am 45 years old, eat a steady diet of government cheese, and live in a van down by the river.
Matt Foley.
Outstanding.
Oh, no, we didn't know this. Victoria Jackson's daughter's in the audience.
Strangely.
He's crying again.
Cassio, that was horrible that night.
Oh, gosh.
By the way, Gigaparts is a sponsor?
Yes. They're doing a viewing party right now.
Yeah, Eric texted me and said, hey, I heard you were coming down and you're doing a party. Don't forget, I've got a remote there tomorrow from 11 to 1. There you go. Got to get back up there. Thank you, Eric. I'll see you tomorrow.
By the way, all of you, go by, ask him to do Matt Foley, and everybody have a kid cry.
Yeah. Right over by the telescope.
Ladies, follow me on social media, at the Cassio Kid.
He's available. Ladies. Merry Thickness.
Merry Thickness to all. Good night.
Hey, Cassio, thank you, man. Good to see you.
Thank y'all for having me. I love y'all.
Love you too, buddy.
Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Bubba, oh, Bubba. We were so new, we were so young. We wanted to do something big and take some listeners to Los Angeles.
My hair was brown back then.
Yes. And I looked exactly the same, except no beard. So, except a less worn look.
Yeah.
We were excited. Our boss said, we come up with this promotion. You can take 2 listeners to Hollywood for the Academy Awards. And the sales team then goes out into the market, and they go out and sell it for registration points. Random drawings can be extremely dangerous.
You don't know what you're going to get.
Never, ever, 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 if you're going to have people register to go somewhere with you for a long period of time, should you ever put a registration point at a title pawn.
Look, we've
no
all
offense
been,
if you're in that business, but you know what I'm talking about.
We've all been tight for money before, but if you will sell your car for $35, you may have some issues in your world. No offense, I made a lady mad right here. Sorry.
Right. Hey, listen, and what do all radio people like to do? We got to get the caller on the phone, right? Oh my gosh, I didn't love y'all so much. What's your favorite radio show? Rick and Bubba. We were not able to do that when we called our winner because, well, she had a unique sound.
She did, and she had language like she'd been on a troop ship.
Yes. I'm raised a football coach, and when she talked to us on the phone, I wrote words down. You know, good grief, well, I've never even heard that before. She had the filthiest mouth. I hope she didn't kiss her mama with it.
She made Greg sound like a choir director.
Yeah.
That's bad.
And she had a lovely sound to her voice that sounded something like this. She said, I was wondering if I could I take Willie with me?
And we said, who is Willie, your husband?
No.
I said, well, who is he?
He's my boyfriend because my old man's in the pen. We said, all right, so you're divorced? No, my old man's just in the pen.
What's a girl to do?
Right. Oh, that's nice. So we can't use the promo because she's nasty.
It's just full of beeps. You really can't get much out of it.
So then we decide, well, it's on. I guess we'll do this. And Bubba, we had a limo now for Willie and Wanda. And
well, we were trying to treat them nice. We were going to Hollywood.
Right.
We're going to Academy Award viewing party and all this stuff in Hollywood had lined up. Going to be a real great trip. I was looking forward to it.
I was too, because we're just like y'all.
Yeah. That's good. Well, when the limo picked me up first, and then we were going to her place that she stayed.
Correct.
And I was a little concerned when they said, when you get off the dirt road, it's the last trailer on the right. Nothing wrong with living in a manufactured home. Rick used to live in one. I'll probably live in one when this is all over. Hadn't exactly kept up with my money like I should have.
Honesty. That's that answer we always give. How much have we made or how much do we have?
Yeah.
So Bubba goes first, and I'm waiting. Bubba's going to pick them up, then they're going to come pick me up because I live near the interstate then, and then we're going to roll on to Atlanta to catch a plane to Hollywood. And Bubba, tell us what you saw.
Well, we begin with the trailer door flying open. You know, I thought they had springs to keep it kind of shut, but it just flew right open. Wanda comes out with her suitcase. She runs down the steps and over to the limo. And then from in the very back of the trailer comes Willie. Full sprint. Now, I've got to give you what Willie looked like. The historical image that we all have for Jesus, okay? That's where it ends, though, I promise. But he had the long, stringy hair, he had the goatee mustache, and he had a cowboy hat on with one of them Richard Petty, you know, feather things in the front. It looks like the butt of a turkey. You know what I'm talking about? Right there in the front.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this. It sounds awful to say this, but it really would be true if you want to get him in your mind. Jesus with a Richard Petty cowboy hat.
Yeah. You could just see that on the road to Damascus. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, so Willie comes from the back. This is really hard to tell. This is going on behind me.
Yeah,
Willie is coming from the back. He's on a full sprint, and he runs out across the porch, okay? It's not a deck, it's a porch, okay? And he hurdled the rail. He was so excited. All of him hurdled the rail except for the last silver toe or that last boot behind him. And he hung that thing right on that rail. And you know how those wakeboards, they're really easy to get up on, but if you catch a corner, you're gone? Kind of like Greg did in the video. When that toe caught, he went right into a sticker bush. But that didn't stop him, Rick. He bounced right back up, full sprint to the limo, and then you know how the snow skiers, when they want to stop, they come and slide sideways? That's exactly what he did, threw rocks all over the limo. He said, Bubba, I'm so happy to be going to Hollywood because
I ain't never been nowhere.
It's a very funny thing how they make us laugh and sing. I'm so glad they proved all of those critics wrong. You got Rick and you got Bubba, man, there just ain't no other. From Alabama to the world, still going strong.
Let's all sing it together. Here we go. Somebody say, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 31 years worth of that song stuck in your head. Children murmuring it everywhere. For many kids, their first words. So as we wind her down, and then there was 1 hour. And a lot of you texting on the text line, packing the parking lot in the studio. This hour's gold. Nobody take the squalling.
Yeah.
Nobody take the squalling. Greg is watching.
That's right.
So, Bubba, we've been ending the year, and a little something we've always done. I don't know how many years we've been doing the 12 working days of Christmas.
A whole bunch.
But it's time for gift number 12.
There it is.
Gift number
The
12.
final one.
There it is. Final gift.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Bubba, what is gift number 12?
Well, Rick, since you just handed it to me, let me look here.
Hey.
We appreciate Bart and Clay Fine Jewelers. I know it's a $1,500
yeah.
set of carved chain hoop earrings.
Oh, yeah.
And a Spearflex cuff. Is that right?
Oh,
Was
yeah,
that
from the
right?
old John Hardy collection.
Yeah.
Old
So,
John
how
Hardy
about
collection.
that?
Yeah.
You've been saying this all week. I hadn't seen it.
Well,
So,
Rick and Bubba getting a little swanky right here at the
That's
end.
right. But we appreciate them being a sponsor.
Yeah.
This is a $1,500 gift. And
Yeah, man.
This will make somebody's Christmas.
No doubt about it. And there it is right there. Oh my God. Oh, gosh. Has Greg got to ship this?
I hope somebody local wins. They can come get it.
Here, Carrie, why don't you come up here and model this?
Yeah.
Carrie?
So 629, we be big. 629, we be big. So we'll go with caller 31.
Boom
30
Boom can be our model.
31 years. And there's one of our former salespeople and played on the Rick and Bubba softball team,
That's
too.
right.
And
Only chick on the whole team.
all right, here we go. There's caller 1,
She had
2,
quite the arm.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Hey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Corey in Birmingham.
Oh, Corey.
Corey, you're not going to believe it.
Oh, Corey.
Bad news.
You could touch that John Hardy collection, but you ain't going to get it. Caller 30. Caller 30.
sorry.
Missed it. Greg, what did he win?
Oh, let me check, Rick. Good news. He wins absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you, Corey. So sorry.
Zip.
So sorry. Here we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Where are you calling from? What's your name? Hello?
Real important to answer.
Hello there?
Hey.
Hello? Person?
Who is this?
Yes.
What is your name?
Your name is Yes.
This is Willie. Rick and Bubba, I ain't never won nothing.
Well, Willie, today that all changes. You're caller 31.
Congratulations, Willie.
How fitting.
The streak is over.
How fitting.
Oh, perfect. Perfect, by the way.
Hey, I guess you can have something.
Yep.
Bubba, tell Willie what he won.
Well, Rick, I lost that piece of paper here from our friends at Barton Clay Fine Jewelers, a $1,500 set. Combination of carved chain hoop earrings and a spear flex cuff.
About $1,500 worth of fine jewelry from Barton Clay Jewelers.
Thank you, Barton Clay.
Willie, you know what? I know that you ain't never won nothing. You ain't never been nowhere, but you win today, my friend.
Congratulations.
Okay. I
kind of wish you'd won a phone.
You better get that quick. Fine.
I'm afraid that was going south.
Anybody know where Willie's from?
Well, Greg, you know what? He ain't never been nowhere.
Yep.
I hope he's from Hoover.
Well, Greg, come on, man. Don't be like that.
Easy drop off and pick up.
Don't be like that, Greg. Would Santa say that?
Well, Rick, Santa ain't had to deal with shipping something.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Suzanne Chapman from Montgomery, Alabama.
Suzanne.
Suzanne, you're not going to believe it.
Caller 32. Missed it by one.
Wow.
No.
I know. So
That's
close,
all right.
but yet so far
But
away.
you got on the last Rick and Bubba Show. That's big.
Huge. Been listening to you for a very long time. I just dropped my 15-year-old that's been listening to your show for 15 years.
You know what you get to say for the rest of your life? I miss winning the last gift in 12 working days of Christmas by one call.
One caller.
It's okay.
Mere
Just
milliseconds.
hearing your voice is enough.
Oh, thank
you're
you
too
very,
kind.
very much. Yeah, of course. Try to
Y'all
get.
are awesome.
I wish we had a gift left to give
Thank
you, but we don't.
Yeah, have somebody open up a gift, and all that's in it is our voices. You'll see a look of disappointment.
Yeah, sure.
That's good.
Hey, my gift was hearing your voice.
Thank you. You're
Live.
very
Too kind.
Thank you very much.
Too kind.
Thanks for listening to the show. And, Bubba, there you go, the final 12 working days of Christmas.
I know.
And so there it goes, and it goes to a guy named Willie.
I'm picturing Willie wearing all this.
Yeah.
Of all the things we got involved in, that trip was one of the most disturbing, shocking.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll never forget being on the airplane as we start to taxi out the runway and thinking they didn't get him on the plane.
No.
We're going home, and we're leaving a listener in California, all expenses paid for probably 20 years.
Yeah. Rick, wonder what old Willie's doing right now. What a great question as we lifted. And, that one.
And a burden was lifted off of us in the same way that jet took off.
And with all the salespeople that are popping by today, a lesson learned on that particular giveaway. If y'all going to go out and get sponsors and have a random drawing with registration boxes, let's leave the title pawns out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody says, "Here's my car, I need $30," we don't really want to go to Los Angeles.
No.
Okay.
No.
So
probably other issues there.
Yeah. Probably.
Maybe Dave Ramsey or something.
Probably so. That was probably as long a journey and adventure. And it really, for many people, it's their moment when they said, I'm in on this show. And I say to all of them, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Listening to it, loads of fun. Living it, not so much.
Well,
not so much.
Well, aside from dealing with them and the police there in Los Angeles, it was a great trip. I mean, I enjoyed that. Getting to see a lot, and of course my family, brings this up all the time because we got to tour the lot at ABC. Mark Norman was there, worked there, and he'd been a former teacher of mine and friend of ours.
Yeah.
And he gave us this tour, and it was great because we got to see General Hospital being taped. And you remember he was saying, just walk in the bar. They don't care. They love when extras are in there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then to go eat, and the Quartermain family is sitting next to us at the table. I thought that was pretty wild.
Hey, thank you for trying to give me some memories that were good from that trip. I've forgotten about some of that.
We had a lot of fun.
I've been so traumatized by the bad side of it.
Well, you remember when we rode around the square where they did Back to the Future?
Yeah, right.
And you're like, wow, I'm in the square where Back to the Future happened.
Yeah.
This is great.
I remember so vividly.
The Brady house.
Willie and Wanda, we arrived at the Hollywood Roosevelt, and we had put them wisely on another plane thinking we'd never see them again, and especially since he was going to try to board the plane with a pistol.
Yeah.
And we thought we'll never see him again.
These
were different times.
This is pre 9/11. They wouldn't let you get on with a gun.
Yeah, the different times.
Yeah.
And we walked into the Hollywood Roosevelt wondering, because their flight was ahead of us, whether they made it. And the looks on the faces of the employees of the Hollywood Roosevelt, their looks, they never uttered a word. We knew they had gotten there. And we would say, by any chance, they go, 2 people from Alabama? Oh, they're here.
They're here.
Yeah. And
we got them.
And they were unforgettable. In that moment when we realized the OJ law, we were probably one of the first ones to
Well,
ever
it was
see
a test case for
it was
OJ.
it was a test case when
after that,
no matter how much the person who called the police wants to say I take it back now. The OJ rule was in play in Los Angeles, so all they needed was a witness other than the person that say this happens, and the maid gave them the witness they needed.
Yeah.
And off went our winner to jail, where at one time we can boast that there was a cell block in Los Angeles. In one jail, Robert Downey Jr. In the second jail, O.J. Simpson. In the third one, Willie. There you go.
Only in America.
Ain't never been nowhere. We'll come back. Hunter and Caitlin Bussey have stopped by. More of the Rick and Bubba kids. We'll chat with them about the trauma of being kids of the Rick and Bubba Show and what that was like. As Brody told us yesterday, kind of weird when people know the win-loss record of your third grade football team.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's
Now, we hadn't even got out of Weaver, Alabama, over into Sachs yet, and the limo is billowing with smoke. Okay, they have lit up. It's like a freight train in there.
Yeah, the warning on the cigarette packs were wasted on Willie and Wanda.
Yeah. So I called Rick and I gave him a heads up. I said, hey, we got some dandies here. You're going to love this. And I know how well Rick takes that kind of thing. I'm the diplomat here on the show. I don't know if y'all knew that.
Once again, at this point, I am now post-Jesus, but I'm still new.
So we pick Rick up, and we get on I-20, and we head to Atlanta. Now, immediately, Rick and Willie don't really hit it off. And it was a little hard. We thought we was going to miss our plane because Willie needed to stop about every 10 miles and use the restroom. But he didn't want to run us late, so he was good just to pull off on the interstate and whiz.
In a limo.
Out of a limo.
Out of a limo.
Mm-hmm.
People passing thought it was the ghost of Hank Williams Sr.
Well, it really goes from bad to worse. It goes from bad to worse. We're about halfway there, about Villa Rica, and Willie pulls out of his pants pocket possibly the longest barrel gun I have ever seen.
Oh, gosh, y'all.
It's chrome, and it has a pearl handle on it. It's so long, it looks like those guns where they click it and the sign comes out that says bang on it. You know what I mean? He says, you think they'll let me get on the airplane with this? I said, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I said, a lot of them security guards collect guns. When you get to that nice guy with the magnetic thing you walk through, the door frame, take it out and show it to him. He'll really appreciate it. It's about this time that Rick declares, Willie, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And this is a man holding a pistol.
Yeah, I told him, I said, in this point, don't forget, Bubba, he was sticking himself out of the sunroof and giving the entire world the finger. And
that's attractive on I-20.
And screaming. You know why he was giving the world a finger, don't you? Because he ain't never been nowhere. And I looked at him and I said, Willie, if you speak anymore, I am going to kill you and take that pistol. All we're going to see from your rear end is the pearl handle.
Now, I had also detected, Rick, just a little bit of scent of alcohol. And I said, Willie, have you been drinking? He said, well, yeah. He said, I'm a little nervous because, Rick, I'm pointing at you.
I ain't never been nowhere.
I said, how long you been drinking? He said, since 4. I said, 4 this morning? He said, no, 4 yesterday. Oh, Lord.
See, y'all laugh. And that's fine. But y'all didn't live it.
No.
It ain't funny to us. We just have to tell this story because it wouldn't be the show. It was miserable. And so we finally get to Atlanta by the grace of God.
And we have planned ahead to have 2 separate plane rides just in case this scenario ever came up. So we figured we ain't never going to see Willie and Wanda again. We get on the plane, we head to L.A., we land, we go to the hotel. We're staying at the historic Roosevelt.
Yep.
This is the hotel where they used to host the Academy Awards, and it's right across the street from Mann's Chinese Theater, you know, where everybody puts the hands in the concrete.
That's where we are. We walk into the Hollywood Roosevelt thinking they have never made it on the plane in Atlanta. The minute we walked into the lobby and saw the faces of the employees of the Hollywood Roosevelt, even the statue of Clark Gable looked angry. And we said, by any chance, you talking about the people from Alabama? Oh, they're here. He said they came right through here. One of them has an empty holster on.
So at this point, Rick and I have decided we need to jettison the winner, okay?
Right.
We're not going to have anything to do with them. They're impossible.
We're done with y'all, man.
They're
We are
just
done.
trouble waiting to happen. So we give them their spending money, we tell them where to be, and we send them on their way.
Yo.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Here on these final segments are just kind of covering some of the final goodbyes of the Rick and Bubba show, but they're not as easy to bring to the show anymore. When they were all little, it was like, please take us to the show. Then they became, teenagers, and it was awkward. And then they became adults, and you can't book them. You have to talk to their agent.
Oh, they're so busy.
Yeah.
So busy.
But I'm glad that on this final show that Hunter and Caitlin Bussey have found their way back.
Guys, welcome.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Happy to be here.
So growing up, we were talking to Brody yesterday, and growing up on this show can sometimes be difficult.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Brody said this yesterday, and it really resonated with me. I thought that everyone's dad was Bubba. Like, I had no idea that people's dad were like doctors or lawyers. And
Yes.
then, we went to Briarwood, so that was the usual. And then
Sure.
you have, your occasional businessman, and they're like, what does your dad do? I'm like, he's Bubba. And that's it. That's it.
And in our particular part of the country, there's a pretty good chance that their dad is Bubba.
No, yeah, there are.
The best was like, oh, your dad's Rick and Bubba. I'm like, I don't have two dads. I promise
No,
you that.
yes. You're Rick and Bubba's daughter is the
Oh, yeah.
very common response.
So, you guys had to get on my schedule, and I appreciate that. I know going to bed in the summer at 8 o'clock was always tough when the sun was still up, but thank y'all for letting me get into bed early.
Yeah.
Hey, you're welcome. Lots of arguments, but it's all right.
Yeah, it's because, Bubba's going to bed.
Oh, come hell or high water. He's going to bed.
Look,
We're going to sleep.
Yeah, I crashed. I didn't have a problem with that. That's for sure. And snuck a nap in there too.
So was there? Did it get? Yeah, I say that jokingly, but I guess when you're little, it's all fun and games. You love it. Was there a point where you're like, okay, wow, so our life will just get shared on the show in a second? Did you ever reach a point where that became strange? I know you said you thought other people's dads you didn't know about normal jobs.
Yeah.
But was it weird for your family business to be known?
Kind of. And there's always the comedic drama that spin on something. I'm like, wow, I don't really remember it happening that way, but that's all right.
That's called comedic
I
license.
would love to be filled in on your version of the story we're going to share publicly.
Comedic license.
Yeah, we go to high school and people are like, you did this? I'm like, yeah, what about it?
Right. Do you have any particular memories over the times that really stick out in your minds? I know there's probably too many to think, but any you would say in your top 5?
One of my top 5 is actually moving to DC and thinking I'm never going to hear about Rick and Bubba really ever again.
Right.
And then it being actually more prominent in my life there than it was here, which is pretty funny, working for a member of Congress and being able to get him on the air. And then when he meets with constituents, he's like, hey, this is Bubba's daughter. And they're like, oh, can we get a picture with you? And I'm like,
and it's made it all the way to
what?
DC.
Like, this is so embarrassing. But no, it's awesome. What y'all do is so funny to me. And we've joked before. I'm like, Dad, there's no way. This is not real. Like, there has to be some sort of government interference.
Right.
Because I'm like, y'all are funny and stuff, but 30 years of this, there's no way.
So do you still think I work for the CIA?
I do. I have
this
my
has all been
theories.
an elaborate cover scheme.
Well, when the Pentagon is calling Bubba from Rick and Bubba, I'm like, there's got to be someone higher on the totem pole.
Right.
I'm a little confused.
Well, Bubba's come in here with information before that I thought to myself, are we covered?
Oh, he'll text me and be like, got this inside info. And I'm like, how? Like, I work here.
Right. And he'll knew stuff you didn't know, right?
Yeah. Oh, always.
And getting lunch with friends where they're like, I shouldn't be sharing this with you, but I'll share it with you anyway. And I'm sitting there like,
Right, yeah. So, Hunter,
Well, we got to stay on top of the news.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what are you guys doing now? So Caitlin, I know you've been in D.C. We've been
Yes.
updated. You working with politics, and now
Yes,
you're.
I'm in Montgomery now. I work for the Business Council of Alabama. I actually brought some of my coworkers here today.
Hey, coworkers.
Very fun, but yeah, it's a great job. Montgomery is interesting, very different than DC or anywhere else I've ever lived. But
Well, there's the understatement of the day.
yes, yeah. But it's character building. So
Well, you grew up a lot different than we did because we grew up in small towns, and you've never grown up. I mean, Montgomery's the smallest town you ever lived in,
Yeah.
and that's a pretty big city for
Yeah.
a lot of folks.
it's been interesting, but a lot of great people there. A lot of them are here today, but it is very different.
Well, yeah, like Bubba said, where we grew up, someone going to Montgomery would actually say, "I'm going to town."
Yeah.
So and to you that seems like compared to Birmingham and D.C. But what about as far as are you looking to continue down this road and stay in? When did you start saying this is my thing? When did that happen?
I don't know. I know I remember Dad and I staying up and watching Trump get elected in 2016, and I was like, this is really cool. Didn't really think much about it then. And then went on to, I think you introduced Luther Strange at a rally or something, and I went with y'all, and I was like, this is sick.
the incident.
And so I was like, definitely interested in it. Didn't really know how to get my foot in the door, and then interned for Congressman Barry Moore in college, and then I was hooked. I loved living in
Really?
DC.
And you just
for a
felt like this
little
was
bit.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's fast paced. It's a young person's environment, and you can ask Dad. I mean, it's crazy. I think the oldest person I've ever worked with is like 36, other than the congressmen themselves. So it's crazy.
I think you like going to all the parties in D.C.
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
So Hunter, what are you doing now?
I'm still doing the marketing for Southern Immediate Care.
Yeah. Now you've also been doing some stuff on YouTube.
I have.
With video games. Talk about that a little bit. This is and I've seen a lot of people do really well with this. So
Yeah.
how does it work?
You're just basically just streaming whatever you're playing, and you're getting to talk to your friends. And I mainly just talk about what's going on. Whether it relates to me or not. I've enjoyed it though. It's grown bigger than I thought it would.
Is it almost like a high tech thing where you're testing products? Are you now testing games and saying, "Here's what works. You might want to try this"? Because this has actually become a really big deal to people, and I'm trying as an old guy trying to understand it.
I know people do that. I just mainly just kick back and I'm just talking to people, just like they're pulling up to my place and we're hanging out.
You calling about Hunter Bussey chat room and I'm playing a video game. Let's chat while I'm playing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, continued success. Tell them how they can find you on that.
So just look at my name on YouTube. It's Hunter Bussey. You'll be able to find me there. It's not too hard. I have, my face is on the profile picture. So
okay, well,
and really, y'all can both thank me because I spared you from telling a story that I threatened you that I was going to tell on the air. No,
I would love to hear it.
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I have so many.
It was the time that I told them about the birds and the bees, and
I have said for a million times I tell this story way better because our point of view is way funnier.
It is. It really is.
And go.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
No,
Because
we
Dad broke it down into 3 weeks of classes.
Yeah. Well, we'll have podcasts for that later on.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's probably best left for the non-broadcast group.
Right.
It was quite the curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. And then as a little kid, a little shocking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I have so many friends who have brothers and whatever, and they're like, oh, like we talked to my mom, my brother talked to my dad. No, we're all sitting there together. Mom is also learning because she didn't know anything, I guess, either. And I was like, what is going on? This is insane.
Anytime I would say anything, Bill.
Bill. Bill, what? That's not real. Bill.
That's not what that is.
They don't call it that.
And then I had to back it up with evidence.
Right.
So, and we, as Caitlin said, we broke it down into 3 segments, and we won't go into all of that. But the first one was know your body parts, okay? Scientific and street name.
Oh, no.
And as I'm trying to explain this, Betty keeps laughing. I said, I can't do this with you causing a disturbance.
Supposed to be serious.
And she said, I can't quit laughing.
Yeah.
And then she would debate me. It ain't called that. And I go, oh, yeah, it is.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
That's a debate from
And
your
we've
parents.
got a
you'll never
hand
forget.
signal for it that you don't know about.
Good to see you guys. Proud of both of you. Continue the.
Love you both.
Thank you.
looking forward to
Love you, Dad. Very
what God's
proud
got
of you.
ahead for you. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kicked the Academy Award so fast.
It had a hang time and about 45 yards.
Yeah, so we just say, look, here's cash. Enjoy your time in Hollywood and L.A.
So we go out, we have a great day. We visited the studios where they do a lot of the soap operas and all that, you know, the touristy things you do in L.A. We come back to the hotel room, and this is something I've learned to hate. When you look at that phone in your room and that red light's flashing.
Messages.
I hate that red light.
And you know, when Bubba
Ain't nothing good when they call on that red light.
And Bubba and I had been like to Universal Studios. You know how you make that mistake when you've been through trauma and you foolishly think what? Well, the worst is over. We made it.
Not quite. I picked that phone up, and it was a message from Wanda. She says, Bubba, you and Rick need to get up here. Willie's tore up our airplane tickets. I said, talk to Rick.
I said, I'm on my way to see Willie. I walk into the room at the beautiful Hollywood Roosevelt, historic. So many famous movies, people stayed there. I walk in. Willie is sitting on the bed in his boxer shorts and cowboy boots. Hat. No shirt. And over in the gold-plated, you know, those old antique bathtubs that have the legs on the bottom.
All the ones that women love. Yeah.
Willie and Wanda had iced down Budweiser. Because they had spending cash, they went with the king of beers.
It is L.A., Rick.
Yes, they were living high on the hog. Goodbye to Natty Light. No offense.
It don't cost much more to go first class, Rick.
Yeah. So we say, I said, Willie, why? And remember, between his boots, it's just pieces of their plane tickets. And I said, Willie, why would you do it? She just made me mad. Well, you showed her by tearing up your plane tickets.
Good call, good call. So at this point, we're fed up even more. So we call, we get them replacement tickets, we send them home a day early, we get them early in the morning, the cab's coming to get them, the hotel people's gonna get them up. We have completely jettisoned them at this point, we think.
We come back to our room.
That dang red light.
That stupid red light.
Hate that thing.
I hate that light. I don't know why Bubba continues to punish himself by listening to the message first.
Well, we had a message, and it went something like this. Bubba, this is Wanda. Had that scratchy voice. She said, you and Rick need to come up here because Willie tried to kill me, and the law come and got him.
The law.
So I just...
Look, I got relatives.
I just handed the phone and said, Rick, listen to this.
Let's admit that. Y'all know this. I got them in my family. I'm raised from these people. Only certain people say the law still, modern day.
There's so many other names out there, a lot more creative.
You know, you got your
no
urban...
offense, sir.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
offense.
You know, you got your urban 5-0 and all that, but
yeah.
but rural people say
law.
The law.
Well, we hustle upstairs. We find Wanda. She's looks like she's been in a scuffle of some sort. Her hair is wet.
It's got that swoop.
Yeah.
She looked like an evil white trash Who from Whoville.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Good description. Yeah.
You know, a mean Who.
Yeah.
One that wouldn't get out there and sing if her stuff was stolen.
There's the hotel management, 2 or 3 underlings there, a good number of police officers from L.A.
Yep.
And they explained to us that Willie tried to kill Wanda by drowning her in the toilet bowl.
Yes, he did.
Now, and this is important. This is a critical time in LA.
This is crucial right here.
And you got to know the geography. We're in Hollywood, which is not a real city. It's just a place, they say. It's actually LA, okay?
Yep.
Now, there is a city called West Hollywood that's totally separate. But LA County is where Hollywood is. So the police officers, or as they were called, the law, come and got Willie and carried him to the L.A. County Jail.
Well, if you remember, as Wanda told us that he tried to drown her in the toilet, see, immediately, and this is sad, she immediately wanted to say it was okay. She wanted her Willie back.
What?
It's so cruel, man. That's cruel.
2 segments left. All right,
That's
35 minutes past the hour. So, Bubba, here it is, our final 2 segments together, and certainly want to take this opportunity to say whatever we want to say.
Rick, I want to tell everybody, over the past 31 years, I have opened the show by welcoming our friends, neighbors, and associates in round figures, and I know this will be debated, so I'm saying in round figures.
Sure.
I've done that over 8,000 times.
Good grief.
During those 8,000 shows, we've done, again in round figures, 126,498 segments. Both of those long-running streaks will end today. When I started, and we started this show together in 1994, there was no internet. Very few people had cell phones. And the ones that had them had to carry them around like a piece of luggage. I mean, we have seen a lot of technology change. A lot of other things have changed since 1994. A guy named Jeff Bezos founded a little book club called Amazon. You may have heard of that.
I hope that works out.
Ice skater Nancy Kerrigan was attacked with a steel rod. You remember that? Mm-hmm. In 1994, there was no World Series due to a strike, the first time that had happened in Major League Baseball in 90 years. There also was some other kids born in 1994 that have gone on to the entertainment business. Dakota Fanning, Justin Bieber, and Harry Styles were all born in 1994. The very first shows that we did are still traveling out through space 30 light years away. This is where I'm going to get in my text.
I knew this was coming.
And even though most of these towers are designed to send these signals down to where the people are, some of it makes it to space. Some of them go out there, and they're still out there extremely weak and way away from Earth. As a matter of fact, they have passed over, according to Google, about 183 known star systems, some of those with their own planets. So who knows who is listening to the Rick and Bubba Show that just started yesterday?
Wow. That's true. Wow.
I have a lot of people to thank. And I'm going to forget some people, and forgive me, please. First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, from whom all blessings flow. And we all know that. I want to thank you, Lord, for this wonderful opportunity you have afforded me for the past 31 years. I want to thank the hundreds of owners, general managers, sales managers, program directors, and account executives that have carried this show and sold this show these many years. It was an honor to work with you all, and we have some of them here today. I want to thank our advertisers and sponsors. You have been the gas that fueled the engine that kept this thing going, and we appreciate it. As I mentioned earlier, I want to thank my family for allowing me to go to bed at 8 o'clock and then wake you up as I rumble through the house at 3:30, 4, or now 2:50 a.m. for all of these years. Somehow I think it has aged me.
Yes.
I want to thank Rick, the listeners. Without you guys and all of you here and all of you watching and all of you listening, none of this would have ever happened. You made it happen, and we both are very appreciative of that. Simple words, and we've talked about this a lot this week, cannot express my true feelings that I have for you and what you have allowed us to do. And we, just saying thank you doesn't seem like enough, but it's there. I do wish, and there's no way that this could happen, but I do wish that just for one day, every one of you could see and feel what it's like to have been in this seat, to hear the things that we have heard, see the things that we have seen, and enjoy doing the show for over 3 decades. It was a dream of a lifetime, and even though we had bills to pay, if they had been covered, we had so much fun, I would have done it all for free anyway. It's really cool to come in here and have the locker room mentality. And sometimes that's used in a negative connotation, but not in this case. Right. We come in here, we have a locker room, we get ready, we do this show, we have great fun, and then we get to go home by lunch most of the days.
Yep.
Now, granted, we're sleepy. We have a headache at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we go to bed at 8. But other than that, it was a really neat deal.
Right.
Sometimes God gives us brothers, but I was allowed to pick my brothers, and I picked you guys. You have been there, and we have been through it all. We have laughed. We have joked. We have done skits. We have done concerts. We have thrown food. We have done interviews, podcasts. Sometimes we've even cried together, except for Rick, who never cries. But always we were together. Adler, you're the most talented guy here, and you have done so much with so little for so long, we now expect it.
Right, that's true.
You're so talented. I don't know what Rick's going to pay you on the next show, but you ought to ask for twice that much. Because he can afford it now. He's got headroom, okay? So
he actually did ask for double.
I wish Michael Hams could have been here today. He's not. He was a great addition to the show. He came in helping us to find an IT guy, and he, after looking everything over, said, hey, I think I can do it.
Right.
He was a great addition. Greg, you and Lisa, I don't know a higher honor, and we talked about this week among ourselves. We had asked you and Lisa to be the godparents for Hunter and Caitlin. If something had happened to us before they became of age, and I guess that's still up for debate, that you would raise them. And I don't know a higher honor that one man can ask another man and his wife.
Yeah,
and we ask you that.
We were humbled. It was quite an honor.
Well, you just put a look on Caitlin and Hunter's face I've never seen before. How close
man,
that
we could have
was.
really had fun.
Oh, my gosh. I don't think they knew that hung over them. That'll make you take care of your parents,
keep
won't
you
it?
up at night, won't it? Y'all can't go on any trips.
That's right.
Yeah, that's it. Speedy, you had the hardest job here. Everything here rolled downhill, and you had to catch it. And I'm sorry about that. And many times Rick rolled more downhill towards you than I did.
Right.
But you made it happen. There's nobody in this world a better handler and a better get-it-done guy than you.
Thank you.
And I've told you many times, you were a pretty good coach, too. If I somehow ended up owning the New York Yankees, you would be the manager day one. I don't care who's there. You're in, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you, buddy.
Rick, I want to thank you for asking me to be a partner with you on the show. I've often wondered over the years how the show would end. And to be honest, it's not exactly what I expected. But we landed this plane either way.
Yep.
And that means a lot. I wish you and the other guys nothing but success going forward. I will end my time on the Rick and Bubba Show much like I began my time on the Rick and Bubba Show, with a Shakespearean quote.
Oh, wow, okay.
This one is simple, it fits today, and it's from the play by the same name. All's well that ends well. And with that, I hand the Rick and Bubba Show over to the history books. I hope you remember us fondly. Farewell, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Hey. Bill Bubba Bussey. There we go. Amen. We'll come back. We'll get some of your phone calls together. A little goodbye. And well said. And amen. More Rick and Bubba coming up. The final segment in Rick and Bubba history coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No.
But she was not going to get that because guess what time in history this happened?
This was just, I don't know, 90 days after the OJ deal.
OJ.
California had taken it upon themselves to be proactive and had passed some new laws that in domestic violence, you no longer had to have a complainant to prosecute. Now, it was a crime against the state.
Just need witnesses, and the maid saw it all.
Yep. The maid ran in, heard somebody crying for help, kind of gurgling.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I tell you, you ain't lived till you hear that testimony in Spanish. I'll tell you what, that's
sure.
It was a mess.
And so, and I asked the police, what did she say? And she said her hair smells like toilet cleaner.
I think she said tidy bowl.
Something
Rick,
like
was
that.
what the report
She
said.
had some blue still in it.
Yeah.
So the police tell us, oh, it doesn't matter what's taking place. Willie's gone. Willie's going straight to jail.
And
which, by the way, is one of our winners.
Right. And they're in L.A., as I mentioned, and L.A. was looking for a test case to test this new law because it had to be tested to see if it was going to stand up against the complaints against it and the judges. So they needed a test case.
Do you hear what Bubba's saying? This show produced the test case for the new O.J. law.
I know. It's hard to believe for us, too.
And I look at Bubba and I said, you do realize what is taking place now. In the L.A. County Jail, we now have O.J.
Count them.
Robert Downey Jr.
Same time.
Margot Kidder.
Right, peeking in everybody's room. Remember?
And our winner.
Those four sitting together.
Those four sitting together in the L.A. County Jail. So...
Well, we were worried that Willie might get back out and try to kill us all.
Right. Legitimate.
But the nice district attorney said, he ain't getting out. He's staying here with us. Don't worry about it. Have a good time. So we did.
Yes, we did. We had a blast. Got Wanda on the next plane out. Talked to her about some life choices that hopefully apparently looked pretty bad. And we went out and had a great time. And we would just look at each other periodically and we would say, wonder what old Willie's doing right now.
And still, even though the district attorney had made it very clear we knew him because we'd seen him on the O.J. trial a lot.
Right.
Got our picture made with him.
Yeah.
You know. Even though he said he wasn't coming back, I didn't believe it. Because
Right.
I really thought we'd get on the airplane to go home. L.A. would pull up with Willie in an orange jumpsuit, shackles on his wrist and feet, and put him on the plane and say, never come back. I really thought that was going to happen.
So as we get ready to taxi down the runway, Bubba looks at me and he says, wonder what old Willie is doing right now. And I said, oh, wait just a minute, Bubba. I think I need to call our boss. Hey, guys, how's the promo going? Not good. Not good. I said, but if you want to get the voice guy ready, I got a promo we can run. He said, yeah, tell me about it. Rick and Bubba, we sent a listener to Los Angeles, all expenses paid, for 20 years.
Can't make that up, folks.
Guys, I do want to tell all of you how much you mean to us, and I hope that you sense that. I hope you do. 20 years is a long time to do anything, and you know, we've always done the show, the good, the bad, the ugly. We're not talented enough to pretend, you know, we are who we are, the good, the bad, the ugly. And the last 20 years has been a lot of fun, but you know, it hasn't always been fun, has it? It's been hard sometimes, and you guys, when you live your life out on the air, you guys have really been fuel for us. You've really been there for us through some tough stuff. You know, I was watching that video backstage, and I've seen it 5 times now. You know, there's a lot of people in that video that have gone on into glory. They're not even with us anymore, including, you know, Bubba's mother and my youngest son. And those times were hard, and you were there for us. Times we didn't know if the show would go on, but it did. And to watch God put his hand on a group of guys that definitely are not earning anything by our talent. And we are proof positive that God is graceful and that he definitely has a sense of humor.
And we sing the Rick and Bubba Show theme one more time. As far as all of us being here together, best of shows on all the platforms coming up. So you can catch those for almost 3 more weeks. And Bubba, I just want to say a few things, Echo. And first I want to say this. And go, take it.
Yeah. All right.
There's a classic right there.
Wow, that was an after lunch special. And
Well-
the Q104 production room gets
So many memories, and I won't add to what you've already said because you've said it all as far as the audience and the sponsors and all the people that you and I have had the opportunity to work with over the years. It just, when you go back to that moment when we're sitting at a lunch and we're looking through some radio book that had ideas for
It was
contests.
some book you had, yeah.
Yeah, and somebody sent it to me, and I was a rockin' morning DJ,
Right.
and
You didn't know all that
didn't
stuff.
know whatever. And so I was riding the wave of the hype of the morning extravaganza, and so we
As
were
Alabama's last outlaw.
yeah.
And a well-deserved title at the time.
Yeah, I've had so many people come up to me and go, "So Jesus really is real? I've been
Yeah.
listening to you since then."
Mhm.
Yeah, he is, and he does transform lives. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because we always talk about, hey, Rick, Bubba was the engineer. Y'all were reading this book. Y'all said, let's see if we can do a Southern version of Shakespeare, call it Good Old Boy Theater. And about 30 seconds before we went on the air, those words that will now be etched in history, I slided over to Bubba and I said, I think you should read it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the engineer at the time, came in on the show as a character. And, there's been that side that's funny. Hey, Rick, you talked to Bubba. He was the engineer. We made this happen. You took a chance. Who puts an engineer on the air? But I want to shift it the other way. Y'all don't understand the chance that Bubba took on me. I was in a very dark period of my life. I was not a good man. And for him, who was a good man and still is a good man, for him to look at me and say, I'll take a chance on you, that's often overlooked, and it shouldn't be, because he took a chance on me too.
Well,
and
we were having a lot of fun.
Right. And
we did pray for you a lot.
Yes. And really
killed a few fatted calves.
Yeah. And
anointed some heads with oil.
Get serious about it. Right. The list you were given every day of names we shouldn't take calls from. No, don't put her on. So anyway, it was if the show has done so many things, but when you look at the fact that I can actually look at it and say, lost when the show started, redeemed when the show ends. If nothing else was done,
that's a good way to end up.
Yeah, and there's been so many other people that, because of this platform, and they've watched us live out our faith here on the show, the same things happened in their lives. And when Bubba and I stand before God, that's the true trophy. Now, we laugh about we never received any awards from the industry, and for good reason.
We tried to give him a hint
right.
14 years in by naming the CD 14 Years Still No Awards.
Right, yeah.
Never really got the hint on that.
Right. But when we stand before God, and I don't know which one of us will get there first, or who knows, we might be here when he returns. Well, that looks like a mess, doesn't it? We'll stand before God, and he'll look down, and he'll say, I hope, to both of us that we certainly have things we could have done better. But as an overall mercy and grace comment, well done, good and faithful servants.
Boy,
because
that's what we're shooting for.
Well, the impact for the kingdom is, and there's so many things that are important and fun, but at the end of it all, that will be it. So I'm forever grateful for you also taking a chance on me.
Thank you, sir.
And,
Same here.
Yeah, and thankful to all the guys you mentioned. I mean, we've worked with just some incredible people over the years, but it all churns with the audience. I mean, we love our advertisers, and we've never apologized for advertisers. But if there's no access to you, the audience, these salespeople have no hope. They can go out and pitch it all they want to, but if the audience doesn't respond, so we understand that the advertisers, that's the source of income, but the audience is what brought the advertisers to the show. The salespeople, their commissions are tied to the advertisers that you brought to the show. And you, the audience, through all these different avenues, have afforded both of us a life that us growing up in small-town Alabama, we could have not even – I don't think I even dreamed of it. I would have been afraid to even dream of it. I wouldn't have even thought of even remotely.
Couldn't imagine.
No.
Couldn't imagine.
I will never forget the day, my first radio job, and they called me in. I was doing afternoons then, which, by the way, sidebar – that is the sweetest radio gig ever. What time am I supposed to be at work? 1 p.m.?
cut a few commercials, get on the air at 7, you're back out there. So when the guy set me down for the first time, which led to me meeting Bubba, and said, hey, going to give you a promotion. And I was like, great. Move you to mornings. I said, who listens to the radio in the morning? And he said, normal people, Rick, normal people. And he said, that's actually what we consider to be the number one slot. And I said, really? And he said, tell you what, remember this?
Yeah.
How we thought then?
Yeah.
Right now, you're knocking down $275 a week. That's $275. Going to bump you to $300.
Oh.
I thought to myself, this is it. I made it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have made it. I'm going to.
Where will I spend all that money?
Right. I'm doing radio for $300 a week.
Yeah.
And then of course that led to Bubba and I, getting to work together through a bizarre thing we've covered with him going to be an engineer somewhere after doing a lot of things in radio and us knowing each other in college in the campus radio station. And I agree with you. I don't know that there's anything that gets more credit for both of us stepping into the industry than that campus radio station.
Oh, absolutely.
At Jacksonville State University. I mean, that's where we learned it. Now, the rest of the classes, I don't remember much about them, but I do remember that campus radio station.
I remember a little bit about Spanish. How's your Spanish today?
Right. So, and somebody asked,
we lost Miss Suko this year.
I know. Somebody asked if Miss Suko was going to call the show, and I had to tell them she'd already passed.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Just recently.
Needs to be on the list, doesn't she?
Yeah.
I guess in a way.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, that Spanish teacher.
That list is growing.
Yeah, who fled communist Cuba, and Castro tried to kill her and her family, and she told us that working with us in Spanish made her want to go back to Cuba. Those are all great moments. So there's just so much to be thankful for, and one of the things I talked about a little bit yesterday, but I want to double down to the audience, is that it's all fun and games, and that is what is I'm so glad laughter is certainly, I hope, the foundation of the show as far as getting you through some tough times, but you also have gotten us through some tough times. I mean, there's been some pretty tragic things over the last 31 years that trying to go back and step back on the show and do another show, and I hope, I really do, I hope that, and I feel pretty good about this, I hope I can say to you, Bubba, Greg, Speedy, Adler, Don Juan, all the people that my goal was that I give you the best I can give you on this show every day, and I hope that has been accomplished, and we have had to do it in some pretty adverse conditions.
Yeah.
And so the audience, y'all have seen us through so many things with just covering us in prayer, and we've seen God move through that. It's just been incredible. So we have had 31 years, and I know that this ends an era, and there'll be things that Bubba and I are going to be doing individually in the future. Who knows, if we'll do something together again down the road. Who knows what God's going to do. But Rick and Bubba will stand on its own. And these other things may be successful. And I think that Bubba will thrive. I hope that I'll thrive and the guys will thrive. But nothing will ever be Rick and Bubba. And there's no intention to do something that duplicates, replicates, or exceeds Rick and Bubba. It can be successful on its own right, and hopefully radically successful. But Rick and Bubba is a moment in time, and Rick and Bubba will always be Rick and Bubba. And there is no Rick and Bubba without Bubba, and there is no Rick and Bubba without Rick. And I'm glad that I'll be tied to this for the rest of my life.
I think School Close and Tony probably give us the greatest quote on that. We ain't right, but at least we know it.
We ain't right, but at least we know it. So I hope
no excuse.
I hope all of you will continue to pray for us as we transition into to the next phase of our lives, Lord willing. Hope all of you have a very Merry Christmas. Hope all of you enjoy those best of moments that'll be running on all the platforms they're running on right now. But, Bubba, we keep going back to that word gratitude, and it just feels like it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's not. Thank y'all. Thank all of you.
Thank all of you. Thank every one of you out there, and we look forward to hopefully interacting with you on what we all have coming up next, if the Lord allows. But we will always be grateful for what has already happened in our lives with all of you and the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you very much. We love you. There you go. So there you go. It's done. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. That right there will wrap it up. Top of the hour. Thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. God bless you.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch God put his hand on a group of guys that definitely are not earning anything by our talent. And we are proof positive that God is graceful and that he definitely has a sense of humor. And I just want to thank y'all for coming out and enjoying this with us tonight. Thank you very, very much. Let's bring the boys back out. Give them a big round of applause right here. Here we go. Thank you very much. We love you very much. Thank you, Huntsville. You've been so good to us.
Remember, my friend, the good old days. The times were good, we were never afraid. I just love to remember. I'm thinking about times back then, we were crazy. I never thought it would end. Oh, I just love to remember. Live inside my heart forever. The shows we done, some of those places we sung, they live inside my heart forever. I'm thinking about times gone by. Sometimes it makes me wanna cry, but I know I can always remember. We shared something special, that's for sure. But we were innocent and pure. Are we gonna remember the things we've done, the songs we've sung? They live inside my heart forever. The shows we done and all the places we sung, they live inside my heart forever. Things are so tough now, seems my life is so hard now, but I know I can always remember the dreams that we once shared, they're gone. And it's just not fair, but I know I can always remember. The things we've done, the songs we've sung, they live inside my heart forever. The shows we've done, some of those places we sung, they live inside my heart forever.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.